mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 426, The Heaven is Dead, the Yellow Heaven shall be established. Negotiations between the Zhao clan and the Feng Yi clan dragged on for over 2 weeks. Just as the Zhao family, unable to hold out, practically conceded to the other side's outrageous demands, the Feng Yi clan suddenly changed its stance. Not only did it relent, renewing its offer of a significantly more generous compensation, but it also voluntarily withdrew its troops 100 miles, demonstrating goodwill. Feng Yi and the other negotiators also experienced a sudden change in attitude, becoming quite accommodating. Zhao Xiaoyong tentatively rejected 2 relatively outrageous demands, but Feng Yi didn't even object, quickly removing them. The Feng Yi clan's sudden change of attitude delighted Zhao Xiaoyong and the others, yet completely baffled. However, this didn't stop the Zhao clan from pressing further. Because of this deliberate compromise, the negotiations progressed with remarkable speed, and in less than 2 days, the 2 clans successfully signed a treaty in a harmonious and amicable manner. Without waiting for the Zhao clan to deliver its compensation, the Feng Yi clan's army suddenly and prematurely departed, retreating with a whirlwind of force. Master, what on earth is the Feng Yi clan up to? They've already withdrawn before receiving the compensation, as if they were scared off. Are they planning a surprise counterattack? No. I don't understand why the Feng Yi clan is acting this way. Could it be that some major incident within the Feng Yi clan has forced the army to rush back to rescue them? Yes, that's right. Otherwise why didn't the Feng Yi clan's golden core patriarch show up from beginning to end? Haha, my Zhao family survived this catastrophe. It must be the secret blessing of our ancestors. Second elder Zhao Yunshu laughed ecstatically. His words might have been casual, but he hadn't realized they had accidentally revealed the truth behind the incident. However, Zhao Yunshu's joy turned to sorrow. Before his laughter had fully subsided, his face suddenly turned pale, his eyes rolled up, and he died on the spot. He was not the only one. 3 other Zhao clan elders also died mysteriously at the same time. Such a bizarre and strange incident unfolded without apparent cause. Zheojia City was placed under martial law that very day, and everyone in the family felt a sense of unease, all speculating that Feng Yi was behind the assassination. However, a few discerned a clue. It couldn't possibly have been Feng Yi, as all the dead had surrendered. So, who is responsible? A few discerning individuals within the Zhao family quickly turned their gazes in awe at the patriarch and the elders. Zhao Xiaoyong and Zhao Yunruo quickly noticed something was amiss, but they were unable to defend themselves. It was an injustice. It truly wasn't him, or him, who did it. They desperately wanted to find the murderer and prove their innocence, but with no leads, they dared not investigate further. Thus, the deaths of the 2 elders and their companions remained a mystery, the truth of which will never be fully revealed. My lord, I have compiled all the information on the Black King Temple. Please review it. In the main tent, Feng Yi respectfully presented a jade tablet. Although he still didn't know the relationship between the master and the Zhao family, he did his best to do everything the master instructed him to do, without complaint. Looking at Master Xianqiong flipping through the jade slips, Feng Yiong was secretly excited, because he vaguely guessed what the master was thinking. Oh, so the Black King Temple actually enshrines a flying Hades. Do you know the specific strength of that beast? Hearing the adult's question, Feng Yiong immediately bowed and replied, My lord, 200 years ago, the master of the Black Wind Temple used that flying Hades to tear apart the Red God Temple's nascent soul high priest. Only then was he able to seize the Red God Temple's foundation and become the most powerful force within 1,000 miles. Moreover, that Red God High Priest had only been in nascent soul for less than 100 years. Haha, that's nothing, Zhao Sheng chuckled, turning his gaze to Feng Yiong below him and asked calmly, Do you want to become the new master of the Black King Temple? Feng Yiong's heart trembled at the words, and then a boundless wildfire suddenly surged in his heart. He immediately turned over and knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and said, I am willing. Well, get up. I'll give you 2 hours to arrange everything, and then follow me to the Black King Temple, as you command, my lord. The Zhao Mountains border the boundless sea, stretching 28,000 miles from north to south along the coastline. It is the largest wild mountain range in the eastern part of the Nine Demons continent. Abundant spiritual energy and numerous spiritual veins abound here, and clusters of active volcanoes erupt year-round, casting gray-black clouds of fire that often obscure the sky. The southern foot of the Zhao Mountains meets the Zhuang River, forming a vast, fertile plain of sky fire. Where the plain meets the Zhao Mountains lies a 1,000-foot-high peak, known 200 years ago as Red God Peak but now as Black King Peak. Backed by rolling hills, it overlooks vast expanses of fertile land. Within the mountain lies a superior, second-tier spiritual vein, an offshoot of the Zhao Mountain's main spiritual vein. The Black King Temple sits atop Black King Peak. The temple itself is a vast expanse, with magnificent palaces, temples, and courtyards stretching from the summit to the foot of the mountain. The Black King Temple is incredibly popular, with tens of thousands of devout worshippers visiting daily. On that day, the sky was clear and crisp. With the sun high in the sky, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the mountains behind Black King Peak. Then, a terrifying pressure suddenly arose, terrifying the countless worshippers in the front mountain temple. Their bodies instinctively collapsed to the ground, their urine and feces flowing. However, within a quarter of an hour, as clouds of fire enveloped the peak, a dazzling glow illuminating the sky crimson, the pressure from the back mountain abruptly vanished, and the roaring ceased. After waiting for a long time, the divine priests from the back mountain still did not appear to comfort the crowd. As one key refining priest after another, even those at the foundation establishment stage, hurriedly fled to the front mountain, grabbing some of the treasures and making a mad escape, the lower-level priests and charlatans in the front mountain temple suddenly sensed the impending doom. Panic washed over them, they hastily packed their bags and fled the mountain. This shocking event spread like lightning across the entire Skyfire plain. Shocked, the Fire Owl clan simultaneously dispatched 2 giant elders to investigate the shocking events at Black King Peak. However, the 2 vanished without a trace, their fate unknown. This terrified the Fire Owl clan, the dominant power on the Skyfire plains. The current Black King Temple Master was the Fire Owl clan's most senior ancestor. If this ancestor commanded the Black King against the enemy, even the nascent soul triple great priests would retreat. It could be said that this ancestor was the Fire Owl clan's heaven. Now, the heaven seemed to have collapsed, and the Fire Owl clan was utterly distraught and utterly panicked. However, no matter how many men the Fire Owl clan sent, they mysteriously vanished within 100 miles of Black King Peak. Black King Peak was like an indescribably terrifying black hole, devouring all who came. 3 full days passed before the Black King Temple reopened. Mortal worshippers once again ascended the mountain to worship the deity, largely unaware of the shocking events at the Black King Temple. However, those who should have known were already aware of the incident. The Fire Owl clan's ominous premonition came true, the sky was falling. Several Black King Temple leaders, led by the old Temple Master, mysteriously disappeared simultaneously. Even the Flying Pluto had vanished. A significant number of Black King Temple leaders were replaced, and the new master was unexpectedly chosen. Feng Yiang, the Feng Yi clan's Golden Core Patriarch. The fact that an outsider with no connection to the Black King Temple had become the new Temple Master stunned everyone. But before the major and minor factions of the Skyfire Plains could react, Feng Yi stormed the Fire Owl clan's headquarters alone and, within a single day, slew all of their Golden Core Patriarchs. Shockingly, Feng Yi, armed with nothing more than an unnamed talisman disc and a casual throw of a divine talisman, easily slew a Fire Owl Golden Core. Those who learned of this terrifying feat were utterly stunned, realizing that a new overlord had emerged from the Skyfire Plains. The Fire Owl clan, severely weakened, was subsequently besieged by surrounding forces, both large and small, and quickly fell. The entire clan vanished in an instant, and countless Fire Owl members were reduced to the lowest form of slavery. That same year, the alien tribes surrounding the Skyfire Plains gathered their armies, seemingly planning an invasion. However, over the next 2 months, all of them dispersed their forces almost simultaneously, mysteriously retreating. Word soon spread of a mysterious figure visiting the surrounding tribes and conversing cordially with their ancestors. Once the mysterious figure departed, the ancestors issued an order for all tribes to disperse and refrain from invading human territory. Over the next 3 years, the Skyfire Plains saw a surge of activity. The Fengai clan migrated en masse and openly occupied much of the Fire Owl clan's territory, including its headquarters. Faced with such a powerful Fengai clan, the other tribes, both large and small, dared not even utter a word. They voluntarily ceded their territory and offered generous gifts. No one was foolish. Any intelligent leader would be well aware that the Fengai clan must harbor a powerful and mysterious force, backed by at least one nascent soul high priest. In the third year after the catastrophe, the Black King Temple suddenly changed its name to the Wangyan Temple, re-enshrining a deity named Wangyan Dijin. In addition to the principal deity, 5 other guardian deities also coexisted. With the establishment of the Wangyan Temple, 2 texts quickly spread across the Xianhou Plains, the Wangyan Yuan Shi Jing, the Yellow Heaven Origin Sutra, and the Wu Yulun Wei Jing, the 5 Hells Reincarnation Sutra. Along with these 2 texts, the Wangyan Secret Techniques, comprising a total of 108 chapters, were included. These secret techniques included Wangyan Talisman Water, which could cure all ailments, Blood Talisman Techniques for exorcising ghosts and zombies, Fortune-changing Feng Shui Techniques, the 3-Yang Life Fire Technique, the Eye Clearing Technique, the Wangyan Fist Technique, and even secret techniques for shamans, virility, and longevity. The secret techniques described in the Wangyan secret art were incredibly simple and practical, accessible to both ordinary mortals and not just monks. Their effectiveness was swift and their power was immense. Consequently, the Wangyan secret art quickly spread among the vast human race. With these miraculous techniques, the Wangyan Temple quickly replaced a Black Odd Temple, and countless mortals spread the word, converting to the Wangyan Emperor. From its humble beginnings, the Wangyan sect began to take shape. Over time, the Wangyan and the concepts of reincarnation spread, gradually gaining acceptance among the vast human race. Before the Wangyan sect's emergence, while the Dark Knight realm was rich in religion, many similar beliefs existed, such as the Shijiyu Dao, which advocated abstinence from gods and ancestors during life. After death, those who were not blessed by gods or ancestors would inevitably become evil ghosts and zombies. Because so many bizarre ghosts and zombies actually existed, the Shijiyu Dao's beliefs were deeply rooted in the hearts of the vast majority of mortals. However, the theory of reincarnation had never been proposed. Initially, the concept of reincarnation was not widely accepted. However, as the legend of the death of heaven spread across the Skyfire Plains, it gradually gained widespread credence. This was because the death of heaven was more than just a slogan, it was backed by irrefutable evidence. The evidence was simple: if heaven were alive, how could there be so many ghosts and zombies in the world? It was precisely because heaven was dead that the cycle of reincarnation in hell collapsed, allowing countless ghosts to escape judgment and wreak havoc on the mortal world. The compilers of the 5 Hells Reincarnation Sutra cleverly connected the 5 directions hell with the path of corpse ghosts. The 5 directions hells are prisons for all the corpse ghosts in the world. As long as the hells remain intact, the corpse ghosts cannot escape to the mortal world and wreak havoc. Every living being fears death, and reincarnation perfectly aligns with all living beings' desire for life. With this multi-pronged approach, and without much persuasion, the concept of reincarnation quickly took hold, and the number of Huangshan sect adherents grew rapidly. 2 years after the founding of the Huangshan sect, the Huangshan Temple on Black King Peak suddenly announced to all tribes and forces near the Zhao Mountains that it would open its gates in 4 months to recruit Huangshan priests. Anyone possessing spiritual roots, regardless of aptitude, was welcome to join the sect, and they would be granted a high-level cultivation technique leading directly to the Golden Core stage. This news caused an instant sensation. Not only the tribes of the Skyfire Plains, but even human forces further afield, readily dispatched spiritual-rooted members to Black King Peak. Over the past few years, the master behind the Huangshan sect had gradually become known to a handful of high-ranking cultivators. Over the years, 2 nascent soul high priests near the Zhao Mountains had made attempts to test the sect, but neither could withstand more than 3 moves from the Huangshan sect leader. A defeated nascent soul high priest once declared to his disciples, "The Huangshan sect master is a late-stage nascent soul grandmaster. His Majesty must not be challenged." Instantly, the Huangshan sect master's fame spread rapidly among the continent's high-ranking monks. By the way, the Huangshan sect master was once a reclusive ascetic, known as Xiangqiang, who had lived in seclusion for 1,000 years. News of the Huangshan sect's impending revelation reached the Zhao family with incredible speed. Considering the Qianling Plains are 8,000 miles away from the Xianhou Plains, and the Zhao family is merely a third-rate clan, yet they received the news before the other Qianling clans. Needless to say, it must have been someone's covert care. Zhao Sheng had chosen not to reveal his identity when he returned to the Zhao family. This was because the karma he had committed was too great for the Zhao family to bear. So, Zhao Sheng merely tested the Zhao family, secretly buried a number of treasures for future generations to discover, and then quietly departed. Taking advantage of this revelation, it was only natural to take care of his descendants. In the meeting hall of Zhao Sheng, in Qianling, Patriarch Zhao Shaoyong and a group of clan elders were discussing this matter. Patriarch, this opportunity is rare, why not send a few young men from the Lin clan? A middle-aged clan elder suggested excitedly. Zhao Shaoyong frowned after hearing this. I heard that the leader of the Huangshan sect is Feng Yiang. If the Lin clan members join the Huangshan sect, I'm very worried about their safety. Haha, the Feng Yi clan is so powerful now, why would they care about a small clan like us? If they wanted to make things difficult for our clan, they would have come to us years ago. Why haven't they taken any action yet? If Patriarch is worried, the worst that can happen is that the Lin clan members can hide their identities and change their identities, said the elder Zhao Yunruo nonchalantly. The great clan elder is right. It's a rare opportunity for the Huangshan sect to open its doors to all, offering its teachings to all. We must not miss this opportunity. I've heard there's a formidable figure behind the Huangshan sect. Lin Zong possesses exceptional talent, possessing dual spiritual roots of gold and water. If he catches the eye of that great figure and is accepted as a disciple, perhaps in 1,000 years, Lin Zong will ascend to the nascent soul stage, just like our Shenglong ancestor. Then, our Zhao family will surely rise again. Zhao Shaoyong's heart raced upon hearing this. He surveyed the hall, observing the eager gazes of the clan elders below him. Finally, he made up his mind and solemnly ordered, go and call Zanjir. 3 days later, a silver-white disc-shaped boat suddenly ascended from the Zheojia city. It instantly soared into the clouds, soaring at lightning speed towards the Skyfire Plains, 8,000 miles away. Chapter 427 Devil's Fungus Experiment. As autumn turns to winter, the sun-welcoming grasses that blanket the Xianhou Plains gradually wither, and the earth-rooted long sky vines slowly retreat underground, shielding themselves from the cold and gloom of the dark nights. After a busy 6 months, the Mountain Gate Assembly on Black King Peak concluded the day before yesterday, with over 2,000 spiritual root disciples successfully joining the Huangshan sect. Some lesser factions have even gone so far as to fully commit themselves to the Huangshan sect, enjoying the benefits of the sheltered enclave in advance. In just 6 months, the number of Huangshan sect adherents has swelled by more than 8-fold, while their overall strength has increased 100-fold. This is due to the fact that the 10 most recent Jinden high priests are among the strongest of the various Xianhou tribes. Add to that several Jinden high priests from other races and the sect's elders who have voluntarily joined, and the number of Huangshan high priests has surpassed 20, rivaling even those of ancient ancestral temples dating back thousands of years. Seeing the sect's membership and strength soar, Wangbian sect leader Feng Yiang was ecstatic yet also tinged with a sense of worry. His cultivation was only at the early Jinden stage, far less powerful than the 10 Jinden chief priests. Feng Yiang feared his position as temple leader would be taken. Once upon a time, the master elevated him to such a prestigious position with a single word. Now, with a single word, he could condemn him to hell. Wang Yan, I will be utterly loyal to the master, and heaven and earth bear witness, Feng Yiang muttered to himself as he ascended a series of bluestone steps, gradually descending deep into the Black King Cave. On either side of the stone steps lay nothingness, a deep darkness devoid of a single ray of light. Yet, this emptiness seemed to hold a profound danger. Feng Yiang's brow ached, and his mind instinctively sent out warnings, as if he would perish without a complete corpse if he stepped off the bluestone path. The number of bluestone steps seemed endless, and Feng Yiang kept walking. The deeper he went, the more apprehensive he became. A quarter of an hour later, the darkness on either side of the stone steps deepened. A heavy, oppressive pressure slowly permeated from the lower steps, imbued with bloodlust and madness. Feng Yiang, wary, slowly reached the end of the bluestone steps. He passed through a cavernous entrance, over 10 feet high, and entered a vast, empty stone cavern. The cavern was filled with a dense concentration of spiritual energy. The ceiling and surrounding stone walls were covered in dense, erratic runes. The floor was covered in intricate, ornate patterns, each emitting a faint, iridescent glow. A 9-tiered altar, over 30 feet high, stood at the deepest point of the cavern. Atop it crouched a massive creature. This behemoth resembled a rhinoceros, its mountainous body covered in layers of black scales. Each scale, as thick and strong as a palm leaf fan, was practically impervious to damage by magical weapons. Atop its massive head, 2 pupils, the size of leather balls, were a deathly pale gray, yet hinted at a hint of madness. Its 4 black scale legs were as thick as stone pillars, their surfaces swirling with vast expanses of black flame. From afar, they resembled a giant beast enveloped in a blanket of black flame. What frightened Feng Yiang most was the 3-meter-long, black, blade-like horn. The horn was dull and matte, its jade-like surface shimmering faintly, yet radiating an unparalleled, sharp, and murderous intent. This powerful creature, somewhat like a rhino, also known as the Hanshin wild rhino, was a rare ancient beast, said to carry a trace of the Kangshan divine rhino's bloodline. The Hanshin wild rhino was incredibly powerful, with an adult rivaling dragons and dragons. However, the Hanshin wild rhino was extremely difficult to reproduce, and its precious nature led to its long-standing hunting, leading to its extinction on the 9-demon continent. Centuries ago, the former abbot of the Black King Temple, through some unknown chance, unearthed the corpse of this powerful demon and refined it in one fell swoop, even using it to slay a nascent soul high priest. Unfortunately, he encountered the even more powerful Sky Wanderer and was easily defeated. The demon corpse thus changed hands, and even his great foundation was snatched away. A moment later, Feng Yiang stepped onto the 9-tiered altar and stood 3 feet away from the desolate rhino. He bowed his head, quietly waiting. After waiting for about half an hour, Zhao Sheng, shrouded in radiant flames, suddenly emerged from the void and landed atop the desolate rhino. He looked down at Feng Yiang, who was not far away. "Sir, the list has been compiled. Please review it." Upon seeing the sir appear, Feng Yiang immediately bowed and pulled out a jade tablet from his bosom, gently tossing it into the air. Zhao Sheng reached out and took the tablet. His mind scanned the contents, instantly understanding them. Besides briefly observing the dozen or so newly joined giant and chief priests, his attention quickly shifted to a familiar name. Zhao Linzong. This Zhao family member, the most gifted in recent generations, was surprisingly ranked first among the 10 true disciples. The jade slip detailed his background, aptitude, cultivation level, age, and cultivation techniques. After reading it, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, a streak of invisible lightning piercing the void. Puff! Feng Yiang felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling violently. Blood gushed out of his mouth, splattering the yellow robe on his chest. He didn't bother to wipe the blood from his mouth, but fell to his knees, begging for mercy in panic. "My lord, please forgive me. My lord, please forgive me, HMPH, this is just a minor punishment. Don't try to be so clever again." Zhao Sheng tossed the jade slip back with an expressionless face, then instantly vanished into nothingness. Seeing his lord gone, Feng Yiang finally rose from the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. Then, his spiritual sense probed the jade slip and saw that Zhao Linzong's name had been demoted from the first rank of the true disciple to an ordinary inner disciple. Snap! Feng Yiang's face turned pale and uncertain. He was stunned for a moment, then slapped himself hard, feeling extremely regretful. This time, he was really stupid. From the Black King Peak down to the center of the earth, there is a vast and boundless sea of magma in the earth's core. A square, more than 100 feet long and wide, and about 3 feet high, a huge metal body made entirely of black tangen, was floating in the magma sea. The huge metal body was actually a huge hollow body. The interior was neatly divided into 9 layers, and there were a total of 1,000 closed tangen cells distributed above and below the 9 layers. At this time, waves of crying, groaning, begging for mercy, cursing, and all kinds of strange movements came from the tangen cells. Woo woo woo. Ha ho he. He, die, all of you, where is this? Let me out, he, I won't die, absolutely not. Woo woo, I don't want to die in hell, you old thief, Shianqiong, you are cruel and vicious, with no humanity. You will die under divine punishment in the future. Zhao Sheng emerged from the void and appeared in the middle of the metal corridor on the 8th floor. On either side were sealed metal cells. The cell doors were made of multiple layers of metal, and were covered with more than a dozen different seals. Their purpose was not to prevent the test subjects from escaping, but to prevent the bacteria from escaping the cells. That's right. This huge metal structure was essentially a large-scale testing ground. 1,000 tangent cells held a total of 1,000 test subjects, ranging from human monks to alien mortals, but without exception, they were all extremely evil. From the top to the bottom of the 9 cells, the number of test subjects decreased, and the cultivation level increased. The 8th floor held only 4 test subjects. The weakest was a fake Danzhunren, while the strongest was the old master of the Black King Temple, already halfway to the nascent soul stage, having reached the golden core great perfection stage. Zhao Sheng approached the door of a cell on the 8th floor's deepest chamber. He focused his spiritual awareness into a single beam, silently peering through the door and observing the test subjects within. Inside, an old man, his face ashen, lay stiffly on the ground. His body had largely crystallized, covered in clusters of crystals. Slender crystal pillars had broken through his flesh and taken root in the ground, like blooming crystal flowers. Despite this, the old man remained alive, even thriving. When Zhao Sheng's divine sense penetrated the cell, the old man seemed to sense it. He suddenly raised his head and cursed at the cell door. "You have committed countless evil deeds, and you deserve a horrible death. Kill me if you dare. How can you be a senior if you deliberately torture me? Can you, if you curse again, don't blame me for letting you experience the torture of true fire burning your soul again." At these words, the old man suddenly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Qin Yu was the old master of the Black King Temple. He had been captured by mistake and now became a pitiful experimental subject. Zhao Sheng's gaze was cold. After meticulously scanning the old man's body with his divine sense, he transmitted a voice. "Let me ask you, how are you feeling right now?" The old man gasped twice, his mouth emitting a puff of crystal sand. With a look of resentment, he spoke hoarsely. "1/3 of my internal organs have been crystallized, and my essence and blood have become over 50% crystallized. My soul is beginning to ache, and the erosion of my golden elixir is even more severe than it was 2 months ago. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for much longer." "Don't worry, you still have 17 or 18 years to live." As his divine sense wavered, a ball of dark green ancient poisonous flame descended upon the old man, rapidly burning his body. A sizzling sound. Every time the ancient poisonous flame licked the crystal cluster, grains of sand fell from its surface. The crystal pillar's luster quickly dimmed, as if its vitality was suppressed. A moment later, Zhao Sheng popped a Sheng pill into the old man's mouth. Seeing a hint of redness on his face, he nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the next cell. After spending 2/4 of an hour inspecting the 8th floor, Zhao Sheng moved on to the 7th. The cells on the 7th floor held not only humans, but also alien races and various demonic beasts and zombies, all of whom were stronger than the Foundation Establishment stage. Of the 27 test subjects, 8 Foundation Establishment humans were dying, and alien races like the Earth Python and Thunder Peng weren't much stronger. However, they were in much better condition than the demonic beasts. More than half of the 12 second-tier demonic beasts had fully crystallized, and the rest were barely hanging on. Only the zombies were in a different situation. This copper-armored corpse had only a very low degree of crystallization, yet the sinister aura emanating from it showed no sign of weakening. Since conducting infection experiments, Zhao Sheng had made numerous new discoveries, but most of them were observed with this crystallized copper-armored corpse. Combining his past life experiences with years of experimental observation, Zhao Sheng had fully grasped the characteristics of the void devil fungus. The second phase of the experiment, known as the alienation and selection experiment, is currently underway. The goal is to cause the void devil fungus to degenerate indefinitely, then undergo targeted alienation, select specific strains, and repeat the parasitism, alienation, and selection process once again. Zhao Sheng doesn't know if his plan will ultimately succeed. But in this life, he's determined to persevere with the void devil fungus. If 100 years isn't enough, then 300, 500, 1,000 years. After countless iterations of alienation and countless attempts at specific selection, he believes a satisfactory result will emerge. While this time may be long, and the final results may not be entirely satisfactory, he will persevere. After all, no matter how difficult it is it harder than overthrowing the laws of nature? The blood god's status is so high, he's almost a laws of nature. Ordinary methods cannot harm him, let alone completely eliminate him. From past lives to this one, Zhao Sheng has only seen one potentially effective method of annihilation, found in the void devil fungus. The first step to annihilating the blood god is to weaken him as thoroughly as possible. The Blood Soul Sutra is the key to this step. After a day of examining all the test subjects, Zhao Sheng quietly left the testing grounds. 3 years flew by. The endless courtyards of the hillside behind Black King Peak stretched from the summit to the foot of the mountain, and numerous high-spirited Wangyan sect disciples wandered through them. As the sun set in the west, a towering, muscular man, with arms strong enough to run a horse, hurried toward Spiritual Medicine Mountain. His handsome features, combined with his fair skin, betrayed a life of luxury. This man was none other than Zhao Linzong, a member of the Wangyan sect 3 years after entering the mountain gate. Zhao Linzong had successfully advanced from the 7th to the 8th level of key refining. This rapid progress should have distinguished him. However, the opposite was true. Among the inner disciples, his progress was not particularly rapid. Many were faster than him. Over the past 3 years, many had broken through multiple levels of key refining, leaping from the middle to the late stages, and even from the 7th to the 9th level. What's more, in just under 3 years, 13 key refining disciples successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage, becoming the envied foundation establishment priests. Of course, Zhao Linzong was also the envy of most key refining disciples, simply because he had a giant and grand priest as his disciple. It's a shame that Master has devoted himself to cultivation and hasn't given me much guidance yet. Fortunately, after becoming his disciple, I received the Zuinun Tenshu method, so my apprenticeship wasn't in vain, Zhao Linzong muttered to himself, his pace quickening. Before long, he had passed through numerous herb gardens and arrived at a ginseng garden northwest of Spiritual Medicine Mountain. Deep within the garden stood a blue stone house. In front of it, rows of half-man-high water vats filled with clear water lined the open space. At that moment, a gray-robed elder with a youthful face and white hair, looking energetic, was casting a spell in front of the water vats. A cloud of pure air curled up from the jar, condensing into a cloud of water that drifted over the ginseng field, transforming into a drizzle of spiritual rain that fell on the field, nourishing the ginseng. Seeing this, Zhao Linzong put on a sincere smile, stepped forward quickly, and shouted joyfully, "Master Yao, look what I brought you." He pulled a 3-layered food box from his Nikongayan, and the rich aroma of meat wafted from the box. The gray-robed elder twitched his nose and turned to look at Zhao Linzong, who had come to him on his own initiative, a look of slight surprise on his face. "Huh? This time it's Xiangxiang meat and 8 treasures duck, and a pot of century-old heavenly fire wine. You've spent a fortune today." The gray-robed elder stepped forward, snatched the food box, opened it, and smiled brightly. Chapter 428 The Evil Taste of Training. Woo-woo. Not bad, not bad. The fragrant meat is cooked soft, fragrant, crispy and tender, and topped with a heart-piercing and bone-eroding juming powder. It's really delicious and worth exposing. Zhao Linzong stood aside, watching Yao Lao feasting on the food with a smile on his face. But when he heard the word juming powder, his face changed instantly and sweat poured down. With a plop, he knelt down. "Yao Lao, I'm wronged. I definitely didn't put juming powder there. By the way, someone must be framing me." Zhao Linzong was extremely panicked and defended anxiously. Puff. The gray-robed old man. "Well," Zhao Sheng puffed out a piece of duck bone, with a sinister and terrifying smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and a line of water shot out and sank into Zhao Linzong's chest. Ah! Zhao Linzong's face suddenly became extremely distorted, and he felt that his muscles, bones, blood and flesh were violently twisted and deformed. An unimaginable pain suddenly came from his mind, and he rolled on the ground with his head in his hands. "Haha, little Zhuangzi, you are too stupid. You didn't even know that you were poisoned. If I didn't think you were still useful, I would have buried you in the ginseng field and used you as ginseng fertilizer." It's strange to say, obviously these are cruel and ruthless words, but when each word falls into Zhao Linzong's ears, the pain in his body will automatically subside a little. After Zhao Sheng finished speaking, the pain disappeared. After this painful experience, Zhao Linzong was frightened, and he also engraved the old thief's words into his bones, and he couldn't forget them even if he wanted to. "Get up, do you still want to play dead?" Zhao Linzong got up from the ground in fear when he heard this, and he didn't dare to look at Yao Lao in fear. At this moment, he didn't realize that his strong body seemed to be a circle bigger than before. Zhao Sheng threw away the wine pot at hand and asked lightly, "Have you done what I asked you to do?" "Well, it's done." Song Yan and Feng Yilou both admitted their mistakes. This is their hush money. As he said that, Zhao Linzong hurriedly took out 2 nakang seals from his bosom and handed them to Yao Lao. Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand to take the nakang seal, took a casual look at it, and threw one back. "This one is a reward for you. Use your brain more next time and work hard for me in the future, and I will naturally give you a share of the benefits. Of course, if you can kill me, all the things I extorted will belong to you. I just ask if you dare." Hearing this, Zhao Linzong was sweating profusely, and hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No, young master, I absolutely don't dare." Zhao Sheng was really full of evil taste. He actually frightened a burly man like a young wife. This old ancestor was unmatched. Zhao Linzong was filled with regret and fear at this moment. 3 years ago, he was found by the old thief and had to do some shameful things for him. Extortion and other things were just child's play. He had even done several murders and treasure stealing in secret. In order to complete the tasks ordered by the old thief, he was in danger several times and almost died several times. Fortunately, he always turned danger into safety and killed the enemy in the end. Zhao Linzong was not afraid of killing people, but extortion and frame-up really made him scratch his head. What was even more infuriating was that most of the benefits were swallowed up by the old thief, and he only got a little bit of the clear soup, but the price was that he was regarded as a thorn in the eyes of many fellow disciples. Zhao Linzong racked his brains but could not understand how an old man who was in charge of the ginseng garden could know the secrets of so many people, including 2 high priests in the foundation building realm. After these past few years, Zhao Linzong had grown increasingly awed by the old thief, finding him moody and unfathomable. Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow, tossed a booklet to Zhao Linzong, and calmly instructed, 200 miles away in the Black Canyon lies the abandoned mansion of a wandering cultivator. You have half a month to retrieve the treasures within. Now, get out." Zhao Linzong turned around and fled out of the ginseng garden as if he had been pardoned. Looking at the figure fleeing in panic, Zhao Sheng shook his head secretly, feeling that the task of training future generations was a long way to go. He had 2 backup plans for Zhao Linzong, so he was not afraid that the kid would die accidentally. He just felt that Zhao Linzong had good qualifications, but his brain was not very flexible, so he had to be honed and tested more. Like this time when he went back to explore the ruins of the casual cultivators, Zhao Sheng had let 2 late-stage key refining disciples get the same map by chance. These 2 whetstones should be enough to make Zhao Linzong suffer. Alice, this ancestor of his, was worried about his descendants. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng suddenly disappeared from the spot without a trace. Half a year later, ginseng garden, huh? You kid actually practiced a blood soul sutra secretly. Zhao Sheng poked Zhao Linzong's dantian under his abdomen with an expressionless finger. A flash of light appeared, and Zhao Linzong twitched with pain all over his body. The spiritual power in his body boiled violently like boiling water. The spiritual power vortex that was originally stained with a layer of blood was washed countless times by some invisible force in an instant, and it returned to its light blue color. I told you that the Blood Soul Sutra is hidden with dangers and must not be practiced. How dare you ignore my words? Zhao Linzong got up from the ground with a pale face, and muttered inaudibly, everyone can practice it, why can't I practice it? The old thief is too nosy. He thought Zhao Sheng couldn't hear him, but he didn't know that the person in front of him was an old monster. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, his brows knitted, and he slapped Zhao Linzong on the head and scolded, I said you are stupid, and you are really stupid. How can there be such a good thing in this world? I only see their cultivation levels increasing rapidly, but I don't see their lifespans being drastically shortened. Even their souls cannot be reincarnated after death, ultimately becoming food for others. Hearing this, Zhao Linzong shuddered out of habit. He knew that practicing the Blood Soul Sutra would shorten his lifespan, but he didn't know that it also prevented his soul from being reincarnated after death. Long after the publication of the 5 Hells Reincarnation Sutra, the concept of reincarnation had gradually been accepted by the Huangshan sect, becoming increasingly popular. As an inner sect disciple, Zhao Linzong was naturally deeply influenced and held a deep reverence for the concept. Oleo, everyone in the sect practices the Blood Soul Sutra now. If you say so, why haven't the higher-ups stepped in to ban the practice of this evil practice? Zhao Linzong asked, a sudden flash of inspiration coming to his mind. He, let alone the Huangshan sect, even across the entire netherworld realm, how many people haven't practiced a Blood Soul Sutra? Why do you think those nascent soul cultivators and even the transformation god true lords haven't stepped in to stop it? There's a lot at play here. Your cultivation is too shallow. Don't dwell on those trivial matters. Just listen to what I say and do it. Zhao Linzong was secretly shocked when he heard this, and his opinion of the old thief was once again raised. Before, he boldly guessed that the old thief was most likely a demon who had infiltrated the Huangshan sect to avoid disaster, and his cultivation level was at least above the foundation establishment stage. Now it seems that there is more than that. Perhaps he is a giant and demon who is rampant in the world. As for the nascent soul, Zhao Linzong didn't even think about it. How could such a legendary being live in such a remote garden in secret? Not to mention that our sect's ancestor Qiang is a grandmaster of the late nascent soul stage. How could he allow a nascent soul demon to hide under his nose? As Zhao Sheng said, 99% of the cultivators in the Dark Night realm also practice the evil method of the Blood Soul Sutra. This is a classic case of bad money driving out good. Why does this happen? Putting aside the hidden instigation of those nascent soul high priests, after all, the benefits of essence blood pearls tend to flow to the highest echelons. Simply put, the widespread cultivation of the Blood Soul Sutra is entirely beneficial to the Blood God. As the heavenly way, the Blood God naturally rewards such behavior. Over the millennia, the proliferation of Bloodway cultivators is undeniable. This is true not only in the Netherworld realm, but even more so in the Netherworld realm, where much of the Blood God's remaining consciousness has fallen. After repeatedly warning Zhao Linzong not to reveal his secrets to anyone, Zhao Sheng, as usual, rewarded him with a bottle of ginseng spirit pill, gave him 2 tasks, and waved him off. As Zhao Linzong left the ginseng garden with mixed feelings, Zhao Sheng appeared on the 9-tiered altar of the Black King Cave. Feng Yiong had been waiting there for a long time. In just a few years, the Huangshan Temple Master, once considered second only to the Emperor, had aged dramatically. The Huangshan sect's power was expanding rapidly, and its existing resources were far from sufficient to meet demand. This led to a brutal and bloody culture of competition within the sect. While openly fighting each other, disciples disappeared daily in secret. Even with this minor incident, Feng Yiong wouldn't age so quickly. As factions within the sect became increasingly distinct, the 10 giant and chief priests became increasingly aggressive, even eyeing his position as acting leader. Feng Yiong had to maintain balance, suppress those with ambition, and strive to complete his master's orders. This was the main reason for his overwhelming anxiety and exhaustion. Zhao Sheng was well aware of Feng Yiong's difficult predicament and the chaotic and dire situation of the Huangshan sect. But he didn't care. Both Feng Yiong and the Huangshan sect were merely tools. If the Huangshan sect was destroyed, it could be easily rebuilt. If Feng Yiong was overthrown, the victor would take power. As long as he lived, nothing could be done under his control. My lord, the supply reserves have reached 80%, and the army has been mobilized in place. We only need to wait for your order, and the army will rush into this Hulang Lake area at the fastest speed. But, Feng Yiong hesitated, as if he had something to hide. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and with a wave of his robe sleeve, a palm-sized, pitch-black wild rhino roaring order flew into Feng Yiong's hand. The high priest of the River Otter people is not a concern. I will temporarily let you command the Black King. I will give you 3 years to seize the 5,000 miles Hulang Lake for the human race. In addition, try to capture the River Otter priest alive. I have other uses for him. Your order's my life. Even if I die, I will complete your order and return victorious in the end. Feng Yiong bowed and shouted with a pious face. Well, go down, as you say, my lord. I will take my leave first. Feng Yiong bowed and exited the Black King cave, fondly stroking the Black King's token in his hand. His heart surged with confidence, and he immediately began to plan how to seize this opportunity to subdue the troublemakers within the sect. A month later, the tribes of the Skyfire Plains suddenly launched a joint attack. Within a single day, 1 million elite troops stormed into the western Hulang Lake area. Prior to this, numerous human monks, led by the Huangshan sect, had also raided the largest River Otter tribe in Hulang Lake half a day earlier. That day, Feng Yiong, full of vigor, commanded the corpse of the Hanshan wild rhinoceros to descend from the sky, scaring away the severely injured River Otter high priest. As the two tribes engaged in battle, the human side quickly gained the upper hand. The River Otter were initially caught off guard, then suffered a series of defeats, with many tribes successively overrun by the human race. Because the human race initiated the war, the situation in the eastern part of the 9 demon continents suddenly shifted. Alien races such as the Thunder Pang, Earth Python, and Ghost Fox near the Skyfire Plains dispatched numerous spies to infiltrate the battlefield and gather intelligence on the conflict. Meanwhile, the nascent soul high priests of several tribes were acting in a secretive manner, some even sneaking into Black King Peak to personally investigate. Some, however, remained skeptical. Therefore, Zhao Sheng secretly intervened to appease the 2 uninvited guests, forcing them to leave with generous gifts before allowing them to depart unscathed. Just as the war intensified, the Black Tangent testing ground deep within the Earth's core began receiving new batches of test subjects. 1,000 cells were insufficient, forcing Zhao Sheng to urgently construct another large-scale wind and fire copper testing ground. Wind and fire copper and Black Tangent are both excellent materials for crafting the hulls of boundary spacecraft. They are not only incredibly hard but also excellent at isolating spiritual energy. With the arrival of the dark night season, the world was plunged into darkness, the weather turned cold, and due to the rampage of demons and ghosts, the war between the human race and the River Otter people was temporarily suspended, waiting for the next daylight season to resume. In the second month of the dark night season, the world was silent, everything covered in ice and snow. A faint red halo enveloped Black King Peak, and the temperature on the mountain remained above freezing. Zhao Linzong stood anxiously by, waiting for the old thief to speak. Haha, the excellent Zuinun Tenshu method has reduced you to this state. What a waste of such a superior method, Zhao Sheng squinted at him with a playful sarcasm. But, old Zhao Lao, I did practice diligently, but who knew that something went wrong while I was practicing? Now the meridians are so far off course, but it doesn't affect me at all. What's going on? I don't understand. Zhao Linzong's face was full of innocence. Boy, I'll teach you a lesson. You don't see any abnormality now, but when you build your foundation, you'll see its power. As he spoke, Zhao Sheng spread out his hands and made a bang shape with his mouth. Bang! Your spiritual power will go out of control and be blown to pieces. Are you scared? Scared? Yao Lao, help me. Zhao Linzong was so scared that he knelt down quickly. The ancients said that a real man can bend and stretch. He knelt countless times in the past few years, and this time is not a big deal. Here, I have an unnamed secret technique in my hand. Take it back and think about it carefully. If you can practice it to the great success level, maybe I can save your life. After speaking, Zhao Sheng took out a piece of dark blue crystal from under his butt and threw it into Zhao Linzong's arms. Really, Zhao Linzong was a little skeptical. In the past few years, he has been cheated more than once. If it weren't for his good fortune and good luck, and if he couldn't turn disaster into blessing, I'm afraid the weeds would cover his grave now. Chapter 429, Spiritual Baby Embryo. Zhao Sheng smacked him on the head and snapped, Fool, of course it's true. Have I ever lied in all these years? You haven't, but, it's always better to be cautious. Zhao Linzong hesitantly put away the crystal plate, feeling as if he'd been tricked again. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly smiled and said calmly, Since you've accepted the gift, you must help me. There's a true disciple named Chongli who has a fragment of an ancient method called the Heavenly Corpse Form Substitution Method. Go get it from him and give it to me. The mission will take no more than 2 years. Do you understand? Yes, 2 years. If you exceed the deadline, you'll be punished, Zhao Linzong replied weakly, as if he had wilted. Over the years, he'd always felt the mission was too difficult to complete and had tried to refuse, but in the end, he always obediently completed the old thief's task. Now, he didn't even bother to argue and simply accepted the task without a second thought. It's good that you know how powerful I am. Get out of here. Hearing the old thief's call to get out, Zhao Linzong instantly soared into the distance as if hearing a divine voice. He swung out a colorless water sword, stepped on the flying sword, and instantly soared into the distance. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and suddenly disappeared from his position. Boom! Deep within the sea of fire at the center of the earth, a massive bubble of fire, as huge as a mountain, slowly swelled to its fullest extent before suddenly exploding. A rumbling sound echoed over the molten sea of fire, and a vast amount of poisonous smoke filled the air, instantly stirring up a murky sea of fog for hundreds of miles. Waves of molten lava and fire surged in all directions, the aftermath reaching thousands of miles away. The golden cube cage floating above the sea of fire suddenly trembled slightly, twice, 3 times. Above the cage, Zhao Sheng, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Two flashes of lightning suddenly pierced the darkness, piercing 100 feet away. He stretched his body, and the next moment he suddenly appeared outside the door of Cell D on the 6th floor testing ground. His spiritual consciousness expanded like light, silently seeping into the cell. Inside, a river otter, his body chubby as a ball, his nose prominent, was coughing violently, spitting blood from his mouth. The blood sprayed onto the ground, spreading out in a large area, a terrifying dark red. Dots of crystal sand dotted the pool of blood, emitting a faint fluorescent light. Test subject Ing-7 has been infected with a 34th generation of mutant bacteria, with a crystallization degree of 22%. The test subject has successfully advanced to the 3rd stage of infection. The blood crystallization degree is 0.9%, and vitality has decreased by 1 point compared to half a month ago. The crystallization rate of bones and muscles has slowed significantly. The genetic characteristics of the bacteria are stable, and directed iterative mutation continues. Zhao Sheng observed for half a minute, skillfully recorded the experiment, and then went to the next cell. Subject Ing-11 committed suicide. Eliminate all traces immediately. Subject Ing-13 is infected with a 36th generation. The strain divides faster than other mutant strains, the crystallization characteristics are significantly weakened, and the blood crystallization rate is acceptable. The 36th generation strain is currently undetermined. An instant stick later, Zhao Sheng appeared on the 7th floor. Subjects Bing-1 and Bing-2 have lost consciousness. The crystal clusters have penetrated deep into their brains, and their spiritual energy has completely crystallized. The 26th generation strain has been eliminated immediately. Subject Bing-6 is in good condition, with a crystallization rate of 36%, far below average. It is suspected that his body has some resistance to the devil fungus. Close observation. Half an hour later, they descended to the 8th floor. Only 3 subjects remained on this floor. Each subject was more important than the previous 7. Therefore, Zhao Sheng observed them more carefully and patiently. Please kill me. Stop torturing me. I am living a life worse than death. The once unruly old temple master had now become a pitiful creature desperate for death. His body was riddled with holes, his features obscured by dense skeins of crystal threads. 7 or 8 crystal vines sprouted from his eye sockets, and clusters of crystals spread throughout his body. Crystal pillars broke through his chest, abdomen, and limbs, growing vigorously and intertwining with each other, forming a crystal tree with countless crystal threads dangling down, its crown like a twisted peak. The trunk was thicker than a thigh, and its roots split into dozens of branches, deeply piercing vital points throughout his chest, abdomen, and head. Despite this, the old temple master remained alive. Test subject number 1 has a crystallization degree of 86%, with his flesh, blood, and bones crystallizing to 93%. His golden elixir is completely crystallized, and his soul is showing crystallized characteristics. Compared to the original devil fungus, the 2nd generation strain has a 60% lower infection intensity, a 4-fold slower corrosion rate, and a 72% lower spiritual energy assimilation rate. The results are confirmed. The devil fungus is extremely well adapted to a high spiritual environment. After completing the experimental records, Zhao Sheng, as usual, gave test subject number 1 a Sheng pill to forcibly stimulate his vitality. Then came test subjects number 2 and number 3. It took a long time before Zhao Sheng reached the 1st floor. The cells here were filled with immortals. Human number 17, infected with a 36th generation of bacteria, imprisoned for 10 days, crystallization degree 1%, no obvious abnormalities so far. Human number 18. Human number 25, infected with a 36th generation of bacteria, imprisoned for 10 days. In the spiritually neutral environment, there are no physical abnormalities. Preliminary confirmation, the devil bacteria cells transplanted into mortal body appear to have entered a hibernation state. Predicted cause, the spiritual energy in mortal bodies is minimal, and the cells lack spiritual stimulation, thus entering hibernation. Control group, human number 33 subject number 33 has died, crystallization degree 73. Confirmation, in a high spiritual environment, the bacteria are extremely active, the mortal body crystallizes extremely quickly, and has no resistance. Direction of bacterial mutation, continue to weaken the harmfulness of the mutant bacteria, human number 71. Time flew by, and the dark night season passed unnoticed. The daylight season arrived, and the twin suns rose once again to the zenith, bathing the earth in blazing sunlight. On the second day of the daylight season, the war between the human race and the river Oderman erupted once more. The 7,000 Li's Hulang Lake region was ablaze with flames, and tens of thousands of lives were brutally slaughtered daily. As the war raged, the number of monks on Black King Peak dwindled. Many key refining practitioners, led by foundation-building priests, fled to the battlefield thousands of miles away. Zhao Linzong also hoped to use the war between the two tribes to temporarily escape Yao Lao's control. However, several times, despite having already set out, unexpected events occurred. In the end, everyone else left, but he remained. After much despair, Zhao Linzong resigned himself to his fate and could only lament Yao Lao's extraordinary skills and profound magical powers. Black King Cave, 9-story platform. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged in midair, his hands forming hand seals. Streams of magical rainbow light shot forth, landing in a golden fire 30 feet in diameter in midair before finally sinking into a foot-long, warm jade ruai. The jade ruai's surface was inlaid with 7 brilliant, star-like crystal diamonds. It was the 7-star ruai, the key to the Grand Cross boundary formation. The 7-star ruai rose and fell within the fire, its subtle divine consciousness, guided by the radiant light, gradually infiltrating the ruai, slowly refining the obscure imprint of the world. An unknown amount of time passed before 7 dazzling beams of light suddenly erupted from the surface of the 7-star ruai. They flashed and vanished, quickly merging into the void. Zhao Sheng's eyes shone brightly, and he formed a strange seal with his hands, shouting, "Collect!" Before he could finish his words, the 7-star ruai shrank dramatically, transforming into a stream of light that instantly flew in front of Zhao Sheng. With a flick of his sleeve, he instantly gathered it into his sleeve. 5 years of refinement, today's achievement. For a moment, Zhao Sheng felt a surge of joy. But quickly, he collected his thoughts, and with a flicker of his body, he vanished from the Black King Cave. The next second, he was in a fire cave. The fire cave was only a few hundred square meters. The rock walls were inlaid with top-grade spirit stones. Around the spirit stones, a dense, intricate, and shimmering array pattern formed a third-order Vajra earth formation. At this moment, in the air above the fire cave, the golden crow true fire transformed into a vast sea of fire, burning silently. A perfect golden sphere slowly swirled above the fire, and the golden crow true fire erupted into 1,000 tongues of flame, remarkably licking the Maori golden essence above. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, his mind shifting slightly. He saw the white gold 1,000-flame cauldron rise from the depths of his danshan, flashing through the void and shooting up into the sky above the cave. As his divine consciousness shifted, the golden crow true fire, consuming the Maori golden essence, twisted and suddenly contracted into a fiery python. It flew back to the 1,000-flame cauldron, then swiftly burrowed into a 1,000-year-old fire diamond within the cauldron. A faint white light emanated from the 1,000-flame cauldron, enveloping the descent of the Maori golden essence. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly shone with divine light, and a vast divine consciousness surged from his brows like a tide, filling the entire fiery cavern. The 1,000-flame cauldron trembled slightly and suddenly began to spin at breakneck speed. As it spun, it emitted layers of white light, causing the Maori golden essence to spin rapidly as well. In an instant, 2 fire diamonds within the 1,000-flame cauldron erupted with flames, one golden and one black. The black flame of the dead soul and the golden crow true fire simultaneously emerged from the diamonds and rushed into the cauldron's central fire orifice. Under Zhao Sheng's immensely powerful divine consciousness, the 2 opposing true fires of heaven and earth collided with a resounding roar. Buzz, wisps of gray light burst forth from the center of the explosion, instantly coalescing into a chaotic gray glow. In an instant, the white light emanating from the 1,000-flame cauldron was transformed entirely into a strange gray light. The gray light permeated the air, plunging the void into absolute darkness wherever it passed, as if completely devoured by a black hole, or as if all things were obliterated by a mysterious force, losing all sense of existence. The gray light was extremely unstable, existing for only a moment before abruptly vanishing. Combining numerous experiments from past and present lives, Zhao Sheng knew full well that the power of the chaotic gray light was terrifying. It seemed to possess the mystical property of annihilation. Almost everything in heaven and earth would be annihilated by the chaotic gray light, with few exceptions. The only difference was the speed of annihilation. Zhao Sheng even suspected that if the gray light persisted a bit longer, it might even obliterate the great Dao. At this moment, a large section of the fire cave's dome vanished, and a faint scratch appeared on the surface of the Maori golden essence. However, this scratch quickly vanished, and the Maori golden essence returned to its previous perfect state. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up with ecstasy. Spirituality? Spirituality. After feigning death for so long, something finally revealed its true colors. This golden essence of the Maori sun, after floating in the vast sun for eons, had miraculously developed a hint of spirituality. That's why it strives to maintain its perfect state, remaining unmoved and impervious to all forms of refinement. So it's a divine object, Zhao Sheng exclaimed, overcome with joy. You know, any inanimate object that develops spirituality represents an unrepeatable miracle, a sign of immense good fortune. If such a divine object were given the opportunity to continue growing, there's a slim chance that, after eons, it could give rise to an innate spiritual treasure, rivaling a true immortal in rank. However, achieving such a treasure is incredibly rare, practically impossible. Typically, it evolves into a self-contained primordial spirit, comparable to true God or return to the void, and far more powerful than ordinary spiritual treasures. Of course, this golden essence of the Maori sun, with only a hint of spirituality, is a million miles away from becoming an innate spirit. Because it prematurely left the great sun environment, it had lost its chance and its hope of further evolution. Zhao Sheng was so excited because this divine object could be considered a treasure embryo, possessing the potential to grow into a spiritual treasure. Generally speaking, a magical weapon possessing 9 divine prohibitions is the limit. Ancient treasures above this level are merely slightly more powerful than ordinary top-grade magical weapons, with more mysterious and unique functions, but they are essentially the same. A spiritual treasure is a level higher than a magical weapon. Other aspects are self-evident. Spiritual treasures, because they possess spirits, can recognize their masters and cannot be refined by outsiders. Furthermore, a spiritual treasure can harbor 1 or more divine prohibitions. Divine prohibitions are the embodiment of a specific great principle and are extremely helpful for nascent soul cultivators to ascend to the divine transformation stage. The 7-flame fan, the most precious treasure of the Earth Flame Palace, is also a spiritual treasure, but it only has the form, and its divine prohibitions are incomplete. It is said that success and failure are both due to it. Because of the 7-flame fan, no divine transformation master had ever emerged from the generations of ancestors of the Earth Flame Palace. The spirit of the Maori golden essence was newly born, still naive and ignorant, and instinctively feared everything outside. Therefore, even Zhao Zunjing, with his keen eyesight, had overlooked this divine relic. That it now fell into Zhao Sheng's hands was truly fate. After a moment, Zhao Sheng's smile faded, and he reached out to capture the Maori golden essence, then carefully released it into a specially reserved Nakung seal. With a thud, the 1,000-flame cauldron transformed into a stream of light, sinking into his danshan. A moment later, the figure in the fire cave vanished. In the 6th year of the war between the two tribes, most of the 7,000 miles Hulang Lake had been occupied by humans. The river otters were losing ground, forced to rely on Hulang Lake for a last-ditch resistance. The war had entered a stage of stalemate and insecurity. In the past 2 years, Zhao Sheng has issued numerous decrees and offered lucrative bounties, spurring the Huangshan sect to flock out in force, gathering rare treasures across the land. Zhao Linzong also successfully achieved great perfection of key refining 3 months ago. Now, he's toiling away on one task after another for the top-grade foundation establishment pale in Yao Lao's hands, living a miserable life. Over a decade has flown by. This year marks 5 years since the end of the war between the two clans, and 4 years since Zhao Linzong became a foundation establishment priest. During the dark night season of that year, Feng Yiang, the acting leader of the Huangshan sect, suddenly passed away. The sect was thrown into chaos, with the 10 golden elixir priests forming alliances, each aiming for the position of acting leader. Finally, Dao Zan, the patriarch of the Golden Blade tribe, became the lucky winner, promoted to acting leader by the Sky Dome patriarch 2 weeks later. On the 8th day of the 7th month of the 2nd month of the daylight season, a gigantic bird with wings draped across the sky, a dragon-headed, elephant-bodied body, suddenly broke through the thick clouds and swooped down at top speed towards the summit of Black King Peak. Chapter 430 Wangzu's Birthday. My lord, the envoy from Wangzu has arrived at the temple, bearing an invitation. Within the Black King Cave, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, his face as sharp as a knife and his demeanor sullen, quietly approached the 9-tiered altar and bowed, transmitting a message to the upper echelons. Zhao Sheng, seated cross-legged atop the head of the Hanshin wild rhinoceros, slowly opened his eyes. A glint in his eyes, like lightning, pierced the void before him, lingering for a long time. "Oh, an invitation so soon." Zhao Sheng stretched his body, then lightly flew down from the platform, landing in front of Daozan. He murmured, "Wangzu is the only true lord of transformation on the continent. We must show him some respect. Let's go. I'll meet the envoy in person. My lord is wise." The middle-aged man in the yellow robe was Daozan, the current acting leader. His ancestors were of the Dao Yinfeng lineage, and logically, Zhao Sheng's bloodline also flowed through his veins. This was the most important reason Zhao Sheng deliberately promoted him to the position of acting leader. After a while, Zhao Sheng gracefully flew into the Gesi Hall in the back mountain and sat on the central throne, quietly resting his eyes. A short while later, Daozan led a tall, slender figure into the hall from outside. The newcomer's features were delicate and pure, her skin rosy, her eyes clear as emerald, and her emerald green hair, a testament to her identity as a member of the Tree Charm clan. The green-eyed woman bowed gracefully and said softly, "Be linger, agreed Master Xiangqiong." Zhao Sheng opened his eyes, waved his robe sleeves, and said calmly, "No need for formalities, Master, the Wangzu's birthday is approaching. By order of the old master, I have come to present an invitation to you to Huangling Peak for the grand ceremony." The green-eyed woman then pulled a fist-sized, shimmering jade-white spirit bead from her bosom. A hazy mist enveloped the bead, with strands of light like willow catkins drifting through the ethereal air. Zhao Sheng was immediately astonished upon seeing this object, thinking to himself, what a generous act. They'd actually chosen to write this message using the mysterious spirit of the universe. As his thoughts flashed, he unconsciously reached out to seize the spirit pearl, toying with it in his hands. His tone softened, "Since it's Wangzu's birthday, I will personally attend. When you return to report to Taoist fellow King Kong, please convey a message from me. I look forward to meeting him in a year. I will be sure to deliver your message, sir," the green-eyed woman replied humbly. "Daozan, I will present a small gift and then escort the envoy out of the mountain." "All right, you may depart, as you command." "I'll take my leave." Daozan bowed and accepted the order, then led the green-eyed woman out of Gesi Hall. After the two men left, Zhao Sheng toyed with the spirit pearl in his hand, slowly sinking into deep thought. Ancestor King Kong is the nascent soul of the Tree Charm clan, serving Wangzu 2,000 years ago. Today, he is one of the few late-stage nascent soul grandmasters in the Nine-Demon continent. Notably, Ancestor King Kong is a rare exception among the nascent soul grand priests. Perhaps due to his unique bloodline, he has never practiced a blood soul sutra. Zhao Sheng's desire to meet Ancestor King Kong is naturally to see if he can win over a comrade. Ancestor King Kong has reached the 9th level of nascent soul cultivation and faces the critical hurdle of the spiritual transformation stage. Faced with a threat of the blood god Heavenly Dao, Zhao Sheng doubts that Ancestor King Kong is not extremely anxious. Although Wangzu is a true lord of the spiritual transformation stage, his situation is unique and cannot be generalized, nor can his advancement experience be used as a reference. This is because Wangzu is from the Mountain Spirit clan. As special creatures born and raised by nature, mountain spirits have no specific form and cannot reproduce freely. Mountain spirits are extremely rare, with only a few hundred members in the entire clan. However, the clan boasts over 10 great mountain spirits possessing the combat power of the nascent soul realm. Furthermore, while these mountain spirits remain in the world, upon emerging, they rival even those at the foundation establishment stage. Afterward, even after a casual sleep of 1,000 or 800 years, their magical powers soar, their average combat power surpassing even that of ordinary giant and cultivators. It's fair to say that the Mountain Spirit clan is the most formidable race in the netherworld. Naturally, mountain spirits are inherently quiet, spending the vast majority of their time slumbering within their territories, rarely venturing out to cause trouble. Consequently, they are a peaceful race. Since ancient times, tree spirits have favored the patronage of mountain spirits, and the tree spirit clan's current status is largely due to their protection. In a previous life, Zhao Sheng had traveled with the tree spirit clan's elder, King Mu, for decades and considered himself familiar with their temperament. Therefore, he felt somewhat confident in winning over the King Kong patriarch. "Alice, the road ahead is long." With a sigh, the figure in Gesi Hall vanished without a trace. August of the daytime season, underground fire cave. Boom. A roar echoed, and a hazy gray light instantly enveloped an area of 3 meters, then vanished in an instant. A faint scar appeared again on the surface of the Maori golden essence. Not far away, Zhao Sheng's eyes were calm. With a flick of his right sword, wisps of the purest and most refined innate golden essence transformed into strands of airflow and adhered to the surface of the Maori golden essence. In an instant, these innate golden essences, fused with divine consciousness, were easily absorbed by the Maori golden essence. Looking at the golden sphere that had returned to its perfect state, Zhao Sheng let out a confident smile. So what if it had spirituality? How could it defeat humans, who are known for their wisdom? To compensate for its losses, the Maori golden essence instinctively absorbed the innate energy, and unknowingly absorbed Zhao Sheng's divine consciousness as well. Boom! Another chaotic gray light flashed, and the essence of the Maori golden essence was once again annihilated. Strands of innate golden essence flowed through, seamlessly merging into the Maori golden essence. This process of destruction and repair had been repeated thousands of times. At this moment, Zhao Sheng could faintly sense that the Maori spirit's wariness had diminished considerably, becoming more friendly, even occasionally emitting a faint, muzzling tremor. As the saying goes, whoever feeds you is your mother, so, Zhao Sheng had truly been a good nurse. Now, his ambition was completely fueled by the Maori golden essence. How could a mere top-grade magic weapon satisfy his ever-expanding desire? A spiritual treasure was Zhao Sheng's ultimate goal. Although refining a spiritual treasure took an extremely long time, and even failures far outnumbered successes, Zhao Sheng could afford to wait and endure the failures. If a spiritual treasure embryo were refined into a top-grade magic weapon, it would be a sheer waste of natural resources. After a day and a night, the accumulated innate golden essence was completely consumed. Zhao Sheng collected the Maori golden essence, stepped out, and instantly vanished from the fire pit. Half a month later, in the ginseng garden in the back mountain. Medicine Master, my family recently sent me a message, asking me to return home. What do you think? Zhao Linzong said, gazing anxiously at the slender figure half reclining on a recliner. Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow, opened his eyes, glanced at him, then slowly closed them again, humming lazily with a nasal hum. What did him mean? Did he agree or disagree? Seeing this, Zhao Linzong was almost paralyzed, secretly cursing the old thief for his inhumanity. Bang! Ouch! A hard object slammed into Zhao Linzong's head, causing him to cry out in pain. Picking it up, he discovered it was a palm-sized jade talisman, within which a golden cloud of fire flowed endlessly. I'll give you this little find I picked up on the road the other day. I'll have something for you to do when you get back. Hey, I get it. You're truly capable of finding even talismans. Zhao Linzong smiled broadly as he put away the jade talisman, his thumbs raised high, though a hint of sarcasm slipped through his lips. He could only maintain his stubbornness, a barely contained defiance against Yao Lao, daring not to sit still for even a moment longer. Get out. Before I get angry. Hearing this, Zhao Linzong habitually shrugged, his waist half bent. Hey, Yao Lao, you rest. I'm leaving now. Zhao Linzong happily departed, unaware that the talisman he held wasn't a golden core talisman, but a nascent soul talisman, 100 times more precious. Once activated, this talisman unleashed a blazing fire that burned across a 10-mile-long expanse, reducing everything below the nascent soul stage to ash. As the sun set, Zhao Sheng rose from his recliner and, with a single flip of his hand, a supremely fine spirit stone appeared in his palm. He clasped a top-grade spirit stone in his hands and placed it at his danshin, in his abdomen. He channeled his magical power, and a cloud of light enveloped his palms. A surge of spiritual energy flowed like water into his danshin's ki, quickly being refined into the purest nascent soul mana. Half a day later, the top-grade spirit stone suddenly cracked softly. Zhao Sheng sighed softly, opened his eyes with regret, and waved away the now depleted spirit stone. Since reaching the middle nascent soul stage, his cultivation progress had plummeted again, moving at a snail's pace, completely devoid of the thrill of his earlier, continuous strength gains. A single top-grade spirit stone would often be consumed within half a month. Today, Zhao Sheng's income was running out, and he had fewer than 2 top-grade spirit stones left. Only through personal experience could he truly grasp the difficulty of nascent soul cultivation. Top-grade spirit stones were already incredibly scarce. And with such a slow rate of advancement, it's no wonder there were so few even in the late nascent soul stage, let alone those who reached the level of transformation. Alice, No wonder my fellow Daoists are always busy gathering Zuining from the outer world. They're forced to do so. It seems we'll have to bring our trip to the divine ruins forward significantly, Zhao Sheng pondered, then stood up and suddenly transformed into a streak of light, descending towards the Huangshan temple atop Black King Peak. Spring gave way to autumn, day and night alternated. In early July of the following year, the sun rose high in the sky. On this day, the Huangshan temple atop Black King Peak suddenly flung open its main gates, and spirited teams of yellow-robed priests filed out. Moments later, the square in front of the temple bustled with activity. Daozan, leading the 6 giant and chief priests, stood at the front of the crowd, solemnly awaiting the Lord's arrival. About an incense stick's time passed. A vast black flame, like a tidal wave, rose from the mountain behind, rolling in. Amidst the swirling flames, a massive creature loomed. When the Hanshan wild rhino soared over Black King Peak, a ferocious, bloodthirsty, and overwhelming pressure followed, overwhelming the Huangshan cult as if carrying a mountain. They trembled and nearly collapsed. "Welcome the Lord," Daozan led the way by kneeling. Behind him, the giant and priest and the dense crowd of Huangshan cult members hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. "The supreme divine power is unparalleled, and may you live forever." Zhao Sheng stepped on the wild rhino's head, his expression neither happy nor angry. He said indifferently, "No need for formalities, everyone, rise." His voice was neither loud nor low, but it reached everyone clearly. Although he disliked mobilizing large forces, as the leader of a sect, he had to show the proper pomp and ceremony. This was essentially the same principle as the saying, "The emperor regards the 4 seas as his home." His prestige cannot be enhanced without grandeur. After a short while, a luxurious palace, adorned with carved jade railings and a dazzling brilliance, slowly descended onto the back of the Hanshan wild rhino. 2 giant and priests, a man and a woman, each leading a team of distinguished male and female disciples, soared into the air and filed into the palace. "We respectfully wish the Supreme a safe journey and all the best." Amidst the resounding cheers of countless Huangshan disciples, the Hanshan wild rhino suddenly roared to the heavens. Black flames beneath it rapidly expanded, transforming into a 1,000-foot-long flaming cloud, which lifted its massive form and soared into the sky with seemingly slow, yet swift, speed. In a flash, the dark, radiant cloud plunged into the depths of the sea of clouds, hurling away with lightning speed. The western part of the 9 Demons continent is extremely high and rugged, also known as the Western Wild Plateau. It stretches 100,000 miles and is sparsely populated. Huangling Peak, situated at the junction of the Western Wild Plateau and the Central Basin, is one of the 9 Demons continent's ancestral peaks, the source of the Kingshill River, the continent's main water system. Huangling Peak rises no more than 1,000 feet, its slope gently sloping. Numerous exotic trees and plants grow on the mountain, and magical herbs abound. 1,000 miles of spiritual energy surround the peak, densely packed with ancient and untamed forests. Towering trees and exotic beasts abound, and countless creatures thrive within the sacred mountain and forest. One day, a thick, solid cloud, nearly 100 miles across, loomed over Huangling Peak. Above the shimmering clouds, spiritual palaces loomed, ethereal music emanating from within. Pure and charming women wandered between the palaces, offering countless rare and precious fruits. Suddenly, a ball of black flame materialized from the eastern sky, barreling towards them at incredible speed. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, roar. With a sudden, earth-shattering roar, the mountain-like, towering form of the mountain-shaking wild rhino slammed down onto the shimmering clouds, shaking them violently. Countless long, deep cracks appeared in an instant, then closed in the blink of an eye. As if displeased with the visitor's swagger, a cold snort emanated from a nearby magnificent palace. HMPH, this was followed by a surge of powerful divine consciousness. Just as this unfamiliar divine consciousness enveloped the mountain-shaking wild rhino, poised to intimidate the newcomer, a gentle laugh suddenly emanated from the rhino's back palace, echoing everywhere. An even more powerful divine consciousness soared into the sky, instantly crushing the attacking alien divine consciousness. Haha, which fellow Taoist has the leisure and refinement to meddle with a foolish corpse beast? As the words left his mouth, a flash of light appeared, and Zhao Sheng, clad in a magnificent golden robe, suddenly appeared above the wild rhino. He stood with his hands behind his back, slowly unleashing a mighty divine consciousness comparable to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. It surged outward, spreading across 100 miles. A second later, he retracted his divine consciousness, just in time to see a stunningly beautiful woman with green hair and a blue robe, graceful and elegant, fly out of the palace and approach with a warm expression. Is this the Taoist fellow Xiangqiong, the mighty one of the continents? I'm sorry for not welcoming you earlier, Zhao Sheng smiled gently, saying, I don't deserve the title of mighty one. Taoist fellow King Kong, there's no need to be so polite. It was indeed my fault for being so rude earlier, haha. Taoist fellow Xiangqiong is truly humble. Please follow me. Our fellow Taoists in the Wanshao Hall have long been curious about you and eager to witness your presence. Patriarch King Kong smiled softly and extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Taoist fellow King Kong, please go first. Zhao Sheng gently soared into the air, following the stunning woman, and slowly flew towards the Wanshao Hall. Chapter 431, How much spiritual stone is face worth? The Wanshao Hall appeared to be a magnificent palace, but when Zhao Sheng followed the King Kong Patriarch through its doors, he was astonished to discover that the interior was 100 times larger than it appeared from the outside. At first glance, the hall's interior resembled a spiritual cavern stretching hundreds of miles. Spiritual clouds swirled below, and a myriad of flowers clashed in vibrant colors within the clouds, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Above, the sky was hazy and profound, with a faint glimpse of a teeming starry sky, casting a bright, soft light, illuminating the spiritual realm. What particularly caught Zhao Sheng's attention were the rows of lush, verdant, and leafy ancient dragon-scale trees, scattered throughout the spiritual realm, each about a mile apart. The canopies of the dragon-scale trees stretched out flat, their branches interwoven into a crisscross pattern, forming a natural altar. When Zhao Sheng entered, some of the altars were already occupied by nascent soul ancestors, each appearing imposing and composed. Fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, your seat is still up ahead. Please follow me. Patriarch King Kong turned and offered Zhao Sheng a gentle smile. Thank you, Zhao Sheng said with a slight nod. Side by side, the two flew deeper into the spiritual realm, passing ancient dragon-scale trees along the way. From the surrounding altars, gazes of scrutiny, curiosity, and indifference crossed their path. Of course, no nascent soul cultivator dared to probe with their divine senses, as this would be a deliberate provocation. Zhao Sheng noticed that the deeper he went into the spiritual realm, the taller and older the surrounding dragon-scale trees grew, their spiritual energy becoming richer. Similarly, the nascent soul ancestor atop the altar grew increasingly enigmatic, towering and majestic. 2 breaths later, Patriarch King Kong led Zhao Sheng to atop an ancient dragon-scale tree, 100 feet tall, and directed him to take a seat on the altar. Zhao Sheng thanked him and, in a flash, took a seat behind the jade table. As soon as they took their seats, a stream of pure, lovely, green-eyed beauties flew from the treetops onto the altar, offering a variety of rare fruits, spiritual wines, and delicacies. Finally, they presented an incense burner emanating a wisp of purple aura. The moment Zhao Sheng took a whiff, his mind and spirit felt instantly refreshed, his thoughts vanishing. It's purple spirit fat. Truly extravagant, Zhao Sheng was secretly astonished. Purple spirit fat is a premium grade secreted by the 1,000-year-old purple spirit tree. When ignited, the pure energy it emits has the miraculous power to dispel inner demons, enlighten the spirit, and enhance spiritual awareness. The influence of the pure purple spirit aura upon any realm breakthrough increases the success rate by 10 to 30%, even for those reaching the Dan level and infant stage. This goes to show how precious purple spirit fat is. However, the Dark Night realm only has 1,000-year-old purple spirit tree, and it grows on the hillside of Huangling Peak. Because of Wangzu's protection, no one in the world, save the Shumi clan, dared approach the purple spirit tree within 100 miles, let alone obtain even a sliver of the purple spirit fat. For Wangzu's 9,000th birthday, the Shumi clan had expended considerable effort. Zhao Sheng had witnessed countless grand occasions. And after a moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. Glancing around, through the hazy clouds, he could see 12 more platforms ahead of his own. Only 3 people sat on each of these 12 platforms. A quick glance revealed a glimpse of the situation. These 3 were all 8 nascent soul grandmasters, each extremely formidable. One of them, the arrogant old man with a hooked nose and wings, was none other than the Leipeng Patriarch, whose cultivation was at least at the 7th level of the nascent soul. Although Zhao Sheng had never met the other 2 grandmasters, judging by their appearance and demeanor, he quickly determined that one of them was from the Xianhuang continent, known as the Giant Crow Prime Minister, and hailed from the Jiuai clan. The last, however, was an old friend from the Netherworld realm, a late nascent soul guardian of the Shyandao sect. Zhao Sheng's gaze immediately caught the attention of the three. Feng Ziqi's eyes flickered, a few flashes of blood in his pupils. He looked at the strange Yuanying in the golden robe below him, and inexplicably felt a sense of disgust. He just couldn't get enough of that person. Feng Ziqi was very surprised. He had never seen that person before, so why would he be so disgusted by the sight? At this thought, a friendly smile appeared on his face, and he sent a telepathic message. I am Feng Ziqi, a special envoy of the Shyandao sect. I have come to celebrate Wangzu's birthday. May I ask your name, Taoist friend? Zhao Sheng's heart trembled at the words. He didn't know what had gone wrong to arouse their curiosity. So you are a Taoist from the Shyandao sect. I have long heard of you. I have long since abandoned my ordinary name. My current Taoist name is Xiangqiang. I come from a small, unknown sect in the eastern part of the continent. I cannot compare to your sect's fame in both worlds, Zhao Sheng said calmly, nodding and smiling. Alice, heroes are not judged by their origins. In my opinion, fellow Taoist Xiangqiang must have reached the late stage of cultivation. I believe I know a thing or two about every fellow Taoist who has reached the late nascent soul stage. But why have I never heard of fellow Taoist before? Feng Ziqi's eyes sparkled, a hint of curiosity playing across his face, as if asking casually. Zhao Sheng blushed, then spoke calmly. I have devoted myself to diligent cultivation, having practiced in the divine ruins for 1,000 years and having been absent from the two realms for a long time. Fellow Taoist Feng, I'm not surprised by my reputation. Oh, is that so? I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiangqiang to be such a dedicated cultivator. My apologies, Feng Ziqi said thoughtfully, his eyes fading. Zhao Sheng, unwilling to pay attention, bowed again, a look of apology on his face, and then closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, Feng Ziqi gave Zhao Sheng a deep look, then averted his gaze, his mind mulling over something. A moment later, Zhao Sheng's thoughts shifted, and he suddenly felt a malicious gaze directed at him. He snapped his eyes open and turned to look. Over 30 miles away, atop an ancient dragon-scale tree, Hete, the high priest of the river otter tribe, glared at him fiercely, his gaze brimming with hatred. Noticing his presence, the elephant-like river otter ancestor withdrew his gaze, not bothering to even glance at Zhao Sheng. He was a victim, no wonder. Zhao Sheng found it amusing. This river otter ancestor was truly formidable, despite having suffered countless casualties and even been driven from this Hulang Lake area. Hete, a coward, had watched helplessly as another of his own ancestors fled, gravely wounded, yet he dared not personally intervene. Now, he dared to glare at him with hatred. Who had given him the courage? Zhao Sheng glanced around the seats around him and saw his old friends on the platform. Suddenly, he realized that several of his defeated opponents had joined forces. Zhao Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly, not taking these scheming individuals seriously at all. Senior Xiangqiang, you're here. I had a hard time finding you. Just then, a voice of surprise rang out from afar. Zhao Sheng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a human Yuanying, clad in azure armor and shrouded in azure light, rapidly approaching. It landed on the altar, quickly walked over to the jade table, and sat down. After sitting down, Mobili raised his hand to pour himself a glass of spiritual wine, raised his head and drank it all, then wiped his mouth generously and shouted, "It's refreshing. Bihukai Ongjiang is worthy of being one of the top 10 spiritual wines in the world. It really makes people linger." Zhao Sheng stretched out his hand and pulled the wine pot back to his side. He couldn't help but laughed and scolded, "You drunkard, why don't you stay in your seat and come to me to ask for wine? You deserve a beating. If you want to hit me, feel free to hit me on the head. But after that, this pot of Bihukai Ongjiang will belong to me." Mobili took the initiative to stretch his head over, with a look of recklessness on his face. "Haha, you're dreaming. If I really beat you up, the responsibility of protecting the human race will fall on my head. I won't do business that loses money. It's just a pot of spirit wine. Take it and get out quickly, so as not to stay here and annoy people." Mobili turned a deaf ear to him, poured away the wine pot happily, but suddenly slammed the table and sighed. "Alice, Senior, you don't know. It was too difficult for me to support our tribe alone before. Fortunately, Senior's magical power has been greatly improved and he returned to this world in time. and he opened up a new 7,000 miles of territory for the human race with one move. It is really a great contribution. Alright, Zhao Sheng suddenly interrupted him and said in a bad tone, don't say nonsense. Are you trying to extort money again? Hey, the one who knows me must be senior. I'm a little short of money recently, so I want to borrow a few top-grade spirit stones from you. No, not even one. Looking at Zhao Sheng's decisiveness, Mobile rubbed his face, and suddenly he sent a mysterious telepathic message. Senior, have you heard? Many Yuanying fellows from the Xianwei sect will also attend Wangzu's birthday celebration. Wait a minute, maybe you will see a lot of old acquaintances. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, he looked at Mobile deeply, and sent a calm message back. I don't have any spirit stones, only 2 4th-level low-grade treasure talismans. Do you want them? Of course. Mobile slapped his thigh, licked his face and smiled. If the 4th-level talisman is used well, it can seriously injure the Yuanying. Such a rare treasure, how can I not want it? Zhao Sheng took out 2 thumb-sized misty talisman beads from the bottom of his sleeve, threw them into his arms, and then waved his sleeves to welcome the guest. Hurry and leave, or I'll change my mind. Alright, I'm leaving now. But before I go, I must tell you something, Senior. Wuxiu Mushroom, mother of the Corpse Mushroom clan, has sent me a message, ordering our human race to stop expanding. Otherwise, we'll face the full force of the Corpse Mushroom clan. Oh, why didn't Wuxiu Mushroom mother go directly to Black King Peak, but sent it through you? Who knows what those perverts are thinking? Maybe they just saw I was close. With that, Mobile stood up, then leaped into the air, disappearing into the distance. Zhao Sheng lowered his eyelids, his mind clear as a mirror. It seemed Mobile was suspicious of him. Indeed, the sudden appearance of a stranger, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, would have been cause for concern for anyone. Furthermore, the human race on the 9-demon continent was weak, and with only Mobile, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, to hold the fort on his own, they couldn't withstand any major disruption. But Mobile might have assumed he was from the Nether God realm, and he probably had no idea he was from the Heavenly Pillar realm. In reality, the Ghost God and Dark Knight realms held different attitudes toward the Xianzhu realm. The Dark Knight realm lacked direct communication with the Xianzhu realm and, naturally, remained aloof from the conflict. Furthermore, this realm and the Ghost God realm had long engaged in acrimonious relations. Consequently, the divine transformation in nascent soul ancestors of the Dark Knight realm adopted a wait-and-see approach, never interfering in the conflict between the two realms. Zhao Sheng closed his eyes in thought, silently strategizing the various possible scenarios. The worst-case scenario was being identified and forced to flee. With his divine skill, phase shift, Zhao Sheng was unafraid of pursuit. His only concern was Wangzu's attack. He wasn't sure he could escape. As Zhao Sheng pondered his strategy, one nascent soul ancestor after another arrived at the Wanshao Hall and took their seats on the treetop altar. Before the grand event began, these nascent soul ancestors, who rarely saw each other, approached their old friend to exchange pleasantries and engage in lively conversation. At this moment, the River Otter clan's patriarch Wu Tao quietly sent a message to several fellow comrades who shared his plight. Soon, Wu Tao, accompanied by the Ghost Fox and Earth Python patriarchs, approached Patriarch Lei Peng. With a few words, and seemingly some profound promise, he managed to persuade the proud Patriarch Lei Peng. Suddenly, a flash of lightning shot up into the sky. After reaching midair, it gently curved and instantly traversed 3 miles of space, landing on the altar where Zhao Sheng stood. The lightning faded, revealing the cold and arrogant face of Patriarch Lei Peng. Zhao Sheng, as if aware of this, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed directly at him, his gaze piercing. At this moment, Wu Tao and the other two also arrived, landing behind him one after another. Fellow Taoist Lei Peng, please take a seat, Zhao Sheng said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the three. Haha, that's unnecessary. I have other important matters to attend to and can't sit still for long. After saying this, Elder Lei Peng changed the subject. I'm here only to act as a peacemaker. Your human race has seized the Otter tribe's territory without any reason, which is unethical. Of course, it's unrealistic to ask you to withdraw completely. But for my sake, Xiangqiang, how about you redemarcate half of Zhulang Lake and give it to the Otter tribe? Half of Zhulang Lake is over 3,000 miles of territory. You think you can take it away with just a word from you, Lei Peng? You're calculating too much? How much spirit stones can a mere favor be worth? Zhao Sheng sat still, sneered fearlessly. This is the One Shao Hall, where Yuanying are gathered. He didn't believe Lei Peng would dare to violate the taboo and attack in public. Seeing this, Elder Lei Peng's eagle eyes flashed with a fierce light, but he suppressed his anger and said sinisterly, "It seems that my favor is not great enough. Since that's the case, I'll simply buy you a drink as an apology." Before he finished speaking, Elder Lei Peng's body flashed with lightning, and with a wave of his hand, he threw a thin crystal jade wine cup. The crystal cup, barely an inch tall, flew levelly towards Zhao Sheng. As it flew, a vast burst of lightning emanated from the cup. The lightning enveloped the cup like water, and with a roar of thunder, it surged toward Zhao Sheng with the force of the mountain and sea. Seeing this momentum, Zhao Sheng snapped his fingers, and a stream of golden sparks shot out of thin air. The sparks actually pierced through the lightning and sank into the cup. Bang! Clusters of golden flames suddenly expanded from the cup, instantly matching the lightning's intensity. The crystal jade wine cup suddenly hovered in midair, motionless. The surrounding void distorted and blurred, and a spiritual storm roared, yet it was contained within 3 feet of the cup, not leaking a single drop. The two extremely powerful divine thoughts used the wine glass as a battlefield and collided and clashed countless times in an instant. Thunder and fire intertwined and continuously evolved into various Dharma images and true spirits, but they were all quickly destroyed until the vision of a great rock soaring across the sun appeared. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, Ground. HMPH, Elder Lei Peng's expression was grim, his eyes blazing with divine light, piercing the air before disappearing in a flash. The next moment, the miniature rock, over 10 feet tall, suddenly spread its wings and condensed into a streak of crimson blue lightning. It pierced the great sun's Dharma image and expanded into a crystalline lightning net, sweeping down, seemingly aiming to capture the sun in one swoop. At that moment, a chilling look crossed Zhao Sheng's eyes, his mind racing. He saw the miniature sun plummeting, instantly plunging into the crystal cup. Dazzling flames filled the cup, dispelling all the lightning within. Elder Lei Peng's expression suddenly stern, and his hand from beneath his sleeve formed a lightning seal. Above the crystal cup, the lightning rock reappeared, its claws and wings firmly grasping the cup's walls, a mental storm sweeping down. But in the next second, the blazing crystal cup resisted the lightning rock, inch by inch, charging towards Elder Lei Peng. Crack! Thunder and fire intertwined, cracking the crystal jade cup's surface with dense cracks, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. Seeing this, Wu Tao and the other 3 alien Yuanying cultivators' expressions changed slightly, and they exchanged glances. They wanted to secretly aid Lei Peng, but Patriarch Lei Peng was always arrogant and conceited. If they tried, they might only end up making matters worse. Furious and embarrassed, Patriarch Lei Peng might even blame the 3 for meddling. Just then, a graceful figure suddenly appeared on the altar. 2 fellow Daoists, please stop for now. Before she could finish her words, a slender, tender green vine suddenly emerged from thin air, rapidly expanding 100-fold to a dragon-scale vine as thick as a bowl and over 3 feet long. The vine twisted and coiled, emitting a vast expanse of watery azure light that permeated the space between the thunder and fire. Boom! A tide of azure light spread, and Lei Peng and the flames vanished, instantly reducing the crystal cup to dust. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, and the divine thoughts he had released were instantly repelled. Seeing Patriarch King Kuang appear, Zhao Sheng immediately subsided, bowing slightly to him and saying gently, "I'm sorry for disturbing fellow Taoist King Kuang with such a trivial matter. I'm truly rude. I deeply apologize." Patriarch Lei Peng, having lost face in front of everyone, couldn't help but vent his anger. "King Kong, I just wanted to treat this fellow to a round of drinks. Why did you suddenly intervene?" "Lei Peng, are you questioning me?" Patriarch King Kuang's eyes flickered, his expression calm, but his tone chilled. Patriarch Lei Peng's expression froze, and he looked up, meeting a pair of indifferent green eyes. A single glance extinguished all his resentment, and harsh words rose to his lips, but he couldn't utter them. He seemed to feel so humiliated that he couldn't stand it any longer. Elder Lei Peng snorted coldly, not even glancing at the 3rd Patriarch Wu Tao. His figure suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished into the distance. Seeing this, The three patriarchs looked at each other in bewilderment, quickly covering their faces with their long sleeves, and fled. At this moment, Mobili, who had just reached mid-flight, happened to witness the three men's hasty escape. He immediately stopped, his eyes rolling, and without a word, he flew back the way he had come. On the altar, Zhao Sheng watched the three men leave, then shook his head slightly. Turning to Ancestor King Kong, he bowed and smiled, saying, "Thank you, fellow Taoist King Kong, for rescuing me just now. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble later, fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, there's no need for that. Even if I didn't take action, I'm afraid Lei Peng wouldn't be able to do anything to you." Zhao Sheng shook his head, his face solemn, and said, "It's not that I'm afraid of Lei Peng, but I don't want to cause trouble for the human race. The Lei Peng are a nomadic tribe, their members are brave, arrogant, and have extreme temperaments. And the Peng people are the most mobile of all the other tribes. If they deliberately invade human territory, ordinary tribes will be unable to deal with these bandits. Fellow Taoist, you've been very thoughtful. It's indeed not appropriate to anger the Lei Peng barbarians over such a trivial matter." Ancestor King Kong frowned slightly, her expression thoughtful. At this moment, her eyebrows suddenly moved, and a smile appeared on her face. "Well, another fellow Taoist has arrived. Fellow Taoist, please sit down. I apologize for my impoliteness. I need to go and greet the other nascent soul Taoists. Business is more important. Fellow Taoist King Kong, please go ahead. I have wine and food, perfect for me to enjoy." A flash of green light passed, and the stunning beauty vanished in an instant. Zhao Sheng sat back at the J table, looked around, and continued to search for a suitable companion. However, he only wanted to be alone, unaware that the brief exchange had already been observed by all the nascent soul ancestors in the Wanshao Hall. Seeing him vying for the upper hand against Elder Lei Peng, many nascent soul ancestors simultaneously became interested, eager to meet this newly promoted Grandmaster. "Greetings, Senior Xiangqiong. I'm Du Jack, Junior Quan Shu." "Greetings, Senior Xiangqiong, fellow Taoist Xiangqiong. I'm Luo Sam from the Heart Fox clan. Recently, a human giant with dual earth and wood spiritual roots broke into our ancestral mountain and was captured by me. After the Wangzhu birthday celebration, please take him back, old Mu Fangping from the Divine Ruins. Greetings to the Grandmaster." Divine thoughts converged from all directions. Zhao Sheng saw this and responded to each one, simultaneously communicating with the nascent soul ancestors. Time slowly passed, and most of the treetop altars in the Wanshao Hall had been occupied. A rough count revealed over 100 nascent soul cultivators, with 14 in the late nascent soul stage alone. The majority were in the middle nascent soul stage, with only 9 in the early nascent soul stage. Their identities and status were exceptional. It could be said that the Wanshao Hall currently held 90% of the Nether Night Realm's high-level combat power. If all these nascent soul ancestors perished, the Nether Night Realm would suffer immense hardship and chaos, potentially becoming a colony of the Nether God Realm. Besides the invitations, there was another reason for the gathering of so many nascent soul ancestors. On the birthday, Wangzhu would personally appear and perform a ritual for the cultivators. This grand opportunity was extremely rare in both realms, and no one wanted to miss it. However, ordinary early nascent soul cultivators could not even receive Wangzhu's invitation. They were ineligible to enter the Wanshao Hall, and thus, naturally, missed out on this opportunity. With 7 days remaining until the birthday, the Wanshao Hall had become the Nether Night Realm's most prestigious venue for communication and trade. This rare opportunity presented itself, and the nascent soul ancestors eagerly offered their treasures to trade with their fellow cultivators. During this period, the nascent soul ancestors of the Shumi clan actually became brokers and information peddlers, raking in a fortune. The Blue Sky ancestor was undoubtedly the busiest, acting not only as a go-between to mediate conflicts between different clans, but also as a peacemaker, defusing the feuds between the nascent soul ancestors. As both the host and a top-tier grandmaster of the 9th stage of the nascent soul, her status second only to that of the true Lord of Transformation, she held immense prestige. Therefore, she was uniquely qualified to act as a go-between. While the immense profits and favors earned by her actions were undeniable, the primary reason was that, following Wangzhu's orders, she diligently maintained peace in the Netherworld realm, uniting the vast majority of high-level combatants to resist the relentless invasion of the Netherworld realm. Senior Xiangqiong, I'd like to trade for a longevity elixir. How would you like to negotiate? A low-grade elixir can extend life by 3 years and requires only 5 top-grade spirit stones. A mid-grade elixir can extend life by 10 years and requires 10 top-grade spirit stones or 5 strands of celestial mysterious essence. If it contains traces of the law, only 3 strands are needed. As for the top-grade elixir, which can extend life by half a decade, there are only 3, so it must be exchanged for celestial mysterious essence. For a minimum of 3 strands of celestial mysterious essence, if it contains traces of the law, the price is half. Finally, the highest bidder wins. Zhao Sheng said this with great skill. Senior Xiangqiong, although I don't have any celestial mysterious essence, I do have many rare treasures, such as a 3,000-year-old unborn flower, a 1,000-pound piece of star constellation divine iron, a bottle of myriad spirits blood and soul that can extend life by 8 years, and also, a blue-faced, frivolous alien Yuanying whispered in a dark voice. Zhao Sheng listened to the blue-faced Yuanying describe his bargaining chips while dealing with other guests. After a moment, Zhao Sheng shook his head slightly, flatly rejecting the other party's exchange request. Seeing this, the blue-faced nascent soul's expression was extremely grim. However, he couldn't defeat a grandmaster, so he naturally couldn't force a deal. So, after pleading for a long time, he saw the other party's hard and had to leave the altar in despair. At the same time, 2 nascent soul ancestors also left, satisfied. Zhao Sheng was pleasantly surprised, and felt that his method of using ancient peaches to refine the longevity elixir was truly brilliant. In the Ghost God and Dark Knight realms, the vast majority of nascent soul ancestors also practiced a Blood Soul Sutra, and thus lost a lot of lifespan. Although both realms also had longevity items such as the myriad spirits blood and soul, their longevity effect was almost negligible after repeated use. So, when Zhao Sheng presented the longevity elixir, many nascent soul ancestors quickly flocked to it. Over the next few days, as the reputation of the longevity pill spread, Zhao Sheng's altar became a bustling place, with a constant stream of nascent soul ancestors seeking him out. Zhao Sheng profited handsomely, but this also attracted the attention of many nascent soul ancestors. However, no one dared to easily offend a grandmaster of the same rank whose power was unknown. Even if someone dared to plot against him, he would show them what a counterattack meant, what it meant to hide a wall. Zhao Sheng's bid was exorbitant. Only a few nascent souls could afford 1 or 2 low-grade longevity pills. Trading for a mid-grade pill would bankrupt a nascent soul ancestor. As for the high-grade longevity pill, Zhao Sheng was even more reluctant to offer it, with only 2 late-stage grandmasters successfully trading for one. Upon hearing about the longevity pill, Fang Ziqi finally couldn't sit still and rushed to his door. Fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, I have 3 strands of celestial mysterious ying, totaling 4.5 centimeters. Can I exchange them for a top-grade longevity pill? Sorry, we're out of top-grade pills. We still have 2 mid-grade pills. Fellow Taoist Fang, why don't you exchange them for a mid-grade one? Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he whispered back. Fine, mid-grade is mid-grade. Fang Ziqi's expression shifted. After a moment's deliberation, he nodded firmly, his expression resolute. He then produced 3 blank, top-grade spirit stones, each containing a seal of celestial mysterious ying, and waved them towards Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng waved his sleeves, collecting the spirit stones, and a milky white pill bottle shot towards Fang Ziqi's face. Fang Ziqi's eye twitched, and he snatched a flying pill bottle away, carefully placing it in the Nakung seal at his waist. The transaction was complete, but he didn't leave. Instead, he continued to transmit a message. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiangqiong is interested in selling the recipe for the longevity elixir? Our sect will offer a price that will absolutely satisfy you. He didn't mention himself, but instead used the words "our sect." His determination to acquire the item was clear. But who would sell a laying hen? Zhao Sheng, of course, bluntly rejected the other party's unreasonable demands. Even though Fang Ziqi offered many tempting offers, manuscripts, mystical transformation techniques, and treasures to ward off disasters, Zhao Sheng remained unmoved. This man had ulterior motives, and no matter how good his offers were, they were like flowers in the water or the moon in the well, he wouldn't trade honestly. Fang Ziqi spent half an hour wasting his time, but ultimately his efforts were in vain, and he was forced to leave in frustration. While Zhao Sheng was making a fortune, 7 days passed unnoticed. One day, the sky was clear and the air was crisp. The forest below Huangling Peak was ablaze with color, and a myriad of flowers bloomed. In the Hall of Allahs, Nearly 100 nascent soul ancestors had returned to their seats, their expressions solemn and their eyes lit with anticipation. As the twin suns reached their zenith, the spiritual clouds lingering beneath the Hall of All Laws suddenly dissipated, revealing a clear and tranquil sky. Directly beneath the Hall of All Laws, the unremarkable Huangling Peak loomed. However, at this moment, this ancestral peak of the continent began to take on a mystical power. Rumble. The earth trembled incessantly. And Huangling Peak seemed to awaken, its mass beginning to tremble slightly. As countless pieces of earth and rock tumbled down, a vast expanse of dark yellow earth energy suddenly surged from the peak's summit, instantly transforming into a boundless dark yellow cloud that surged into the sky, obscuring the heavens and blocking out the sun. The Hall of All Laws bore the brunt of this impact, as the rolling dark yellow earth energy filled the entire spiritual realm. An indescribably heavy and majestic aura of antiquity permeated the air, descending simultaneously upon each nascent soul ancestor, weighing them down like a mountain. Rumble. A series of increasingly dull rumblings echoed from the depths of the earth. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng's expression changed, a look of horror in his eyes. Huangling Peak was incredibly growing. 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. In just a quarter of an hour, Huangling Peak, once barely 1,000 feet high, suddenly soared from the ground, becoming a towering, imposing peak stretching 10,000 feet. Its summit jutted directly into the Hall of All Laws, revealing a small section of the mountain, its bare earth and rock clearly visible. At that moment, Zhao Sheng's heart rang with the sound of shattering rock. The next moment, like everyone else, his face was filled with shock. Two narrow cracks, 100 feet long, had suddenly appeared on that mountain surface. Behind these cracks, two enormous, grayish-white stone eyes appeared. These eyes gleamed with wisdom, exuding a cold, sacred aura. From afar, they looked like a mighty deity gazing down upon a host of tiny beings. That's right. This feeling couldn't be wrong. At that moment, Zhao Sheng was utterly shocked, for he had uncovered a startling truth. Wangzhu, no, the mountain spirits were actually born earth gods. Earth gods are very similar to the various gods of the netherworld, both great and small, possessing some degree of celestial authority. However, while gods can be human, demonic, or even zombie-like, the earth gods remain under the control of the celestial Dao. This is due to the different circumstances of the celestial Dao in the netherworld and the dark night realms. The celestial Dao in the netherworld is under the powerful erosion of the blood god, leaving it vulnerable. In the dark night realm, on the other hand, the celestial Dao prevails, rendering the blood god powerless. Thus, both fragments of the celestial Dao fell to the mortal world, both wielding a modicum of celestial Dao authority. Yet one became an uncontrolled god, while the other was a mountain spirit born and nurtured by nature. Mountain spirits are, in essence, specialized beings of the earth god type. Ah! Suddenly, two screams echoed from afar. Two nascent soul ancestors, before the eyes of the crowd, exploded with a piercing burst of blood. A blinding burst of light erupted, only to be instantly washed away by the profound earth energy. Zhao Sheng could vaguely discern two blood-colored phantoms darting out from the glow, but they could only hold out for a moment before being submerged by the earth energy. Chapter 433 Group. The sudden self-detonation of the two nascent soul elders caused a commotion within the hall. However, the commotion quickly subsided, and the nascent soul elders remained solemn, not daring to question Wangzhu's actions. Some powerful grandmasters, such as Feng Ziki and Lei Peng, had a glimpse of the situation, instantly realizing that the two unfortunate individuals had unknowingly become puppets of the blood god. Whether in the nether god realm or the dark night realm, the existence of blood god puppets was an absolute taboo. While everyone knew this, few dared to even mention it, especially the almighty blood god son, a nightmare for countless nascent soul cultivators. Zhao Sheng's pupils narrowed slightly, and he felt a hint of joy. Judging from Wangzhu's actions, the mountain spirit clan, represented by Wangzhu, must be hostile to the blood god, which was why they had so easily crushed the two small insects. Zhao Sheng sat on the altar, observing the unfolding situation. At that moment, a mighty roar suddenly erupted from the mountain, reverberating throughout the Hall of All Laws, shaking the hearts and minds of all nascent soul ancestors, their spirits resonating. Amidst the roar, Zhao Sheng was horrified to sense a vast, boundless spiritual wave, as vast as the ocean, descending upon the world in an instant. Zhao Sheng's mind drifted, his consciousness mingling with the roar, as if merging with this vast, ocean-like spirit. In this trance, An unimaginable scroll unfolded before Zhao Sheng's mind. He seemed to see mountains rise, rivers change their course, rain, snow, wind, and frost lash out incessantly. He also imagined a seed breaking through the earth, sprouting, spreading its stems, its robust roots drawing strength from the earth, growing with all their might, until it became a towering tree. Time flies, time flies. Long years seemed compressed into a fleeting moment. After countless cycles of withering and flourishing, the great tree eventually withered, decayed, and enriched the earth. One day, a seed broke through the earth again. Tremor, tremor. The vast earth trembled constantly, its strata constantly cracking, rising, sinking, and shifting. Canyons, mountains, hills, and plains were formed by the tremors, and then destroyed by them. Countless images, both grand and subtle, emerged in Zhao Sheng's mind. At the same time, he inexplicably sensed that the world seemed to be wailing, angry, fearful, struggling, and crying for help. An unknown amount of time passed. The vast spirit receded like a tide, and Zhao Sheng suddenly fell from his highest spiritual level, his consciousness returning to his mind. Shocked, he opened his eyes abruptly, just in time to see the ecstatic smile on the face of the nascent soul patriarch on a nearby platform. At that moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly realized that the strength of his spiritual consciousness had increased by at least 10%. Simultaneously, his understanding of the earth and wood elements, life and death, and tremors had also greatly improved. Wangzu's recitation was truly mysterious and unfathomable, resembling a transmission of Dharma through the primordial spirit, somewhat reminiscent of the Buddhist initiation technique. At some point, Wang Lingfang had vanished from the Hall of Allahs, and clouds once again enveloped the spiritual realm, obscuring the sky below. Haha, the shackles that have been plaguing me are finally loosening. Within 3 years, I will surely break through to the 4th level of the nascent soul. Long live Wangzu. My spiritual wounds have healed in an instant. Haha, I've realized it, if it weren't for Wangzu's recitation, how could I have imagined the cycle of life and death to be so simple and understandable? Wangzu is so selfless, I deeply admire him. The nascent soul ancestors, having regained their composure, expressed their joy, and the atmosphere in the Hall of Allahs grew increasingly lively and cheerful. It was clear that everyone had gained greatly. Observing the scenes around him, Zhao Sheng collected his thoughts, counted on his fingers, and was slightly surprised. Only then did he realize that an entire day had passed without him noticing. A moment later, the nascent soul ancestors hurriedly left the Hall of Allahs, each finding a nearby unused palace. They spontaneously retreated to digest their insights. Zhao Sheng was no exception. Half a month passed in a flash. As each nascent soul ancestor emerged from retreat, the palace complex atop the 100-mile spiritual cloud quickly became a social scene. Waves of celestial music drifted from the depths of the palaces, and numerous glamorous women flitted in and out, offering a variety of spiritual wines and delicacies, carefully serving each nascent soul ancestor. Wangzu's performance concluded, but it didn't mark the end of the event, rather, it marked its climax. This was the prime moment for the nascent soul ancestors, their inspiration overflowing, eager to exchange Taoist teachings with fellow Taoists and validate their learning. Consequently, no nascent soul ancestor would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As a newly promoted Grand Master, Zhao Sheng naturally attracted many fellow Taoists to visit him, seeking to exchange Taoist teachings, build friendships, or at least become acquainted. Zhao Sheng welcomed every fellow who came to visit him, chatting and laughing with him. During each social interaction, he was also secretly selecting suitable candidates. One day, in the Truffle Hall, several Yuanying ancestors sat cross-legged in a harmonious atmosphere. Zhao Sheng was among them, and sitting opposite was the elegant and easygoing Yanmo ancestor. Besides the two of them, there was also a thin old man with a pointed head and rat-like eyes. The old man had a very vulgar temperament, and his small, bean-sized eyes rolled around, full of cunning glint. Fellow Taoist Zion Kong, what do you think? Zhao Sheng asked calmly, looking at the rat-eyed old man. I know a little about the 7-star spiritual realm that Senior Shangqiang mentioned, but I didn't expect that this spiritual realm would go deep into the Black Abyss. The Black Abyss is too dangerous. Although I have been in Shangsu for many years, I dare not go deep into it easily. Having said that, the rat-eyed old man Zion Kong rolled his eyes and said with a sly smile, why don't I let this old man think about it for a few more days? How about I give you a reply after careful consideration? Zhao Sheng listened without any expression, and said with a smile, "That's good. After all, a forced melon is not sweet." After a moment, the rat-eyed old man hurried away. When there were only two people left in the hall, a stern look suddenly emerged on the face of Patriarch Yama, and he shouted fiercely, "HMPH, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Xianquang is too slippery and is not a good candidate. Brother Xiangqiang, why don't you find someone else? I think fellow Taoist Binglun is a good choice." Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered and he shook his head and said, "Xianquang is the ancestor of the Guanshu clan, and his innate magical powers are very unique. He can be said to be the most proficient Yuanying ancestor in this world who is proficient in breaking the ban. In addition, this person has been exploring the Shangsu for hundreds of years and is very familiar with the environment. Having him join will save a lot of effort." After a moment of hesitation, Patriarch Yama said decisively, "Xianquang is the most greedy guy. He is making excuses like this, probably because he wants to get more benefits." Zhao Sheng smiled and said, "That's better. As long as it's not too excessive, just agree to it. With you and me here, this person can't do anything wrong." "That makes sense, then choose him." Patriarch Yama thought so too, and immediately changed his mind. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng added, "Including fellow Taoist Jiu Ming, we're still short of a Grandmaster of Formation. Does fellow Taoist Yan Mo have someone in mind?" Upon hearing this, the old ancestor Yan Mo's eyes lit up with surprise, and without hesitation, he said, "Fellow Taoist Huo Feng from the Asking Dao sect is obsessed with formations. If he heard about the cross-boundary teleportation formation, he would definitely join without hesitation." "Huo Feng? But he's the formation enthusiast known as One Thought, 100 formations." Zhao Sheng's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately asked, "Who else could it be? I'll leave the invitation to him to join to me," Ancestor Yama said confidently. Zhao Sheng nodded, which was considered as his tacit agreement with the other party's opinion. After a while, Ancestor Yama left the hall, and Zhao Sheng was alone, gradually falling into deep thought. 2 days later, Ancestor Xiankong came to the door on his own initiative. As expected, this person really opened his mouth and said that after finding the spiritual realm, he must give priority to choosing 2 treasures. Regarding his request, Zhao Sheng pretended to argue with him for a long time before reluctantly agreeing. A day later, Zhao Sheng, Yama, Xiankong, and Jiuming, the 4 Yuanying ancestors, gathered together. After getting to know each other, they finally agreed to reunite outside the Shangsu in 15 years. It is worth mentioning that Ancestor Jiuming is not a living person, but a Yuanying ghost cultivator. This Yuanying ghost cultivator is very different from other ghost kings of the same level, and can be said to be eccentric. The 9-life ghost king is not only obsessed with ancient texts and strange stories, but also usually regards himself as a Confucian scholar. In addition, he is extremely opposed to all evil demons and heterodoxies. Zhao Sheng chose him because Jiu Ming truly possessed 9 lives, making him ideally suited to serve as a pioneer. 3 days later, a fierce wind whipped through the sea of clouds. With a roar, golden light shot skyward, and a giant golden palm, half an acre in size, emerged from thin air and slammed down upon Zhao Sheng. Before the palm reached him, a heavy pressure, borne by the fierce wind, shook the very void around him, solidifying the air like iron. Zhao Sheng's body was completely enveloped by the golden palm. Under the invisible impact, he suddenly disintegrated, instantly transforming into a vast mass of black air, seemingly on the verge of being easily annihilated by the giant palm. At that moment, a clear voice approached from afar, "Ghost Spear." As soon as the words uttered, a phantom suddenly shot out from the black air. In a flash, the phantom transformed into a pitch-black spear, over 8 feet long and as thick as a man's arms, instantly piercing the center of the golden palm. A startling scene unfolded. The moment the pitch-black spear struck the giant golden palm, it paused, its surface ripped with countless fine lines, and then it shattered and disintegrated. The next second, a thick black finger twisted and suddenly shot towards a void. With a loud bang, another Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared in the void, identical to the previous one, except for a slightly different look in his eyes. Looking at the ghostly spear thrusting down, Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and instantly disappeared from his position, causing the giant finger's attack to miss. Over 100 feet away, this other Zhao Sheng suddenly felt the surrounding void blaze with incomparable heat. With a loud bang, a surging golden sea of fire instantly covered the area within 100 feet. Zhao Sheng was completely engulfed in the flames, and at the same time, A blazing white undercurrent silently struck his body. The next second, Zhao Sheng exploded into countless black lights. At that moment, a ghostly figure shot out from the sea of fire below. In a fleeting blur, it escaped into the void 1,000 feet away, recondensing into a young man in Confucian robes, with rosy lips and white teeth. Awesome, awesome. If I hadn't used the light-splitting and shadow transformation technique, I would have perished in Brother Xianqiang's sea of fire. The young man was none other than the Ghost King 9 Lives. He glanced at the golden true fire burning on his wrist, a hint of surprise crossing his face. Astonishingly, the golden true fire seemed alive, throbbing with all its might, as if to avoid the encroachment of the yin energy. But the next moment, a flash of black energy appeared between 9 Lives' brows, and the golden true fire flickered violently for a moment before being engulfed by the hazy black light. Fellow Taoist 9 Lives, you're joking. I know full well that this little true fire technique can't harm your yin spirit, Zhao Sheng said calmly. Let this competition end here. Without exerting our full strength, there's no way we can determine the winner, haha. Although I have held back a bit, I believe I am far inferior to Brother Xianqiang in concealing his strength. No wonder fellow Taoist Yan Mo is also very wary of you. Zhao Sheng's face remained expressionless when he heard this. This obvious attempt to sow discord was so poorly used that he would never take it to heart. The 9-Life Ghost King saw this and didn't care. Tian didn't have much expectation in the first place, it was just a casual stab. He believed that his hard power was not as good as the 2 late-stage grandmasters, so he had to be on guard against the 2 of them joining forces at all times. Fortunately, it seems that Yama and Xianqiang do not seem to have a close relationship. With this in mind, the 9-Life Ghost King opened his mouth and spit out a pale white flag about an inch high. The flag shook slightly, and it swelled dozens of times in the wind, turning into a strange-shaped ghost flag about 10 feet long. He waved his hand, and the ghost flag flashed with rosy light, and jade white bone beads as big as Longan fell out. The 9-Life Ghost King didn't even look at it. He waved his Confucian sleeves, and 6 giant-level Ghost King heart cores shot out and flew to the opposite side. Dao, you are so straightforward. Zhao Sheng gave a light praise, raised his long sleeves, and in a blink of an eye, he put all the heart cores into his sleeves. At the same time, Zhao Sheng snapped his fingers, and the chilling 10,000-year-old ice soul flew out and was also collected by the 9-Life Ghost King. Brother Xianqiang, I have something to do and it is not appropriate for me to stay here for long. Farewell here, and we will meet in Shangsu in 15 years. After saying that, the 9-Life Ghost King gave Zhao Sheng a slight bow, and then turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into the air. After Zhao Sheng watched the other party go away, his figure flashed and he disappeared from the void. Half a month later, the Hanshin wild rhino looked up to the sky and roared, its 4 hooves stepped on the billowing black flames, it jumped up from the sky above the Huangling Peak, and quickly rushed towards the Zhazhao Mountains. More than 20 days later, a ball of black flame rushed from the horizon, flew over the Black King Peak, and fell rapidly. A behemoth landed on the temple square on the top of the mountain, and the Huangshan believers quickly jumped off the rhino's back. Then, the Hanshin wild rhino took off into the sky and fell to the back mountain. Spring goes and autumn comes, and time flies. 2 years later, in the depths of the Black King Cave, Zhao Sheng closed his eyes and meditated. At this time, the communication card on his waist suddenly flashed violently. Zhao Sheng opened his eyes, and his spiritual sense probed into it, and immediately a familiar voice came from inside. Yao Lao, help me, huh? Something happened to the young master. Zhao Sheng frowned, and his figure instantly disappeared into nothingness. Chapter 434, really promising. On the Qianling Plain, over 300 miles west of Zhaojiachen, a fierce battle raged. The sky was clear, and at a glance, thousands of hideous, twisted, dark blue bone claws filled the view, overlapping and seemingly endless. The source of these claws emanated from a pale, mid-air man clad in bone armor. His eyes were indifferent, his expressionless face as he pressed his hands together. A grayish-yellow clay jar hovered overhead, and a dense swarm of dark blue bone claws erupted frantically from its mouth, clawing downwards like living creatures. 2 figures, suddenly caught in the encirclement of countless bone claws, constantly dodging and maneuvering, desperately repelling the cascade of claws, their situation precarious. One of them, a young man with a sturdy physique and a resolute face, was enveloped in a deep blue, Zuanin water curtain, though this curtain appeared to have sustained significant damage, showing signs of instability. Waves surged beneath the tall young man's feet, and countless giant water balls condensed from the waves, instantly soaring up and struggling to entangle the surrounding bone claws. Had Zhao Sheng been here, he would have recognized him instantly. It was none other than Zhao Linzong, returning to his family. Behind the Zuanin water curtain, Zhao Linzong clutched a misty jade bead tightly in his hand, his gaze fixed on the man in bone armor above him, a look of struggle and impulse crossing his face. One after another, dark blue bone claws flew towards him. Wherever Zhao Linzong's gaze passed, the surrounding water waves swirled back, protecting the outer layer of the water curtain, acting as a temporary defense. But in the next moment, a series of explosions echoed. The dark blue bone claws easily pierced the waves and clutched the Zuanin water curtain, causing it to tremble violently, weakening even further and fading into faint translucence. Zhao Linzong couldn't help but smile helplessly at this. Although the bone-armored man was only at the late foundation establishment stage, his strength was far greater than even that of a great perfection. Furthermore, there was an even more powerful figure behind him, yet he remained hidden and clearly lurking in the shadows. If he impulsively released the talisman, it would easily kill him, but would not completely change the situation. This talisman had already been used once before, its power far exceeding his imagination, having slain a Giant-level high priest in a single blow. Fearing the talisman in his hand, the figure behind it dared not reveal themselves, instead commanding the bone-armored man to pursue the two of them. Fighting alongside Zhao Linzong was a valiant woman in purple. Her condition was grave, far more precarious than Zhao Linzong's. Her face was as pale as gold paper, her breath as weak as a candle flame, and her body tittered, seemingly on the verge of unconsciousness. Her left arm drooped limply at her side, blood soaking her sleeve. The woman's eyes were filled with despair. Had she not gritted her teeth and held on for her last breath, she would have been torn to pieces by the swarm of bone claws. With a thud, 3 dark blue bone claws broke through Ziling's defenses and clawed fiercely at the purple-clad woman. As the claws touched her soft armor, it erupted in a burst of green light, annihilating both the encroaching dark blue bone claws and the attacking armor. The purple-clad woman violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with the protection of her precious armor, the bone claw's immense power still inflicted considerable damage. This lasted for another 100 breaths. The Zhuanyuan water curtain surrounding Zhao Linzong's body was already crumbling, and the surrounding water had almost completely depleted. A fist-sized pearl, emitting a faint spiritual light, emerged from the water. The purple-clad woman had already hidden behind Zhao Linzong, her eyes filled with despair. "Sister Quan, hold on a little longer. Our rescuers are almost here," Zhao Linzong breathlessly said, hurriedly encouraging the purple-clad woman behind him. "Brother Zong, I'll flee east, and you west. I have what they want, so they won't chase you." The purple-clad woman coughed up blood and cried out in despair. "If we're going to die, let's die together. At worst, I can activate my talisman and kill this damned Zhugudao elder first." Zhao Linzong's eyes darted around, then fixed his gaze on the man in bone armor and spoke resolutely. "Hey, hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your lives." The man in bone armor kept a careful distance, grinning wildly. As he finished speaking, dark blue bone claws suddenly grew thicker and longer from all directions, their glow surging. In an instant, they roared and enveloped the two men with an even more ferocious and powerful aura than before. Boom! The roars were as dense as rain. Countless dark blue bone claws shattered their defenses and struck the two men simultaneously. In an instant, Zhao Linzong and the other man lost count of how many claws they had received. The purple-clad woman fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Mixed with blood were fragments of internal organs, his organs severely damaged. Seeing death approaching, the purple-clad woman finally made up her mind, her blood-stained right hand barely reaching for the Nakunxil at her waist. The next moment, a brilliant light shone, and a palm-sized red gold plate, streaked with golden light, shot up into the sky like lightning, flying towards the man in bone armor. Prisoner Palace Talisman. The man in bone armor saw the red gold plate, his face suddenly changing, realizing he had been kept in the dark from beginning to end. But at that moment, 2 loud bangs suddenly exploded in the sky. Above, 3 powerful auras suddenly appeared, followed by 3 rays of light escaping from the horizon. Among them, a green rainbow and a black light were the fastest, catching up with the red gold plate in an instant. "Yuahuan, you dare to fight me? You're courting death." "The talisman is mine, No one can snatch it from me." Before he could finish his words, the azure rainbow and the black light collided violently, exploding with a roar. A wave of light surged, evacuating the air within 100 feet, and a raging gale swept in all directions. The third silver-white light seemed wary, slowing down considerably and not intervening. A great opportunity. Seeing this, Zhao Linzong's face darkened. He raised his hand and fiercely hurled the jade bead in his hand. The jade bead flashed and disappeared, and the next moment, it appeared above the wave of light. Boom! The void within 1,000 feet radius shook, and a vast golden flame condensed from thin air, enveloping the azure and black waves of light below. Even the man in the bone armor and the two unknown giant and chief priests could not escape. Ah! Two shrill screams suddenly rang out from the sea of fire, very short and abruptly stopping. The white light narrowly dodged the sea of fire, suddenly making a sharp turn and fleeing a great distance in panic. A moment later, a streak of black light suddenly broke through the golden sea of fire and darted madly towards the horizon. But at that moment, a long platinum rainbow emerged from the horizon, hurtling towards it at incredible speed, blocking the black light's path. "Why are you getting out of here? Sir, spare my life." In a mere breath, the black light was swallowed by the platinum rainbow. Then, the platinum rainbow pierced the void, instantly soaring above Zhao Linzong and the other two. A ruddy, elderly man in a platinum robe, with fluttering white eyebrows, appeared out of thin air. In his left hand, he held a red gold plate. In his right, he held the remains of a withered, livid corpse, resembling a zombie. 2 miles away, the white light dissipated, revealing a boy who looked no more than 12 or 13 years old, with red lips and white teeth, and long hair as white as snow. Behind him, the illusion of a towering icy peak emerged. It was another giant and high priest. "Who are you, fellow Taoist? Could you be the reinforcements this person has summoned?" the white-haired boy asked coldly, a hint of fear in his eyes. Zhao Sheng shook his head and said solemnly, No. I simply happened to be there." "In that case, please hand over the gold medal. I will remember this favor and will repay you handsomely in the future," the white-haired boy said. "Haha, you want this prisoner palace talisman? What's a small favor worth? Who do you think you are?" Zhao Sheng weighed the red gold medal and said sarcastically. The white-haired boy's expression suddenly turned cold as ice, and the illusion of the icy peak behind him expanded rapidly. A thick murderous aura emanated from him with a biting chill. Zhao Sheng casually tossed the green-faced corpse in his hand, and it shot out like lightning, and a dazzling black light burst out from his body. "Not good." The white-haired boy's face drastically changed upon seeing this. With a wave of his hand, he cast 9 3-foot-thick ice walls, turning hastily and fleeing frantically. The next moment, the remains of the corpse slammed into the ice wall, exploding with a resounding explosion. A black light instantly engulfed the entire ice wall, expanding and spreading 100 feet away. A series of booming explosions echoed throughout the sky, and gusts of wind roared up, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. On the ground, Zhao Linzong and the purple-clothed woman were caught in the gusts. Severely injured, they staggered and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Zhao Sheng took a step forward, his figure transforming into a long, platinum rainbow, instantly catching up with the white-haired boy. The overwhelming pressure vanished in an instant. The white-haired boy was terrified, utterly horrified, but then an incredibly powerful mental storm suddenly slammed into his purple palace, instantly destroying his soul. The dignified Kangsa sect leader, a 6th-level giant and cultivator, perished instantly without even a scream. Tragic. In the blink of an eye, a powerful giant and chief priest mysteriously met his end. Watching the white-robed elder slowly approach, then the corpse of a giant in his hands, Zhao Linzong and the others stood dumbfounded, their hearts filled with despair. At that moment, Zhao Linzong suddenly noticed an apricot yellow cloth bag embroidered with 7 clouds hanging from the elder's waist. His sorrow instantly turned to joy. Hastily rising, he bowed deeply to Zhao Sheng, saying, "Kang Dian is dead, Wang Dian must rise." Disciple Zhao Linzong greets the elder. With that, Zhao Linzong removed the 3-cloud cloth bag from his waist and held it in his right palm. Simultaneously, his left hand formed 3 special hand seals to verify his identity. "Well, rise. I have something to ask you." Zhao Sheng nodded, then sent a telepathic message, carefully questioning him. After Zhao Linzong's respectful response, Zhao Sheng deliberately paused. Seeing this, Zhao Linzong and the purple-robed woman dared not speak or move. They both lowered their heads and waited with unwavering respect. As if a thought struck Zhao Sheng, he casually tossed aside the boy's corpse and, with a single wave of his hand, flung out a jade-white bottle. The bottle quickly hovered directly above Zhao Linzong's head. Then, with a thought, the jade-white bottle suddenly shed a stream of pure, water-like light, enveloping Zhao Linzong's entire body. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhao Linzong's wounds healed at a visible rate, his pale complexion quickly returning to a rosy glow. In a matter of moments, Zhao Linzong's injuries vanished, his recovery incredibly rapid. Zhao Sheng nodded with apparent satisfaction, then extended his hand, and the jade-white bottle transformed into a beam of white light, instantly disappearing beneath his sleeve. After Zhao Linzong's injuries healed, he quickly bowed to Zhao Sheng, expressing his immense gratitude. "Elder, I will never forget your life-saving grace, no need for formalities." Zhao Sheng's tone was cold, and after he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the purple-clad woman beside him, his murderous intent growing stronger. Seeing this, the purple-clad woman's face was filled with deep despair. She was now nearly mortal, and seeing the other man's murderous intent, she had no power to resist and could only sit and wait for death. Zhao Linzong's heart skipped a beat at this, and he quickly spoke first. "Elder, Sister Quan saved my life and she is a devout believer in the teachings of the Yellow Heaven sect. When we ascend Black King Peak, she will join our sect. I only hope that Elder will show mercy." HMPH, such nonsense. How could I believe it? "Boy, get out of the way, or you will die with her, a pair of star-crossed lovers," Zhao Sheng said coldly, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Zhao Linzong's gaze met the fierce gleam in Zhao Sheng's, and his heart sank, a chill rising within him. But the sight of Sister Quan, teetering beside him, sent a sharp pang of pain through his heart, and he immediately raced his brain, searching for a last glimmer of hope. He had already called on Yao Lao for help, but he was utterly unsure whether, in recognition of all his years of hard work, he would come to his aid. Even if he did, would he arrive in time? Even if he did, would he be a match for this man? Even if Yao Lao was more powerful than this man, would he antagonize a Wangbian sect Golden Core elder for him? In the blink of an eye, a host of questions raced through Zhao Linzong's mind, and sweat broke out in anxiety. The purple-clad woman watched, a grim smile on her face, her eyes firm. She suddenly stepped forward, offering her snow-white neck. "Senior, please spare Brother Zong." "Go ahead, Sister Quan." "No." Zhao Linzong was terrified at the sight, and he saw the elder's murderous intent, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, he couldn't care less and immediately shouted, "Shinian, medicine master." Zhao Sheng paused in surprise, then sneered, "What nonsense are you talking about, boy?" At the same time, Zhao Sheng sighed inwardly, he's quite capable. After not seeing him for a few years, this kid is willing to risk his life for a mere woman, even betraying her. Zhao Linzong had been trained by Zhao Sheng for many years, and his mind and strategy had long been honed. But seeing that this trick wasn't working, he immediately came up with a brilliant idea and shouted, "I know that a great demon master is hiding in the mountains behind our sect. This person has ulterior motives and is secretly plotting to destroy our sect. If the elders will spare the two of us, I will come forward to expose him." This would be a tremendous deed. Would the elders be tempted? After hearing this, Zhao Sheng smiled faintly. "Haha, I already know. It's Shinian medicine master." Upon hearing this, Zhao Linzong's face turned pale and his heart sank. Chapter 435, Heaven's Will? The purple-clothed woman felt heartbroken when she saw her lover in embarrassment. She suddenly stood up on impulse and said sadly, "Sir, I know the location where the prison god palace will open next time. As long as you let us both go, I am willing to tell you the location." "Oh, you dare to threaten me? Little girl, you are far from it." Zhao Sheng smiled and suddenly changed his mind. He deliberately tested her. "As for the prison god palace, I don't care about it at all. But I have changed my mind. One of you two must die, and the other can live. Think about who will die and who will live first." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Linzong and the purple-clothed woman both looked ashen. But the purple-robed woman refused to give up, still searching for a way out. She eagerly asked, "Sir, haven't you heard of the prisoning god palace? You should know that within this palace are countless rare treasures and divine manuals. Anyone who enters will benefit immensely. Countless have achieved enlightenment through the ages." Zhao Sheng listened with a nonchalant expression. "It's just a blood godchild imprisoned here. That beast can only deceive ignorant minds like you. How could I fall for such a heinous trick? The prisoning god palace is a special divine prison in the Dark Night realm. Its creator is unknown, but the imprisonment of the blood godchild is undeniable. Among the nascent soul ancestors who attended Wangzu's birthday celebration, at least 3 emerged from the prisoning god palace alive and successfully reached the nascent soul realm. However, for these nascent soul ancestors, the prisoning god palace is a dead end. Any nascent soul who enters will inevitably be sapped of their marrow and soul by the blood godchild, who has held it captive for countless years. The purple-robed woman was speechless, her face ashen. At that moment, Zhao Linzong pulled the purple-clad woman behind him. Zhao Sheng shook his head, sighing that he had trained the wrong person. Suddenly, Zhao Linzong forced a smile and said cautiously, "Senior, you don't necessarily want to kill us, do you?" "Oh, why do you say that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng suddenly understood, and couldn't help but sigh at the young master's quick thinking. "If you wanted to kill us, you would have done it right from the start. Why bother talking to us?" Zhao Linzong spoke with increasing confidence, his face quickly turning red. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad woman was overjoyed and unconsciously leaned against Zhao Linzong's back. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and said, "Not bad, not bad." Staying calm in the face of danger, and thinking quickly. "You've passed the test, but she hasn't," Zhao Linzong, feeling anxious, hurriedly said, "Senior, if you need us to do anything, just tell us. Sister Quan is the only descendant of the eternal Zhao family. Keeping her will be of great use to you, Senior." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed at this. In the Dark Night realm, only one Zhao family could claim the name Eternal, the Zhao family from the Xianmu continent, descended from the previous generation of true lords of transformation. But as far as he knew, the Eternal Zhao family had been wiped out 600 years ago, and their descendants had been completely slaughtered. And now, suddenly, someone called Zhao Quaner had appeared? Zhao Sheng didn't think Zhao Linzong would dare lie to his face, he simply found it quite amusing. Rumor has it that the Zhao family possesses a special bloodline, making it easy for their descendants to produce children with spiritual roots, and the chance of them possessing natural spiritual roots is far higher than in other monastic families. Back then, the Zhao family's downfall wasn't just due to their unforgivable sin against heaven, but also to the covert instigation of numerous top powers within the netherworld, who even secretly dispatched numerous nascent soul stage ancestors. Their motives were obvious. Could this be the will of heaven, a surge of fortune? Zhao Sheng observed the pitiful pair staring at him eagerly, and a strange yet intriguing thought suddenly occurred to him. Zhao Sheng's ultimate goal was to kill the blood god Heavenly Dao. To achieve this goal, he had worked tirelessly for years. In the netherworld, the origin Heavenly Dao consistently held the upper hand over the blood god Heavenly Dao. So, had his devil fungus experiment been successful? Had his fortune been rising over the years? Could even Zhao Linzong be influenced by the close proximity to the vermilion? Zhao Sheng quickly recalled his experiences since entering the realm, focusing on the devil fungus experiments. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that his suspicions were likely correct. In just over a decade, the devil fungus experiments had progressed beyond his expectations, going remarkably smoothly. Without the secret assistance of the origin Heavenly Dao, the strain screening experiment would never have gone so smoothly. No wonder, thinking of this, Zhao Sheng pulled out a pill bottle from his arms and tossed it to the 2 men's feet, saying coldly, "Open it, and each of you take one." Seeing this, the 2 men felt both joy and fear. Zhao Linzong didn't hesitate to pick up the pill bottle, opened the seal, poured out 2 colorful pills, and gave one to the woman in purple. After the 2 of them swallowed the elixir with gritted teeth, Zhao Sheng said, "This elixir is the 7 insects and 7 flowers elixir. After taking it, I guarantee you will be safe for 2 years and your cultivation will greatly improve. But if you take more than 2 years without taking the antidote, your intestines will rot and your body will become a nest of poisonous insects, a life worse than death." Seeing the 2 people's faces change drastically, Zhao Sheng's expression relaxed and said, "If you obey my orders and work wholeheartedly for me, the antidote will be given on time. Do you understand? I will remember every word you said, my lord." Zhao Quaner greets the master. The purple-clothed woman bowed gracefully and even reached out to pull Zhao Linzong next to her. Zhao Linzong fell to the ground in a trance, feeling very strange in his heart, and thought to himself, "Why does this sound a little familiar?" Zhao Sheng nodded with satisfaction and threw the red gold talisman aside as if it were a worn-out shoe. "The first thing I instruct you to do is to fully enhance your cultivation, awaiting the opening of the prison god palace. Once inside, you'll reap the greatest benefits for me." "What?" Zhao Linzong and the other two were stunned. They hadn't expected the old man's request to be so vague and bizarre. Seeing their hesitation, Zhao Sheng sneered, "HMPH, what's the matter? Don't you want to?" The purple-clad woman, Zhao Quaner, reacted quickly, saying, "Your Majesty, you misunderstood. We are willing. However, the prison god palace's opening date is uncertain. The elixir only takes 2 years to work. If it works midway, it would delay your important tasks. Furthermore, we don't know how to contact you." "That's easy." Zhao Sheng slipped 2 pale jade communication scepters from his sleeves and tossed them into the arms of the 2 men. "These are the one-way voice transmission scepters, which can be used to contact me. But unless it's urgent, it's best not to disturb me, or I'll hold you 2 accountable, as you command." Zhao Quaner, relieved, quickly saluted and replied. Zhao Sheng nodded, and suddenly soared into the air. In an instant, he transformed into a mysterious light, rising high into the sky and disappearing behind the sea of clouds. At this moment, Zhao Linzong, as if waking from a dream, suddenly exchanged glances with Zhao Quaner, unable to believe they had escaped death this time. They both supported each other and stood up, each with a smile of relief. But the next moment, Zhao Linzong glanced around and suddenly slapped his thigh. No. Something's wrong." Before he could figure out what was wrong, he heard his beloved's ecstatic cry, "Brother Zhuang, we've made a fortune." With that, Zhao Quaner leaped and flew 100 feet away. There, the ground was strewn with bloody remains and precious light. Someone had been so foolish. He had forgotten to clean up the battlefield before leaving. 2 weeks later, Zhao Linzong had just returned to Black King Peak and immediately rushed to the ginseng garden in the back mountain. However, his search was in vain. The small building in Shinitan was deserted, save for a sky blue jade slip on the table. Zhao Linzong picked up the slip and placed it between his brows. After a moment, he muttered to himself, dazed and embarrassed, "A drop, a world, a leaf, a pagoda. Mount Sumeru contains the ocean." 1 year later, in the Sea of Fire at the center of the earth, at the Tenjing testing ground. That day, Zhao Sheng walked along the mirror-smooth metal corridor. With each soul he passed, he placed a colorful elixir into the mouth of a test subject through the hole in the door. From the ordinary creatures in the first 3 levels to the extraordinary beings in the last 5 levels, even the evil spirits such as corpses, ghosts, demons, all of them inevitably swallowed an antibacterial pill. As the name suggests, an antibacterial pill inhibits the activity of the devil fungus. Before this one, Zhao Sheng had also tried to develop an elixir to kill the devil fungus. While most attempts failed, there were also some successes, but the results always ended in various mysterious deaths of the test subjects. Later, he shifted his focus to developing a drug that could inhibit the devil fungus. The development went surprisingly smoothly, and he quickly developed the first generation of antibacterial pills, employing the fighting poison with poison strategy. Initially, the pill had significant side effects. After ingesting it, most test subjects quickly experienced their flesh and blood disintegrate into a sludge, with higher cultivation levels increasing the rate of disintegration. After a series of refinements, the side effects were significantly reduced, and the antibacterial efficacy became increasingly stronger. The antibacterial pill has now been successfully developed to its 7th generation, and today marks the first day of testing to observe its efficacy. Within a few minutes, half the test subjects had already consumed the pills. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on the 9th floor, unleashing a powerful divine consciousness that enveloped the 2 vast metal testing areas. The physical condition of each test subject emerged in vivid detail within his mind. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. That day, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and a smile of satisfaction slowly spread across his face. The test results were as he had anticipated. The 7th generation of antibacterial pills had been successfully developed. 2 hours later, Daozan respectfully withdrew from the Black King Cave and quickly issued a decree to the Jiandan priests. Within the next fortnight, the entire Huangshan cult was mobilized, and bandits, guilty of all crimes, were successively escorted to the rear mountain. Meanwhile, numerous evil heretics and Li cultivators within 1,000 miles of the Skyfire Plain suddenly met with calamity. They were captured by the Huangshan cult members and tragically sent to the Black King Cave, never to be heard of again. For over a decade, The Huangshan cult's persistent campaign against crime and evil has earned the applause and deep admiration of countless cultivators and mortals alike within the Skyfire plane. As a result, the Huangshan cult's teachings spread at an ever-increasing rate, with millions of human beings becoming followers. Huangshan theories, the legends of reincarnation, and the three realms of immortals, mortals, and ghosts naturally gained greater traction, rapidly spreading from the Skyfire plains to the wider region. The Huangshan cult's influence grew ever larger. Boom! Two streams of true fire, one black and one gold, simultaneously shot forth from the platinum thousand flame cauldron. Reaching mid-air, the two streams of celestial fire collided with uncanny precision, instantly exploding into a ball of chaotic gray light. The gray light permeated the radiant golden essence of the Maori golden essence, then vanished in a flash. Zhao Sheng skillfully extended his hand and directed a stream of pure innate golden essence from the vase, quickly landing on the surface of the Maori golden essence. A golden sphere, the size of a skull, suddenly shone with a shimmering light like water, instantly absorbing the innate golden essence into its body. A humming sound emanated from an ancient alchemy furnace not far away, and clouds of elixir ore arose, transforming into pristine white elixir clouds, a fragrant aroma filling the air. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, his mind flashing. Suddenly, the furnace lid rose into the air, followed by 7 or 8,000-year-old spiritual herbs floating in front of him, rapidly descending into the furnace before the lid automatically returned to its original position. At this moment, 8 distinct alchemy furnaces surrounded Zhao Sheng, simultaneously refining 8 precious elixirs of rank 3 and above. Beneath Zhao Sheng, the golden crow true fire transformed into a golden fireball the size of a water jar, fiercely refining a fist-sized, pitch-black metal sphere. As his divine consciousness roared like a tide, countless forbidden runes were fused into the metal sphere, one precious barrier after another gradually solidifying and taking shape. Another 6 months passed. One day, Zhao Sheng hovered above the sea of fire at the center of the earth, watching expressionlessly as 2 massive metal cubes slowly sank into the flames below. Prior to this, all test subjects in the testing ground had been destroyed. Once the testing ground sank into the Earth's core, all traces of its past would vanish. A moment later, Daozan hurriedly flew into the Black King cave, just in time to see his master with his back to him, silently gazing at the mountain-like Black King. Daozan's heart tightened. He immediately flew up to the dais and knelt on one knee. This subordinate Daozan greets the master. May the master live forever, rise. Have you completed everything I ordered? Zhao Sheng asked calmly, without turning back. Daozan stood up and said respectfully, Master, the entire sect has begun to actively shrink its sphere of influence and cease provocations and conflicts with surrounding forces. The sect's defense formation is being systematically arranged according to the diagrams sent by the Master. It will be completed within 3 months. Excellent. Where is the item I requested? Zhao Sheng said, slowly turning around and looking down at Daozan. His eyes were like the abyss, unfathomable. Daozan's heart trembled. He quickly took out 2 fluorescent blue Nakung stones, raised them above his head, and said respectfully, Master, the items are ready. Please accept them. Zhao Sheng reached out and took the Nakung seal. His spiritual sense penetrated it, and he nodded with satisfaction. After retracting the Nakung seal, he flicked his finger and ejected a Jade talisman bead, which flew into Daozan's arms. He said, This is a nascent soul talisman I have refined. It carries the power of a full-strength attack from this old man. Anyone below the mid-nascent soul stage will be killed by this attack. You must preserve it carefully and do not waste it except in life or death situations. Daozan was overjoyed upon hearing this. He immediately bowed and saluted, his voice trembling, I will remember your instructions, my lord, and will never waste your efforts. Well, from today on, I will be in seclusion for 100 years. Unless facing a major event like the demise of our sect, you must not disturb my practice. Otherwise, I will use you as a test. Now, leave. I wish my lord great success in his divine power and a speedy exit from seclusion. I will take my leave now. Daozan bowed deeply, then backed away and flew towards the Black King cave. As he left, a dazzling, multicolored light curtain suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Black King cave, and the entire cavern began to vibrate faintly. A vast amount of earth energy surged upward, engulfing the Black King cave. Immediately afterwards, a third-order Wu-Earth diamond formation slowly unfolded, sealing the Black King cave tightly with layers of bright yellow diamond rock. Half a day later, Zhao Sheng quietly departed from the Black King cave, transforming into a streak of light and silently soaring towards the end of the cloud-filled sky. Chapter 436, God's Ruins Killing Game. A streak of light slowly rose from the vast earth, seemingly slowly but swiftly breaking through the invisible barrier, leaping out into the vast, empty, and mysterious void. A veil of authentic fire enveloped Zhao Sheng's entire body, and he soared forward along the endlessly stretching dome, toward the rising sun. From afar, he resembled a glittering meteor, swift as lightning. Freed from the atmospheric barrier, as if dragging away a heavy body, Zhao Sheng's speed intensified, soon exceeding 10, then 100 times the speed of sound, and even steadily increasing. In just half a day, he had crossed a vast infinite ocean, soared across half the world, and arrived directly above the Xianmu continent. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's spirits lifted as he suddenly saw a large, irregular meteorite over 200 feet in size. A nameless meteorite hovered quietly in the outer void. The rock on one side of the protrusion had been flattened into a platform nearly 100 feet wide, shrouded in a thick, bright yellow light. Within, a jade palace of moderate size stood. Bathed in the pale sunlight, the palace's surface shimmered in shimmering light, a cool and serene atmosphere. A dozen breaths later, Zhao Sheng soared above the meteorite, reaching beyond the light barrier. At that moment, the light barrier silently split open, creating a passageway. Zhao Sheng dove through it, landing at the palace's entrance in an instant. Haha, brother Xiangqiong, why are you so late? As he finished speaking, a flash of black light passed through the doorway, and the sharp-headed, rat-eyed Xianqiong patriarch suddenly appeared. I'm so swamped with trivial matters, let's not talk about them. Zhao Sheng remained expressionless. As he walked into the hall, he inquired, has fellow Taoist Nine Life arrived? Elder Xianqiong chuckled, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he said stealthily, Nine Life has arrived. He suffered a minor setback recently, and now he's got a sullen look on his face all day long. Stay away, fellow Taoist, be careful. Yes, Zhao Sheng nodded casually. After a few steps, they were deep within the palace, arriving at a magnificent hall. Within, ethereal clouds drifted, and over a dozen shimmering altars swam in the air. Most of them were empty, except for 3 of them, where 3 nascent soul ancestors, each with a distinct demeanor, sat. They were all familiar faces who had appeared at Wangzu's birthday celebration. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng enter, the 3 immediately stood and greeted him with beaming smiles. Zhao Sheng, also smiling, responded to each one. He chose a vacant altar and sat down. He looked around, but there was no sign of the Nine Life Ghost King. Zhao Sheng remained expressionless as he exchanged pleasantries with his fellow nascent soul cultivators. The Divine Ruins Meteorite Sea and the Netherworld are separated by hundreds of millions of miles, far exceeding the distance between the Ghost God and Netherworld realms. Not to mention the travel time, the sheer amount of spirit stones consumed along the way was staggering. In a previous life, Zhao Sheng remembered traveling with the Fox Immortal and the old monster King Mu. The one-way fare alone cost a staggering 50 cubic spirit stones. Remember, 1 cubic spirit stone is equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, roughly equivalent to 10 high-grade spirit stones. 50 cubic spirit stones equal 500 high-grade spirit stones, which translates to 7 or 8 top-grade spirit stones. The exchange rate between high-grade and top-grade spirit stones fluctuates greatly. The spirit stones consumed in just one round trip would bankrupt most nascent soul ancestors. This demonstrates the sheer cost of roaming the void. Therefore, to minimize travel costs, nascent soul ancestors often travel in groups of 4 or 5, sometimes as many as 7 or 8. I heard that fellow Taoist Zuo Yan found half of a remnant vein of third-order spirit stones in Shangsu last time. I believe he gained a lot. This time when we go to Shangsu, why don't we go together so that we can look after each other? What remnant vein of spirit stones? That's all nonsense from a lunatic. How could Zuo have such great luck? It would be good enough if I could make back my money after a trip deep into the Zuanling realm. Fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, Shangsu is dangerous and unpredictable, and meteorite beasts are rampant. This is my first time to Shangsu, and I am quite nervous. Could you allow me to go with you? I am willing to share the gains along the way. At this time, Patriarch Xianqiong suddenly coughed, and said to an alien Yuaning with green scales on his forehead, Ahem, I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Bolin. Fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, I, and the Nine Life Ghost King have other important matters, So it is inconvenient for you to join us. The face of the green-scaled Yuan Ying froze, and then he showed displeasure and shut up. Time slowly passed. After waiting for over an hour, the 5 nascent soul ancestors in the hall suddenly shifted their expressions and looked out, seemingly catching a glimpse of the situation outside. Haha, Brother Zhou's Mayfly Palace has finally arrived. Let's get out. With that, Ancestor Xianquang took the lead and soared into the air, instantly flying out of the hall. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng also transformed into a mysterious light and flashed out. The other 3 followed closely behind. Leaving the palace, Zhao Sheng soared into the air and saw a figure constructed entirely of wind and fire copper. Its front end, 100 feet in diameter, resembled an oval ball, trailing a long, narrow, sharp tail like a giant sword. At first glance, it looked like an enormous tadpole, hovering above the crowd. Suddenly, a pitch-black ghostly figure appeared behind them. Its face was pale, its eyes were gray, and it exuded an icy aura that kept strangers away. It was the 9-life Ghost King, who had been hiding. Upon seeing Jiayu Ming appear, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. He simply sent a telepathic message, offering a casual greeting before ignoring the flirtation. At that moment, a passageway, roughly 10 feet wide and 2 feet high, suddenly opened from the massive head of the Mayfly Palace. A faint light emanated from the end of the passageway. Seeing everyone's gaze, Zhao Sheng felt a sudden impulse and soared into the air, flying towards the Mayfly Palace. Xianquang Patriarch and the others, observing this, also soared into the air and followed. 2 breaths later, the passageway quietly closed, and a blinding light suddenly erupted from the surface of the Mayfly Palace. The light then faded, and a thick, solid, grayish-colored shield suddenly appeared over the Mayfly Palace, firmly protecting it. Immediately afterwards, the Mayfly Palace silently swam into the dark and bleak outer void, disappearing in an instant, quickly blending into the vast, boundless darkness, vanishing without a trace. 3 years later, the outlines of a boundless and vast sea of meteorites had already begun to take shape. Xianquang, quickly fire the silent sky cannon. There's a meteorite 2 feet in diameter directly ahead. Jiayu Ming, be careful. There are 2 enormous void ghosts 100 miles behind you. Be careful, they entangle you. Senior Xianqiang, that void ghost king is in your care. No need to kill it, just entangle it. Ugh! Before he could finish his words, the portly, big-eared ancestor of the Zhou Palace suddenly gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. As flames erupted, an indescribable, eerie gray light materialized, instantly filing the 3,000 feet of the void and swamping the dense swarm of void ghosts and the insurmountable void ghost king. The gray light lasted only a moment before vanishing as abruptly as it had appeared, leaving the area completely empty. Interstellar dust, the dense swarms of void ghosts, and even the void ghost king vanished without a trace, as if wiped out of thin air. This horrifying sight instantly frightened the surrounding void ghosts, who scattered desperately, fleeing further out. Xianquang, Zhou Ming, Zhuo Yan, and several other nascent souls were also utterly shocked upon witnessing the scene, momentarily hushed. Zhao Sheng, on the other hand, remained unfazed, controlling the 1,000-flame cauldron to unleash a 1,000-foot sea of fire, circling the Mayfly Palace and driving away the dense swarms of void ghosts. Half an hour earlier, the Mayfly Palace had accidentally sunk into a tiny dust nebula, a cloud of interstellar dust as tiny as grains of sand drifting across a 100,000-mile radius. The dust nebula wasn't dangerous, as long as they avoided larger meteorites, they could easily traverse it. However, the greatest danger lay in the swarm of void ghosts that inhabited this nebula. The lowest level void ghosts resembled a shadow, formless. They clung to the light shield, absorbing the light and heat it emanated while straining and wriggling their shadows. Their bodies gradually expanded and transformed into a certain form. Void ghosts were merely a common form of ethereal life in the outer seas. Their individual strength was negligible, but their sheer numbers were incalculable. Boom boom boom. With the full force of several nascent soul ancestors and the death of the Void Ghost King, the dense swarm of void ghosts quickly fled the Mayfly Palace in terror. But the next moment, vast waves of light erupted from the gray light shield, resembling a calm lake suddenly struck by heavy rain, sending a dense spray of water. The light shield flickered wildly, rippling in waves. HMPH, power up the Spirit Stone furnace. Never mind the Spirit Stone consumption, fill the fire chamber for me. Activate the hazy light shield to its maximum, and the Mayfly Palace will charge forward with all its might. The Zhou Palace Patriarch stood in the core control room, his face flushed, rapidly issuing instructions to his subordinates. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng and the other 6 nascent souls deployed their respective nascent soul domains to shield the Mayfly Palace from above, below, and to the sides, proactively shattering any meteorites larger than 3 inches. It took the better part of a day for the Mayfly Palace to struggle through the dust cloud and continue their flight towards the seemingly near Divine Ruins meteorite sea. The Mayfly Palace was a specialized means of transportation between the Dark Night Realm and the Divine Ruins. The Zhou Palace Patriarch had been operating this business for nearly 1,000 years and was incredibly familiar with the route. Aside from a collision with a wandering interstellar dust cloud, the remainder of the journey was smooth, without any major incidents. The void sea lay in a dead silence, vast as time seemed to stand still. 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Just as the Mayfly Palace slowly approached a 1,000-foot-long meteorite in the outermost layer of the Divine Ruins, Zhao Sheng's cultivation quietly broke through the 4th level of his limitations, successfully advancing to the 5th stage of the nascent soul stage. Huh? I've consumed 38 top-grade spirit stones and 16 strands of mysterious essence to finally reach the 5th level. The cost was quite high, but considering the time spent, it's worth it, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself as he slowly descended from midair. The surging, powerful mana surged within him, gradually receding into his body. In a matter of moments, he had regained his profound, hidden state. Half an hour later, the Mayfly Palace docked at the plaza on the meteorite, and Zhao Sheng and the others filed out. Zhao Sheng, Xian Kong, and Jilming didn't linger long. After bidding farewell to the others, they quickly sped off towards the western edge of the meteorite sea. After flying for about 5 or 6 sunrises and sunsets, crossing tens of thousands of miles of empty space, the 3 of them arrived at an area with relatively few meteorites. They landed on a dark red iron meteorite and quietly awaited the arrival of their 2 companions. Over 20 days later, 2 beams of light, one black and one blue, suddenly emerged from the darkness of the sky, speeding towards the meteorite with lightning speed. Zhao Sheng and the others, startled, rose to their feet and flew into the air, gazing at the 2 approaching beams. A moment later, the leading beam faintly revealed the figure of the Yama ancestor, while within the blue beam was a middle-aged Taoist with a resolute brow, clad in the Fuxi Wanfu robe. After a few breaths, the escaping light suddenly stopped. Elder Yama stepped out into the air. Looking at Zhao Sheng and the other 2 approaching, he said apologetically, "I'm late. Please forgive me, fellow Daoists." Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and said calmly, "It's just a short wait. Such a trivial matter isn't worth mentioning. I believe this is fellow Taoist Huo Feng, the renowned Grandmaster of Formations in both worlds." A stern-faced middle-aged Taoist bowed to the 3 men, glanced at Zhao Sheng, who was at the front, and said in a deep voice, "I am Huo Feng of the Taoist sect. Greetings to Senior Shianqiang and fellow Taoist Xian Kong." He mentioned the first 2 in quick succession, but didn't mention the 9-life Ghost King at all. It must be said that Huo Feng was a very straightforward person with a shockingly low emotional intelligence. Upon seeing this, the 9-life Ghost King's body rippled with a dark light, and he couldn't help but snort. Elder Yama also witnessed the scene, but didn't intervene to mediate, simply ignoring it. Seeing each other's antics, Zhao Sheng and Xian Kuang naturally played dumb. While the 5 of them were searching the 7-star spirit realm together, they were all immortal beings who had lived for over 1,000 years. How could they possibly work together in unity? It was a good thing they didn't harbor ulterior motives. After a brief pause, the Yama Patriarch glanced over and urged, "Brother Shianqiang, it's your turn." Zhao Sheng nodded, and with a flick of his hand, a foot-long jade ruai, its surface inlaid with 7 dazzling star diamonds, fell into his hand. The heavens and the earth are boundless, the 7 stars guide the way, mummy. Zhao Sheng formed hand seals with one hand, muttering to himself, and continuously channeled powerful divine thoughts into the jade ruai. Soon, a dazzling layer of light appeared on the surface of the 7-star ruai, an array of starlight quietly emanated from its end, extending into the depths of the vast meteorite sea. "Let's go." Zhao Sheng took the lead, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly plunging into the boundless sea of meteorites. The other 3 nascent souls followed closely behind. As the afterglow of the twin suns gradually faded into the dense swarm of meteorites, and the Divine Ruins were about to be swallowed by darkness, 3 streaks of light, purple-blue, blue-gray, and brilliant white, swooped down from the distance, plummeting like meteors onto the iron meteorite where Zhao Sheng and the others had landed. The three streaks of light dissipated, revealing an elderly man with a hooked nose and wings, a broad, portly young man with protruding front teeth and a black nose as large as a strawberry. The last person was a shriveled woman with a face covered in disgusting blisters and hair that wriggled like a living thing. She was covered in a thick fur robe, her body empty beneath her, but with over a dozen tentacle-like limbs extending from her body. It's worth our 3 years of waiting. The mark is indeed here. We've found the right place. Elder Lei Peng released his divine consciousness, sweeping across the meteorite, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The Yinjiu youth, a nascent soul ancestor of the river otters, has reached the middle nascent soul stage. He views the Huangshan cult as a thorn in his side and has come specifically to eliminate this formidable enemy. A few years ago, he saw a lobbyist approach him and they hit it off. The swollen, blistering woman, a descendant of the corpse mushroom clan, is known as Xianxi and is also at the middle nascent soul stage. In recent years, the sudden rise of Xianqiang Sanrun and the Huangshan cult's expanding ambitions have undoubtedly disrupted the tenacious balance of power on the nine-demon continent. The 7 other clans, aside from the mountain spirits, have always been wary of the human race, fearing a repeat of what happened on Xianmu continent. Therefore, when Xianqiang Sanrun ventured into the divine ruins, a cunning scheme orchestrated by a traitor quickly spun a net to capture him. This time, the divine ruins would surely be a foregone conclusion for Xianqiang Sanrun. At this moment, the very beginnings of this inevitable mortal coil were forming. Chapter 437 Zhao Lingshan. The divine ruins are vast and sprawling. This vast meteorite cloud, stretching billions of miles, is roughly divided, from the outermost to the innermost, into the soulless realm, the mysterious realm, the black abyss realm, and the most dangerous and unpredictable chaotic realm. Zhao Sheng and his 4 companions flew for over 2 months, penetrating the vast sea of meteorites, gradually descending from the outermost soulless realm into the mysterious realm. For the past 2 weeks, the sun's radiance has been obscured by countless meteorites, and the void has gradually become pitch black, often devoid of a single ray of light. Bang, bang, bang. A dense cloud of interstellar dust slammed into Zhao Sheng and his companions at unimaginable speed. In an instant, the outer layer of the magic domain they had extended erupted in a massive, splashing ripple. The immense impact caused the 5 nascent soul ancestors to pale, their mana rapidly depleting. Quick, get out of the way. Yes, we've been flying for half a month. Time to rest up. In a flash, 5 streaks of light shattered the dust and plummeted onto a shattered meteorite a dozen miles below. As the escaping light dissipated, Zhao Sheng immediately gathered his Dharma domain, compressing it into an incredibly solid golden force field that enveloped his entire body. He calmly landed on a protruding rock. Elder Yama, the 9-life Ghost King, and the other 4 followed suit, converging their Dharma domains and landing nearby. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhao Sheng swept the surrounding dust aside. He sat cross-legged, took out a soul-returning pill, and began silently restoring his mana. At this moment, Elder Yama suddenly transmitted a message. Everyone, in my opinion, the Zuanling territory is in the midst of a riot. The void storm is too fierce. It's too dangerous to travel now. How about we rest here for half a month, wait until the storm passes, and then continue our journey? That makes sense. There's no rush anyway. What do you think, Brother Xianqiang? Elder Xianquang immediately agreed. Yes, I agree with that. Zhao Sheng nodded and transmitted a message to the 4. 2 days later, the void storm subsided, and the group continued their flight deeper into the divine ruins. Boom! The collision of the 2 meteorites triggered a domino-like chain reaction, disrupting the trajectory of meteorites large and small within a 1,000-mile radius. Then, before Zhao Sheng and his 4 companions, a series of violent collisions unfolded. Dense shards of meteorite tumbled and shot out in all directions, sending a vast cloud of dust and haze spreading across a 1,000-mile radius, sweeping past 5 people at breakneck speed, engulfing everything. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes, and the golden domain instantly condensed to within 10 feet of his body. Balls of flowing gold and true fire swirled within the domain, constantly resisting the onslaught of meteorite dust. The black soul death flame and the golden crow true fire swirled around the outer layer of the domain, entwining strands and colliding with precise force. Blazes of annihilating gray light erupted, obliterating the larger meteorite fragments. Suddenly, from the depths of the dark meteorite dust, a brilliant streak of light suddenly drifted in. Barely a centimeter in length, It emanated a profound, mountain-like aura. Heavenly profound Ying, hey, the law of earth. I've made a fortune. I'm welcome. Ancestor Zion Kong, closest to it, was overjoyed upon seeing the profound Ying appear. He spun in an instant, leaving behind a long afterimage, piercing through the 1,000-foot void. In a flash, he was above the heavenly profound Ying, scooping it up and fleeing. Just as he had secured it, a humanoid shadow suddenly emerged from beneath his feet, shooting out countless hands. But it was ultimately too late. 9 lives, you were a little slow. Faster next time, haha. Ancestor Zion Kong, feeling incredibly lucky, even dared to play a joke on the 9 lives Ghost King. Watch out, but then, 2 urgent shouts echoed in his ears. Frightened, Ancestor Zion Kong instinctively fled. The next moment, a thumb-sized meteorite flashed past a spot where he had just appeared, at an incredible speed, nearly exceeding the detection limit of divine consciousness. Zhao Sheng and Ancestor Yanmo flew from either side to Ancestor Xian Kong, both expressions slightly grim. Thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured. Ancestor Xian Kong thanked them repeatedly. Taoist, it's best to be careful. Don't let the pursuit of wealth make you forget how dangerous this place is. Just as Yanmo was warning them, Jiu Ming and Huo Feng approached. The 5 nascent soul ancestors' domains fatally merged, working together to resist the surrounding danger. Ancestor Xian Kong's eyes rolled, and he quickly nodded with a smile. After the first wisp of the mysterious elf appeared, a second wisp appeared shortly thereafter, and the third wisp was captured by Yanmo and Zhao Sheng respectively. In this chaotic and complex environment, the mysterious elf of heaven has a very short lifespan, quickly collapsing into a large amount of pure spiritual energy, dispersing and merging into the surrounding environment. The Divine Ruins meteorite sea is teeming with billions of meteorites, countless of which collide constantly. Situations like the one Zhao Sheng and his companions encountered occur constantly and frequently in the depths of the Divine Ruins. Consequently, countless mysterious spirits from outer space are constantly being born within the Divine Ruins meteorite sea. The vast majority of these will spontaneously collapse into ordinary celestial spiritual energy, with only a tiny fraction, under certain special circumstances, able to maintain their original form. The Zhuan character in the Zuanling realm, the second layer of the Divine Ruins, is naturally due to the presence of these mysterious spirits from outer space. The Zuanling realm is also the most frequented area by nascent soul ancestors. The Black Abyss realm, further below, is too chaotic and dangerous to enter for extended periods, allowing only brief treasure hunts. The chaotic cave realm is even more inaccessible. Only true lords of the transformation realm are permitted to cross this boundary, or death is certain. A year later, in the middle layer of the Zuanling realm, the heavens and earth are boundless. The 7 stars guide the way. The 7-star Ruai hung high above, its star orb radiating brilliantly. A ray of starlight emanated from the end of the Ruai, extending into the unfathomable depths of the meteorite sea. Zhao Sheng had lost some weight, his face showing a hint of fatigue from the long, drawn-out search. The location of the spirit realm has changed again. Let's change our route. As soon as he finished speaking, Ancestor Zion Kong complained angrily, damn it. Another 2 months of chasing for nothing. That thing keeps changing its location. No wonder no one can find it, it's not in vain. We're getting closer and closer. We'll definitely reach our destination in less than 6 months, Zhao Sheng said calmly, glancing at Zion Kong. At that moment, Ancestor Yanmo suddenly pulled out a crystal jade bead the size of a longan from his bosom. The jade bead was shimmering, as if imbued with some special pattern. Seeing this, Huo Feng's face lit up with joy, and he immediately pulled out an identical jade bead, also shimmering and glowing. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng and the others beamed with joy, shouting in unison, "There's a Little Spirit Heaven." Huo Feng immediately urged the 4, "Let's go to Little Spirit Heaven and recuperate first." The so-called Little Spirit Heaven was actually a safe zone carved out by successive nascent souls within the Divine Ruins, typically used for recuperation and healing. It also served as a marketplace for the Divine Ruins. Zhao Sheng, Yanmo, Jiu Ming, and Xian Kong exchanged a glance, and all 4 nodded simultaneously. Then, guided by the jade beads, the 5 of them swiftly vanished into a shimmer of light, disappearing in a flash behind the numerous meteorites. Half a day after they departed, the 3 ancestors, covered in dust, discovered the traces left by the traitor and hurriedly followed. That day, 5 streams of light swiftly pierced through a dense ring of meteorites and landed on a massive iron meteorite 10,000 feet in diameter. The 5 quickly found a man-made cavern and entered. Later, after breaking through 6 layers of light barrier, they finally arrived at a massive cavern. A dazzling orb of light hung from the cavern's dome, radiating light and heat like the sun, providing illumination and warmth to the cavern. The spiritual energy within this cavern was incredibly rich, almost rivaling the core spiritual orifice of a large, 4th-tier spiritual vein. Cave dwellings carved into the surrounding stone walls, but most of the stone doors were sealed and seemingly uninhabited. Only about 20 were shrouded in a veil of light. Looking out, the ground was covered with a variety of precious medicinal herbs and spiritual trees. Neatly spread out spiritual fields, planted with immortal spiritual grains like dragon tooth rice and jade beam fruit. 100 feet away, a small market appeared, bustling with people. Zhao Sheng swept his mind over the area, discovering that everyone was, without exception, a cultivator, most at the foundation establishment stage. Golden core true immortals were not uncommon, but key refining was rare. He could even clearly sense 8 powerful auras scattered throughout the cavern, each one unabashedly radiating its powerful aura. The appearance of Zhao Sheng and his 4 companions immediately caused a sensation. 8 beams of light darted towards them from various corners of the cave. Senior Yanmo, fellow Taoist Huo. It's you, he, Xian Kong, Jiu Ming, how did you 2 end up with Yanmo? Haha, 5 more fellow Daoists have arrived at Gimai's elation. Congratulations, Zhao Sheng scanned the 8 people, recognizing the identities of 5 from their physical features. He didn't recognize the other 3. Unsurprisingly, all 8 were powerful cultivators who had reached the nascent soul stage. Zhao Sheng smiled and allowed Patriarch Yanmo to converse with him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they flew together into the market town, where a grand welcoming banquet was inevitable. Halfway through the banquet, Patriarch Yanmo, under the influence of alcohol, half-truthfully revealed that the 5 men were traveling together to delve into the Black Abyss, locate the previously discovered Void Demon Ray lair, and jointly attack it to plunder its treasures. So that's how it is. Void Demon Rays have a natural tendency to collect treasures, and their nests must contain a large number of rare natural treasures. However, Void Demon Rays live in groups and are extremely ferocious and difficult to deal with. If you don't mind, I, Jin, would like to lend a hand, said a nascent soul cultivator in a green robe and a long beard. As soon as these words were spoken, several nascent soul ancestors were immediately tempted. They had been staying in such a cramped place for years, originally to collect natural treasures and exchange them for the resources to continue their cultivation. Now, hearing about the Demon Ray's nest, which nascent soul cultivator would not be tempted? What's more, among the 5 of them, there were 2 late-stage nascent soul grandmasters. This was clearly a journey to make a fortune without any danger. Seeing that the other fellow cultivators were very interested, Yanmo cursed inwardly and immediately gave Xian Kong a secret look. Elder Xian Kong understood the hint and sneered, haha. A mere devil ray lair is more than enough for the 5 of us. No need to bother Brother Jin. Despite being interrupted, the green-robed, long-bearded elder showed no sign of anger. Instead, he took the opportunity to propose a temporary trade fair. This perfectly suited everyone's wishes, and without further ado, they immediately agreed. Thus, a variety of rare and precious celestial materials from both worlds were casually displayed on the table. High-level spiritual objects like Xianchen Zhengjin, Zixiu iron, 10,000-year black iron, and earth milk spirit essence were merely ordinary items. Even more numerous were ice essence jade marrow, wind godstone, moon agate, spirit fire, spirit soil, spirit water, and other spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Furthermore, there were some bizarre and almost unknown exotic objects from other realms, such as unknown red gold bones, weighty black gravel, honeycomb-shaped or flowing with blood-colored slurry, and so on. Of course, the largest quantity was the mountain of mid to high-grade spirit stones. Zhao Sheng noticed that the treasures brought out rarely contained elixirs, magical weapons, formation diagrams, or cultivation techniques. Most of them were high-level spiritual ores and unknown exotic artifacts from other realms. This indicated the extreme scarcity of certain resources in this small spiritual realm. After wandering among the numerous celestial treasures, Zhao Sheng traded numerous mid- and high-level elixirs for several pieces of innate gem gold, acquired gold essence, and several other celestial spiritual objects. generally at prices 20% to 30% lower than those in the other realms. Notably, he also exchanged for 4 or 5 exotic artifacts from other realms, including a piece of a strange, color-shifting mercury-like metal. Aside from him, none of the nascent soul ancestors present recognized this object, leaving him with a significant bargain. This object, called Wanlin Huanjin, had appeared only once in the Xianzhu realm and was later recorded in the secret ancient scrolls of the Supreme Induction sect. Zhao Xuanjing had read about it before and had casually described its special properties to Zhao Sheng. It was one of the core artifacts in the construction of the Ascension Array. It holds vital significance for repairing the Ascension Array. The 12 nascent soul ancestors surprisingly didn't recognize the unique treasure, the Myriad Waves Illusion Gold. What does this reveal? It fully demonstrates the importance of knowledge and the vast information gaps between different realms. Due to the barriers of time and space, much knowledge circulates only within their respective worlds, creating numerous islands of information within the universe. Certain powerful forces spanning the heavens view these islands as both prey and treasures waiting to be discovered. Zhao Sheng had learned from Zhao Xuanjing that the Xianzhu realm was actually a Hengsha realm that had been intensively developed and was now in a state of decline, with its spiritual energy concentration rapidly decreasing. Over 1,000 years ago, why did the powerful spirit realm master seem so unconcerned about the damage to the Ascension Array? The fundamental reason was that the Xianzhu realm had lost much of its usefulness in the first place. The Ascension Array was broken, so be it, it was of no use anyway. After the trade fair, Zhao Sheng and his 4 companions rested for some time in the lesser spiritual heaven before embarking on their journey again. The 3 of them had actually already sneaked into the outer reaches of Xia Lingshan, but because they were in the wrong place, they could only hide outside, filled with anger. Not only did they not dare to set foot in Lingshan, they even watched Xianqiang Sanren walk away without being able to take any action, and they were so angry that they were about to explode. Chapter 438, The plan failed and he got hurt. As they journeyed deeper into the Zuanling realm, the concentration of spiritual energy within the void grew steadily higher. Simultaneously, the surrounding environment grew increasingly chaotic and dangerous, with all sorts of bizarre and exotic void beasts gradually appearing amidst the meteorite swarms. After 3 months of arduous pursuit, Zhao Sheng, Yanmo, and his 4 companions finally reached a magnificent and mysterious land. 100 miles away, amidst the dense mass of meteorites, a vast, empty area, nearly 10,000 miles in size, appeared. In the center of this empty area, 7 large stars shimmered brilliantly in the darkness, while a vast, multicolored nebula formed around the area's periphery. The 7 stars consisted of 2 large and 5 small ones. The 2 large stars, one bright and one dim, were approximately 2,000 miles apart, each about 1,000 miles in diameter, occupying the central void. The 5 smaller stars, approximately 100 miles in size, orbited the 2 large stars in the center, slowly moving along an invisible curve. Each star was riddled with craters of varying sizes, a desolate and silent scene, devoid of atmosphere, resembling an ordinary meteorite. However, the surfaces of these 7 meteorites were covered entirely with a thick layer of crystalline sand. Illuminated by the dazzling, multicolored light, these crystalline sands shone with a brilliant and eerie brilliance. Hiss! Seeing this celestial wonder, Huo Feng gasped, his face then lit up with an expression of utter fervor. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, time and space inverted. This is an unimaginable, domain-level natural formation. No, this is definitely not a natural formation, but a clearly man-made wonder of the universe. This senior's work is truly earth-shattering. Could it be the work of a true immortal? It's possible. Yanmo glanced at the silent Zhao Sheng and said pointedly. With that, the old Yanmo's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, did you feel that? There, it seems," he didn't continue, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Haha, we're finally there. So what are we waiting for, brother Xianqiang? Now it's your turn." Even though it is still 100 miles away from the 7-star spiritual realm, waves of spiritual energy tides are still roaring from below, which makes Xian Kong, Jilming and others very surprised. "Everyone wait, let me cast the spell first." After Zhao Sheng finished speaking, he took out the 7-star Ruai from his sleeve, and with a light toss of his right hand, the 7-star Ruai leaped into the void, shining brightly. Then, he pinched the incantation with both hands, and shot out countless blood-colored spiritual lights in succession, which merged into the interior of the 7-star ruai. After a while, the 7-star beads on the ruai were covered with a thick layer of blood light. 7 stars are hanging upside down, and the formation is activated. Zhao Sheng's eyes shone with divine light, and his divine consciousness surged into ruai. Suddenly, a blood-red beam of light shot out from the head of the 7-star ruai, shooting into the colorful nebula. Illuminated by the beam of light, a large area of the colorful nebula instantly melted away, revealing a nearly 1,000-foot wide hole. Without any need for reminder, the 5 of them immediately flew down, quickly passed through the hole, and entered the inner part of the spiritual realm. Haha, such rich spiritual energy, it's amazing. Ancestor Zhao Sheng laughed ecstatically, enjoying the crazy infusion of spiritual energy from heaven and earth with a face full of enjoyment. The other 3 also showed the same surprised smiles. Haha, I have never seen a place with such abundant spiritual energy. The 7-star spiritual realm is truly worthy of its reputation. If you can cultivate here for 1,000 years, you can expect to become a god. Not only that, the concentration of spiritual energy on the big star is obviously much higher than that in the outer void. I'm afraid there are super high-level large spiritual veins of level 5 or above underneath. I'll go first. The 9-life ghost king laughed strangely, and his figure instantly turned into a dark shadow. In a blink of an eye, he crossed the 10,000 feet void, flashed and sank into the surface of the dark star, and disappeared in an instant. Humph, I said that we can't trust an evil ghost. Yanmo, what should we do now? Ancestor Xian Kong looked at Ancestor Yanmo with a gloomy face, and his rat eyes were fierce. Ancestor Yanmo looked at Zhao Sheng and said in a deep voice, Brother Xiangqiang, what do you think? Zhao Sheng said nothing, and just shot a ray of magic light into the 7-star ruai. Then, a ray of starlight shot out from the end of ruai, extending all the way into the dark star. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Yanmo, Xiankong and Huo Feng changed. They knew what to do next without saying anything. Humph, let's go. Before he finished speaking, the body of the Amma ancestor turned into a mysterious light and fell rapidly. After landing on the surface of the dark star, he drilled into it. The Xiankong ancestor let out a strange cry, and the virtual image of a giant rat as big as an elephant appeared behind him. The virtual image of the giant rat raised its front paws and grabbed the void in front of it fiercely, and the void suddenly appeared in circles of ripples. The next moment, the giant rat wrapped up the Xiankong ancestor, and suddenly rushed forward, piercing through the void in an instant, and disappeared from Zhao Sheng's sight. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's expression was very calm. He turned his head to look at the Taoist Huo Feng who was 100 feet away, and suddenly asked, Fellow Taoist Huo, why don't you move? The Fuxi Wanfu Roban Taoist Huo Feng's body was now emitting a bright golden light, and dense Tai Lingwen poured out and flowed endlessly in the golden light. The Tai Lingwen continuously combined and intertwined with each other to construct countless mysterious array patterns. At this moment, Huo Feng looked at the 7 stars below with fanaticism. His eyes were frighteningly bright, his eyes were burning like fire, and at the same time, he revealed an extremely obsessed and selfless look. It's so beautiful, so wonderful. There are such mysterious and unpredictable array wonders in the world. My Tao is complete. Yin and Yang in time and space can actually construct such complex and exquisite patterns. I can't see clearly. Why can't I see clearly? As Huo Feng watched, his face contorted in agony, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Yet he refused to close his eyes, straining to keep them open, employing his pupil technique, repeatedly attempting to discern the myriad patterns and configurations behind this mysterious formation. Zhao Sheng, observing this, knew he had sunk into a state of obsession, unable to awaken without forceful stimulation. Without disturbing this formation-obsessed individual, Zhao Sheng's mind swirled, and a platinum sphere suddenly erupted from his Danshan Qi Si. The 1,000-flame cauldron landed at his feet and spun like a planet, unleashing a volley of various true fires, gold, blue, red, and black. Ancient poison flame, golden crow true fire, black soul death flame, clear thunder spirit fire. 8 varieties of true fire surrounded Zhao Sheng, fiercely protecting him. Simultaneously, he waved his sleeves, releasing high-level talismans that hovered before him, ready to be activated at any moment. Yanmo and his ilk were unaware of its power, but Zhao Sheng, having suffered a severe loss once before, was well aware of the horror of the void devil fungus. After deliberately waiting a moment, Zhao Sheng stepped onto the 1,000-flame cauldron, fully armed with a glint of escape, and in a flash, silently burrowed underground, slinking towards the demonic cavern at the center of the earth. Moving forward a bit, Xian Kong and Yan Mo, one in front and one behind, each released their own magical domains to protect themselves while cautiously descending deeper. Just past 30 miles, the ancestor Xian Kong's eyes lit up with surprise. Within his spiritual range, agate-like crystals began to appear one after another in the surrounding earth and rock. These crystals emanated distinct spiritual energy, and their spiritual energy content and purity rivaled even that of ordinary mid-grade spirit stones. As he delved deeper, the agate crystals in the earth and rock grew larger and larger, initially fist-sized, then head-sized, and finally, half a man tall, were common. At the same time, the concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings surged, and the soil began to crystallize. The amount of spiritual energy contained within it surpassed that of mid-grade spiritual stones and was rapidly transitioning to that of high-grade spiritual stones. Even the knowledgeable ancestor Yan Mo couldn't contain his excitement, and his dive speed unconsciously increased. This was even more so for ancestor Xian Kong, the greediest by nature. By this point, he had already surpassed the range of Yan Mo's divine sense, and it was unknown how deep he had descended. Cough. At that moment, ancestor Yan Mo suddenly coughed. After the cough, he suddenly paused, repeatedly checking his body with his divine sense, but found nothing unusual. He relaxed slightly, suppressed his nervousness, and continued his descent. This time, however, his descent was 3 times slower than before, and he would occasionally stop to focus on his surroundings. Just as ancestor Yan Mo felt uneasy and finally stopped, waiting for Xianqiang Sanren to catch up, the shifty-looking ancestor Xian Kong suddenly appeared within his divine sense range. Yan Mo, hurry up and come down, down there. Down there, guess what I saw? I guarantee you will be surprised. Haha, seeing Xian Kong's ecstatic smile, Yan Mo felt relieved. He immediately flashed and dived down quickly approaching the other party. Xian Kong, what did you find that made you look so happy? You'll know in a minute. Let me keep you in suspense. Did you see that Jiayu Ming guy? It's right down there. Damn old ghost, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have dragged it in. Xian Kong, don't be angry. Having it scout away ahead just reduces the risk for us. It's the best use of its resources, you think so, but you don't know that it clearly has ulterior motives. By the way, when are we going to take action? No hurry. At least wait until the helpers arrive. It won't be too late to attack then, I will listen to you. This time, Xianqiang will definitely die. The telepathy was so fast that in just a short moment, Yan Mo and Xian Kong had communicated for a long time. After 3 breaths, the whole body of Yan Mo sank, and his body suddenly fell. Fortunately, he had been reminded, and the domain of law expanded, and the black light piled up, immediately stopping the fall. At this time, Yan Mo looked around and saw a large crystal cave with a radius of 100 miles, which suddenly came into view. This is a crystal cave. The surface of the dome in the cave wall is covered with dense crystalline clusters, emitting a soft and colorful glow. Huge crystal pillars connect the sky and the ground, all over the cave, and are constantly blooming with brilliant glow, and at the same time are full of desolate and ancient atmosphere. The sky above the crystal cave was filled with colorful spiritual clouds, and a spiritual raindrop fell continuously. The spiritual raindrops fell on the crystalline ground and instantly merged into it, turning into strands of slurry that continued to spread throughout the crystal cave, but most of it flowed and gathered into the crystal peak in the center. At this moment, in the very center of the cave, a 1,000-foot crystal peak stood majestically, radiating a colorful light from all over, dazzling the eyes. The old ancestor Yan Mo stared at the crystal peak, and an expression of extreme shock could not be suppressed on his face. The old ancestor Xian Kong, who was standing beside him, saw his expression and couldn't help but chuckled. He joked, "You are shocked too. I didn't expect this place to hide such a horrifying secret." Yama ignored him and looked at the crystal peak carefully. Through the thick crystal wall, he could see countless grotesque corpses sealed inside the crystal peak. There were ferocious beasts as big as mountains, and there were also grotesque beasts in the void, but the most were human corpses. Although these corpses had fallen for who knows how many years, most of them had turned into crystals. But Yama could still faintly sense the powerful aura emanating from the corpses, which was not inferior to that of Yuanying cultivators, and some were even so powerful that he felt terrified. Pa! A drop of spiritual rain fell on his forehead, and the ancestor Yama suddenly woke up. He collected his thoughts and took a closer look, and saw 9 human-shaped shadows trying their best to drill into the bodies of those terrifying corpses. These shadows were undoubtedly transformed by the 9-life Ghost King, but its body-stealing magical power repeatedly failed in front of the corpses, and made little progress. When seeing a corpse covered with tentacles on the upper level of the crystal peak, Patriarch Yanmo suddenly shook all over and shouted, "That's the demon tooth mushroom mother, what the hell? Hasn't the demon tooth mushroom mother disappeared for more than 1,000 years? Could it be that she died in cough cough cough?" Patriarch Xiankong didn't finish his words, his face suddenly flushed red, and he coughed violently. Puff! A mouthful of bloody sputum spurted out, which made Yanmo and Xiankong change color at the same time. It was because the bloody sputum was mixed with gravel-like crystal particles, which was really horrifying. What's going on? I was actually infected. Is it poison? Is it a goo? Or something unknown? Yanmo, have you noticed anything unusual before? Patriarch Xiankong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked anxiously with a look of horror. No. The face of the ancestor Yanmo was ashen, and he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth with clenched teeth. The ancestor Xiankong had a distorted expression and roared, "This place is dangerous, it is not suitable to stay for long. Retreat quickly and find Yuan first." As he spoke, he trembled all over, a trace of pain appeared on his face, and then a series of blood drops suddenly dripped from his nostrils. When the ancestor Yanmo saw this scene, he retreated a long distance, looking at Xiankong with vigilance and alertness, observing his physical condition. But at this moment, something strange happened again. Ah! A shrill howl suddenly came out from the inside of the crystal peak. In a blink of an eye, a storm of divine thoughts whistled past the 2 of them. Mixed in the storm was the extremely panicked and fearful howl of the 9-life Ghost King. "Save me! Yanmo, Xiankong, please take action quickly. Save me out." Yanmo and Xiankong suddenly turned their heads to look at the crystal peak, and were horrified to see 9 ghosts struggling desperately. The upper half of some ghosts had already broken away from the crystal peak, but the lower half was entangled by dense crystal threads. The ends of the crystal threads were deeply inserted into the ghosts' bodies and grew thicker and longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439. If you want to live, take this pill. The crystal threads of the Void Devil fungus were truly terrifying beyond belief. The 9-life Ghost King's 9 ghostly bodies, half real and half illusory, could traverse the void, practically ignoring physical matter. They were incredibly powerful. These crystal threads could actually trap the ethereal ghost bodies, even continuously drawing nutrients from them to strengthen themselves. The mighty nascent soul Ghost King was powerless against the threads. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, Yanmo and the others would have been incredulous. Should we save them, or not? Ancestor Xiankong suddenly asked in a surly tone. Save them, cough cough. A cough erupted, and Yanmo clutched his chest, his face contorted. With a swish, a ripping sound, tiny, sticky tentacles suddenly tore through his robes and emerged from Yanmo's chest. The tentacles danced wildly, seeming both excited and terrified. Boom boom. A vast expanse of pitch black, profound light erupted from the body of the Yama ancestor, instantly expanding in all directions and enveloping a 1,000-foot radius. A rumbling sound echoed through the crystal cavern. Faintly, beneath the shimmering black light, ochre tentacles, as thick as giant pythons, could be seen lashing frantically at everything around them. Crystal pillars would occasionally collapse, and the crystal floor would sag into deep, wide gullies. Dense shards of crystal shattered the air, and crystal sand drifted into the air. Yanmo! Yanmo! Are you mad? Xiankong ancestor repeatedly dodged the tentacles' lashes, roaring in exasperation, trying to rouse the other man. Before he could finish his words, he caught a glimpse of a scene from the corner of his eye, and his expression suddenly changed. At that moment, the countless corpses sealed within the crystal peak suddenly came to life, struggling to break through the crystal walls and frantically flying towards the 2. Meanwhile, the 9-life Ghost King was in a state of extreme misery. All 9 of his ghostly bodies had been dragged into the crystal peak, their bodies covered in dense shrouds of crystal threads, resembling wriggling crystal cocoons, alive. All of them. Damn it. I'll serve you no more. Go, Elder Zion Kwang roared furiously, and the giant rat's image reappeared behind him. The rat enveloped him, its front claws slicing through the air before darting upwards and disappearing in an instant. At this moment, Zhao Sheng had just descended to a depth of over 300 miles. Suddenly, the giant rat's phantom appeared within his spiritual awareness, and he was startled. Elder Zion Kong, sensing the fluctuations of his divine awareness, sent a panic message, "Run. Everything down there is alive. Run." To others, the message might have been confusing, but Zhao Sheng understood immediately. Without waiting for Zion Kwang's call, he turned decisively and fled upwards. 2 breaths later, Zhao Sheng and Zion Kong, one in front and one behind, broke through the ground and soared high into the sky. Elder Zion Kong, perhaps terrified, dared not halt. Instead, he controlled his giant rat form and continuously activated his Zion Kong magical power. He fled 10 miles at a time, madly fleeing beyond the nebula. Huo Feng, startled by the sudden change, muttered to himself in a daze, "What happened?" The next moment, he fully regained consciousness and quickly flew over, demanding, "Fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, why are you fleeing so hastily? Is there something wrong down there?" Before Zhao Sheng could speak, a massive black light suddenly broke through the ground, sending a torrent of earth and rock soaring into the sky. Within the black light, a massive, black-skinned monster, over 100 feet long and covered in ochre tentacles, emerged, resembling a giant sea urchin. The tentacles tethered to zombies, each at least stronger than a bronze-armored corpse. From the 5 thickest tentacles, 5 imposing and powerful corpses clung to them. They were of flying Hades, rivaling those of the Yuanying ancestor. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered with surprise at this sight. He hadn't expected the Yama ancestor to be so well hidden. Not only was his true form at the late Yuanying stage, but he even secretly controlled the 5 flying Hades. With a gentle stroke of the sea urchin, he appeared 100 feet away from Zhao Sheng in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the Yama ancestor's suppressed and gloomy voice suddenly rang out from within the monster, "Xiangqiong, something's happening below. Quickly retreat and escape." Zhao Sheng gazed at the Yama ancestor's true form and smiled strangely. Just then, the Zion Kwang ancestor returned, excitedly shouting at Zhao Sheng, "Damn it! You almost got me killed just now. Xiangqiong, quickly open the passage and let us out." "No hurry," Zhao Sheng said calmly, his gaze glancing at Zion Kwang. What did you say? Disaster is imminent, and you dare say such things? Open the passage immediately, or we will be annihilated." Ancestor Zion Kwang's face twisted, his heart simmering with rage. If he hadn't believed he couldn't defeat him, he would have chopped Xiangqiong Sanren into pieces. With a puff, Yama's head suddenly emerged from its main body. Its cold eyes fixed on Zhao Sheng, 100 feet away, and it suddenly demanded, "Xiangqiong, what do you mean?" Zhao Sheng didn't reply at first. Instead, a thought flashed through his mind, and balls of celestial fire flew back into the 1,000-flame cauldron. Seeing this, Ancestor Zion Kwang's fury intensified, and he was about to strike. But Ancestor Yanmo calmed down, a sudden realization forming within him. "Could it be that you know how? So what if I don't?" Zhao Sheng remained calm, unfazed. He sized up the 2 men across from him and said calmly, "I should be leaving now. Have fun, damn it. I can't run away, and neither can you." In contrast to the rhetoric of Zion Kong, Yanmo remained silent. A tentacle, as thick as a giant python, whipped out with lightning speed. The flying Pluto at the end suddenly opened its eyes, emitting 2 blood-red beams of light. Even with Yanmo's sudden attack, he was still a step too late. Before the beams of light could reach him, Zhao Sheng had vanished from sight. Huo Feng's face was filled with shock, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Of the 5 companions, only he and the 9-life Ghost King had been kept in the dark from beginning to end, completely unaware of the conspiracy. Yanmo, Zion Kong, and the others were plotting to kill Xiangqiong Sanren, unaware that Zhao Sheng was also plotting against them. Facing a mysterious formation capable of easily transporting the 7-star spirit realm, Yanmo, Zion Kong, and Huo Feng, mere nascent soul cultivators, could possibly break through the formation's barriers and escape this deadly situation. "Don't let me catch you, Sky, or I'll hack you into pieces and burn your soul for 1,000 years." Elder Zion Kwang was furious, his face contorted with rage. Boom. Meanwhile, The dark star below erupted with a cascade of earth and rock, a massive crater suddenly shattering the surface. Dense, thick crystal threads gushed out, intertwining and interweaving like living creatures, stretching and dancing wildly into the sky, often hundreds of feet long. Immediately afterwards, ferocious crystal corpses, riding the threads, soared from the hole into the sky, lunging towards Yanmo and his three companions with terrifying force. Leading the way was a massive beast with twin horns, emerald eyes, scaly limbs, and a silver-white armored shell. It was none other than the Tyrannosaurus Rex that had wreaked havoc 1,000 years before. Elder Xian Kuang shuddered with fear, unhesitatingly summoning the illusion of a giant rat and escaping in an instant. Hao Feng, observing the imposing crystal corpses, was equally astonished. Seeing Xian Kuang flee without a word, he dared not hesitate. A shimmer of clear light suddenly emanated from his Fuxi 10,000 talismans robe. The light flashed, and Hao Feng was gone. Damn it! I can't control myself. At this moment, the Yama ancestor roared, his 100-foot-long true form trembling violently. Waves of powerful magical light erupted, rapidly expanding around him. Yama's eyes instantly turned blood red, and he slid back into his true form. The next moment, the corpse mushroom grandmaster lashed out with his tentacles, colliding head-on with the tyrant armored bull dragon, ensuing in a desperate melee. The devil fang mushroom mother had similarly lost her mind, and even though the Yama ancestor was in the late nascent soul stage, she didn't hold out for long. In some ways, the void devil fungus could be considered the corpse mushroom's nemesis. Of course, ordinary void devil fungus wasn't as powerful, and couldn't drive a nascent soul-level corpse mushroom warrior mad. As luck would have it, the void devil fungus parasitizing the dark star originated from the third level of the void realm, and was considered one of the ancestral species of devil fungus. From the outset of the battle, Yama was instantly besieged. Numerous crystal corpses swarmed forward, driven by the devil fungus, and attacked and mauled Yama's body. The black light domain was shattered, and zombie after zombie was easily torn to pieces by the crystal corpses. Only the 5 flying Hades managed to fight back. However, the crystal corpses were too numerous, each one formidable. Even with only instincts left, they could not be underestimated. In a matter of moments, Yama was completely at a disadvantage. Numerous tentacles were bitten and torn apart, leaving him covered in wounds and blood. After suffering these repeated blows, Yama finally regained some sanity. Seeing his desperate situation, Yama was filled with horror and despair. While he still had some sense, he made the wisest decision. In an instant, a 9-inch tall, dark blue nascent soul, or nascent soul, burst forth from the head of a massive spiny sea urchin. With a look of terror on its face, clutching a black altar, roughly an inch in size, it dove into the body of a 2-meter-tall, iron-black corpse king. The corpse king roared to the heavens, its body erupting with a vast expanse of black light. Countless massive black blades suddenly materialized from thin air, slashing out in all directions, unleashing a hurricane of wind. With a swish, the corpse king suddenly transformed into a black rainbow of blades, bursting through its encirclement like lightning, desperately fleeing towards the edge of the dazzling nebula. Taoist Hao Feng, though a master of concealment, had unfortunately misjudged his target. Cultivators rely on spiritual energy for their foundation, and the void devil fungus, for its part, feeds on it and particularly enjoys parasitizing living beings. The more Taoist Hao Feng channeled his magical power, the more the devil fungus sensed his location. Xian Kong and Yan Mo were in a similar predicament. The more they resisted, the more they needed to draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish their own mana. This, along with the spiritual energy, would in turn infuse the three of them with their bacteria, accelerating their crystallization process and leading them into a spiral of despair. Yan Mo, the most powerful and having abandoned his physical body, was the first to sense the abnormality within himself. His nascent soul body was now visibly covered in dense clusters of crystal grains. Even when he used his divine consciousness to clear them, the grains continued to grow. After shattering over a dozen crystal corpses, Yan Mo suddenly felt a strange weakness emanating from the depths of his soul, and despair seized him. In comparison, Xian Kong Patriarch, possessing the magical power of entrapment of the void, fared slightly better, always managing to dodge the crystal corpses' attacks and flee in all directions. Taoist Hao Feng, seeing his concealment methods ineffective, immediately shifted his strategy. In a flash, he set up multiple illusion arrays, scrambling the energy to confuse the crystal corpses, giving them a temporary reprieve. However, trapped within the array, the three could not escape the spiritual realm. For a moment, they felt like three pitiful creatures trapped in a cage, desperately fleeing as a swarm of crystal corpses pursued them. A single mistake could have resulted in serious injury. Fortunately, these crystal corpses only retained their instincts, while the void devil fungus, with its inherently low intelligence, could not unleash their full potential. Otherwise, the three would have perished without a burial place. Meanwhile, in a void beyond the nebula, Zhao Sheng, shrouded in his Hun-Pian stone armor, his gaze deep as he quietly observed the chaotic scene below. After more than half an hour, the Yama ancestor was the first to collapse. A third of his nascent soul body had transformed into a cluster of crystals, his spiritual consciousness failing, and his consciousness repeatedly lost. Unable to react in time, the Corpse King was simultaneously overtaken by two humanoid crystal corpses, one in front and one behind, who grabbed him from the waist. The crystal corpses, their bodies aglow with crystalline light, began to erode the Corpse King's limp form. "It's time," Zhao Sheng observed the scene, and with a thought, his figure suddenly vanished into nothingness. Above the dark star, Zhao Sheng appeared out of thin air. With a wave of his long sleeve, high-level talismans shot out in succession, exploding simultaneously into a raging sea of fire. Thousands of golden giant swords lashed out, hurricanes and tornadoes rolled in, and other powerful magical techniques attacked the crystalline corpses. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng cast a 100-mile rainbow talisman, instantly transforming into a rainbow and dispersing 100 miles. 3 streaks of rainbow light streaked through the void, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 miles away from the Yama ancestor. "Yanmo, if you wish to live, take this elixir." His words, accompanied by a wisp of divine thought, pierced the other's mind. The Yama ancestor awoke from his daze, a figure he wished he could shred into ashes flashing through his mind. Simultaneously, a jade-white elixir bottle reflected within his mind. Sky, the dome. Yama's face was filled with resentment, his heart raging with rage, his fangs nearly gnashing. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly at him, waved his hand, and vanished into thin air in a flash. The Yama ancestor, a ruthless figure, saw this glimmer of hope and, without hesitation, transformed into a black, blade-like rainbow, swooping down towards the elixir bottle 100 miles away. He snatched up the elixir bottle and, without even glancing at it, immediately tossed it into his mouth. He chewed it with his fangs a few times before swallowing it, along with the fragments. Instantly, a strange, cold current spread fiercely from his stomach to his limbs and bones. The largest current surged upstream, piercing the purple palace between his eyebrows and landing on his nascent soul body, shrouded in crystal grains. As the cold current washed down, a flood of crystal grains fell, and Yama felt a sudden sense of relief. His spiritual power surged by over 30%. Even more ecstatic, the crystal grains' activity had significantly weakened, their erosion rate drastically decreasing. Chapter 440, The Inner Demon Soul Locking Curse. Qiang, come out, Elder Yanmo roared to the heavens in ecstasy, simultaneously unleashing a powerful punch. A jet of black light, 3 feet thick, whistled out, instantly sending a 4-winged owl flying backwards. Suddenly, a clear voice boomed from behind him, "Yanmo, I'm here." Yanmo quickly turned and saw Qiang Sanran, suspended in the air 100 miles away, watching him silently. "Qiang, let's be frank. What do I have to do for you to save my life?" Yanmo transformed into a mysterious light and darted through the void at breakneck speed, dodging the attacks of the crystal corpses while repeatedly transmitting telepathic messages to Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng dodged the attack of the crystal corpses with a casual stroll, sending a message back, "This is easy. Just relax your mind and let me plant a soul-binding curse. Then, I'll rescue you from this deadly place." HMPH, you've got that in mind. You want me to be your puppet? Dream on. Even facing death, the Yama ancestor still stubbornly refused to concede. However, Zhao Sheng, a man of his own, had long since seen through his timid nature. Since he didn't want to point him yet, he might as well leave him alone. After all, time was on my side, and the outcome was already determined. With a thought, Zhao Sheng had teleported beyond the nebula. He flew a short circle along the colorful nebula and soon spotted the figure of the Xian Kong ancestor. The 7-star spiritual realm spanned nearly 10,000 miles. 5 satellites, each 100 miles in diameter, sat at its edge, slowly rotating along their predetermined orbits, shifting their spatial and temporal orientations. At that moment, a giant, golden-haired rat, 100 feet tall and radiant with precious light, dodged left and right, leaping and stealthing through the air as it swiftly fled toward a satellite shimmering with a faint green glow. Behind it, a 1,000-foot-long golden scale dragon python corpse, leading a swarm of crystal corpses, large and small, pursued relentlessly, determined to fight to the death. Just as the rat entered the satellite's 100-mile radius, it suddenly vanished from thin air without warning. The next moment, a region of space 300 miles away suddenly distorted, and the giant, radiant rat was vomited out of thin air. Elder Zion Kong, bewildered, looked around, then back at the satellite 300 miles away, utterly horrified. Damn it! How did I end up here? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Zion Kong suddenly leaped out, howling frantically, "Fuck! Don't come over here." However, the crystal corpses had no intelligence, so how could they understand his cries? Upon seeing their prey nearby, the crystal corpses within a radius of hundreds of miles instantly transformed into long, crystalline rainbows, descending from all directions in a frenzy to encircle and attack Ancestor Zion Kong. Ancestor Zion Kong was a genius of the Rat Clan, his escape skills honed to the limit. In any other realm, he would have fled long ago, but the 7-star spiritual realm was a dead zone with no escape. In a short moment, Ancestor Zion Kong changed his escape direction several times. However, every time he approached within 100 miles of a satellite, an invisible force would teleport him 300 miles away. He fell into the crystal corpse den several times, but each time he used his 2 top-grade magic weapons, the rat tooth blades, to fight his way out. Previously, Ancestor Zion Kong had attempted to break through the colorful nebula, but the result was even worse. He was trapped in a maze of starlight and nearly obliterated by the dazzling light. Fortunately, his innate magical powers were extraordinary, otherwise he would have been lost in the starlight and reduced to ash. "Zion Kong, do you want to live or die?" At some point, a voice suddenly reached the ears of Ancestor Zion Kong. "Live, I don't want to die. Xian Qiong, save me." Without hesitation, Ancestor Zion Kong unleashed his full spiritual power, spreading his words as far as possible. "Very good, if you want to live, take this pill." Zhao Sheng followed suit, releasing the bottle of antibacterial pill. A moment later, Ancestor Zion Kong, ecstatic, rubbed his hands, effortlessly wiping away the crystals on his skin. His internal mana flowed more freely, and the strange cold current slowed the growth of the crystal clusters in his internal organs. Compared to Ancestor Yama, Zion Kong was much more tactful. After only a moment's hesitation, he bowed his head, surrendered, and cast the Heart Demon Soul Locking Curse. The Heart Demon Soul Locking Curse is a forbidden magic technique, extremely sinister. Once cast, even a nascent soul realm ancestor would be completely controlled. It could be said that life is life, death is death. Life and death depend on the master's whim. After casting the Soul Locking Curse, Ancestor Zion Kong's attitude shifted swiftly, almost instantly transforming into a loyal subordinate. He addressed the Lord with such alacrity. In front of Zhao Sheng, he authentically demonstrated the meaning of a man of insight as a hero. Boom! High-level talismans flew across the sky, instantly transforming into vast hurricanes, clouds of fire, forests of ice spears, seas of lightning, and other magical techniques, repeatedly repelling the frenzied attacks of the crystal corpses. Watching Xian Qiong Sanrun, who seemingly dispensed high-level talismans without paying, Ancestor Zion Kong instinctively shrank his neck, naturally hunched over, and a fawning smile spread across his face. "Lord, that Yama is merely holding his breath, but he definitely doesn't want to die. Why don't I, your subordinate, persuade him?" "Yes," Zhao Sheng nodded confidently. "Hey, my lord, please wait a moment. I'll definitely bring you good news." With that, Zion Kong summoned a giant, radiant rat to possess him. Its front claws sliced through the air, and it darted 10 miles away. Swish, swish. In a few flashes, the giant rat had quietly fled into the western void. Zion Kong's innate ability seems somewhat similar to phase shift. "I'll take the time to study it later when I have some free time," Zhao Sheng thought to himself, averting his gaze. A few breaths later, a streak of golden light shot out from the distance, landing in a hazy, illusory land. At that moment, crystal corpses entered this area, quickly disappearing. But this illusory realm could not withstand the ravages of so many powerful crystal corpses. It flickered violently, expanding and distorting, threatening to collapse at any moment. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and with a flick of his long sleeve, the 10,000 symbols array plate flew out from under his sleeve. Mid-air, the array disk erupted with dazzling brilliance, a vast expanse of white light expanding in all directions, instantly filling an area of over 20 miles. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Sheng launched a succession of colorful banners, each one immersing in the white light and radiating powerful waves. The white light shifted, then vanished into the darkness of the void. Only Zhao Sheng knew that the void before him had constructed an even more powerful illusion. The next second, he stepped across the invisible boundary and vanished into the darkness. Immediately afterwards, a series of hideous, terrifying crystal corpses followed without hesitation, disappearing one after another. A moment later, Zhao Sheng arrived at a place of flickering light and darkness and telegraphed, "Fellow Taoist Tuo, please reveal yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a humanoid figure emerged from the shimmering light. Then, Taoist Tuo Feng's voice echoed through the void, "HMPH, what just happened?" Though his words were unclear, Zhao Sheng patiently explained the entire situation. Since Yan Mo and the others had already intended to kill them, he couldn't blame him for setting a trap. So that's how it is. Those who aren't of my kind must have different hearts. Taoist Yan Kaiyong was absolutely right. As he spoke, Taoist Tuo Feng's true form emerged from the depths of light and darkness. The next moment, the illusion, unable to hold on any longer, quietly collapsed, scattering into countless points of light before vanishing in an instant. A roar. The trapped, hideous crystal corpses had barely escaped the illusion, only to be plunged into another, even more powerful one, where they resumed their battle royal against the illusory light and shadows. Huo Feng looked around, a look of admiration on his face. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What an exquisitely crafted formation." This formation is quite similar to the heavy illusionary realm, but even more so. The level of formations in the Xianzhu realm should not be underestimated. Zhao Sheng's heart trembled at these words, instantly realizing his identity had been exposed. As the saying goes, Tao follows nature. Formations naturally derive from the natural world. Every world in the universe is unique, and so naturally, the formation styles of each world vary greatly. Although Zhao Sheng tried his best to conceal it, it was incredibly difficult to hide his own world's formation style from a master of formations. Taoist Tuo Feng's words revealed Zhao Sheng's true identity. Call him foolish, but to become a master of formations, the most difficult of all the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, his intelligence was self-evident. Call him clever, but knowing he was in a desperate situation and only Xianqiang Sanren could save him, Huo Feng still spoke such foolishly. For a moment, even Zhao Sheng couldn't fathom this man's intentions. Seeing this, Huo Feng smiled with a complex expression and said, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to speculate. I've witnessed the fate of Yan Mo and Xian Kong, and I know I'm not lucky. I've just seen the truth of formations, and not wanting to die prematurely, I've decided to surrender to you. And speaking from the bottom of my heart, I've long yearned to discuss and exchange ideas with the masters of formations from your realm. However, I've been plagued by numerous karmic ties, and I've never been able to make up my mind. Now, it's not that I'm incompetent, but that fellow Taoist Xianqiang is superior, interesting, truly interesting." Zhao Sheng hadn't expected Taoist Tuo Feng to be so interesting, truly worthy of the title formation fanatic. "In that case, please, fellow Taoist Tuo, please relax your mind." Zhao Sheng was also very straightforward. As he spoke, a fist-sized ball of gray light shot out from between his eyebrows, and within its depths, a myriad of distorted ghostly figures faintly emerged. "All right, cast the curse," Huo Feng said, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a 4-inch tall infant, radiant with white light, leaped from his temples. In both hands, the infant held a roughly inch-sized Bagua 9 palace mirror, ablaze with spiritual light. A gray light flashed through the air, immersing itself between the nascent soul's brows and vanishing. The next second, the infant's face contorted drastically, a grayish glow emanating from its brows and instantly spreading across its entire body. At this moment, dense, distorted shadows materialized, transforming into countless strange runes that imprinted themselves across the nascent soul's body. After a few flickers, the strange runes gradually merged into the nascent soul's body, disappearing without a trace. As the spell ended, Taoist Tuo Feng immediately retracted his nascent soul body, clutching his head with his hands. He cried out in agony, "Ouch! It hurts so much! It makes me want to die." I don't want to experience the agony of burning my soul and splitting my spirit again. Don't worry, as long as you don't rebel, the inner demon soul-locking curse won't backfire on your spirit. Zhao Sheng smiled gently, slowly descending in front of Huo Feng and soothing him. When the pain subsided slightly, Taoist Huo Feng asked directly, Master, you decide. What should we do next? This is easy. Let's take down Yama first, then we can figure out the rest. A moment later, Zhao Sheng and the other two leaped from the void and flew together towards the eastern spiritual realm. Over 1,000 miles to the east, a large number of crystal corpses were surrounding and pursuing the two escaping beams of light, occasionally engaging in brief clashes. After each clash, one or two crystal corpses were destroyed, and the brilliance of the two fleeing beams of light dimmed. The situation seemed precarious. Upon seeing this, Zhao Sheng quickly retracted his myriad symbols formation plate in colorful banner. Then, hastily carrying Huo Feng, he vanished into a flash of light. A few breaths later, the four beams of light reunited. Xian Kong and Huo Feng unleashed their magical weapons and simultaneously activated their nascent soul realm, temporarily holding off the frenzied attack of the crystal corpses. The four of them fled with lightning speed, trying to avoid being attacked by the crystal corpses. After Xian Kong's persuasion, the Yama ancestor finally lowered his pride and released his nascent soul form, allowing Zhao Sheng to inflict the heart demon soul-locking curse. A moment later, the four beams of light soared to the edge of the nebula. Heaven and earth are boundless, righteousness defies yin and yang, and the gate opens. With a loud shout from Zhao Sheng, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from the end of the seven-star Ruai, descending upon the nebula. Instantly, a small section of the nebula melted away, revealing a vast, 3-meter-wide passage. Zhao Sheng led the way, leading the ecstatic ancestor Xian Kong, the sullen and indifferent ancestor Yanmo, and the impassive Taoist Alfen. They rushed into the passage, finally escaping this deadly place. As soon as they emerged from the spiritual realm, the variegated nebula instantly closed up, and the passage vanished in an instant. The crystal corpses that had been pursuing the four suddenly lost their target and began to fly around like headless flies. After flying for hundreds of miles, Zhao Sheng and the three of them landed on a desolate meteorite. Upon landing, he pulled out a pill bottle and pushed it in front of Taoist Alfen, explaining, "This is an antibacterial pill I specially crafted. It effectively inhibits the activity of the devil fungus and slows its proliferation and division." Taoist Alfeng's face lit up with joy. He quickly unsealed the pill, poured out the elixir, and swallowed it in one gulp. Soon, his expression relaxed, and he exhaled a long, bloody breath, swirling with fine crystal sand. Although he hadn't entered the crystal cave, he had also been unwittingly affected, though the degree of erosion was far less than that of Yanmo and the others. Humph! At this moment, Yanmo suddenly snorted, "So you already knew this place harbored a murderous intent." He had barely finished speaking when Elder Xian Kong suddenly jumped out, pointing his finger at Yanmo's nose and hurling a curse. "How dare you? Yanmo, how dare you speak to the Lord in such a manner? It seems you haven't suffered enough." At this point, Xian Kong turned to Zhao Sheng and said with a flattering smile, "Lord, please chant the great mantra and torture this fellow. This will only make this old villain realize the truth." It was truly astonishing that a dignified nascent soul elder could change his identity so quickly, flattering his superiors and bullying his subordinates so naturally. Chapter 441 Hunting War. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng secretly sighed. Xian Kong's resilience and ability to rise to his current position were not without reason. Akuki, seeing that Yanmo refused to yield, Zhao Sheng refused to tolerate him. He immediately recited the heart demon mantra, triggering the opponent's soul-locking curse. The old Yanmo's face suddenly contorted drastically. He clutched his head and rolled on the ground in pain. Strange ghostly figures visibly moved in and out of his orifices, raising wisps of gray smoke. The pain of burning the soul and splitting the spirit far exceeded that of being cut into pieces. Even the strongest person could not withstand the torture of this curse, let alone Yanmo, who had lived in luxury for thousands of years and could not withstand such torture. "Stop. I surrender." Although the man begged for mercy, Zhao Sheng, determined to establish his authority, ignored him and continued to recite the heart demon mantra. Boom! The Yama ancestor was in agony, forcing his corpse king to stiffen, pounding the meteorite frantically, venting his agony. In a flash, the meteorite was riddled with deep pits of varying sizes. Then, unable to withstand the crushing blow, it shattered into a hail of fragments. Zhao Sheng soared into the air, slowly pausing his incantation. At this moment, the Yama ancestor was like a fish being pan-fried, its body trembling and twitching. Most of its nascent soul had been separated from its head, exposed to the vacuum of space, its size drastically reduced to only about 8 inches. Xian Kong and Huo Feng were horrified and filled with awe at Yama's tragic end. After a long convulsion, Yama's nascent soul gradually retracted into its skull. Then, trembling, he emerged, head bowed obediently, his resentment hidden deep within his eyes. Zhao Sheng paid no heed to Yama's resentment. As long as he obeyed, he could let him do as he pleased. Tell me, when will your backup plan arrive? Hearing his master's question, Xian Kuang was about to jump in to answer, but a glance from Zhao Sheng forced him back. Yan Mo trembled, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke, ultimately betraying the 3 ancestors of Lei Peng. After a moment, Zhao Sheng nodded, fully understanding the killing plan set by Yan Mo and his companions and their purpose. With Yan Mo and Xian Kong acting in the open, and Lei Peng and his companions working in the dark, 2 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and 3 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators acting together, it was a testament to his grandmaster status. According to common sense, Zhao Sheng's fate was certain. However, who knew that if they calculated against others, they would also calculate against them? After all the calculations by Yan Mo and his companions, Zhao Sheng ultimately outmaneuvered them, reducing the dignified nascent soul ancestors to mere lackeys. Listen carefully, this is what's going to happen next. Zhao Sheng summoned Yan Mo and Xian Kong, transmitting his telepathic instructions. At this point, having lost their target, the crystalline corpses scattered throughout the sky were quickly manipulated by the devil fungus, falling to the surface of the dark star and following the ruptured crater back underground. Gravity then caused the large hole in the dark star to collapse, filling it with earth and rock, and the surface quickly returned to its uneven state. Time slipped by imperceptibly. The dazzling starlight reflected from the outer nebulae of the 7-star spirit realm illuminated the surrounding void, but it also made the meteorite sea beyond even darker and deeper. Suddenly, 3 streaks of light pierced the darkness, barreling down from the depths of the meteorite sea. Within a short time, they had reached the side of the nebula and landed on a dark yellow meteorite over 20 miles away. The light faded, and Elder Lei Peng waved his hand, unleashing a 100-foot circle lightning shield that protected the 3 men. They gazed at the vast and magnificent spectacle before them, each expression of shock and admiration. Before his death, Sky Wanderer truly did a great deed. He actually led us to such a wondrous and mysterious place. At this moment, the immortal mushroom mother, her face swollen with blisters, suddenly spoke coldly, Master Lei Peng, while this place is wondrous, it's also extremely dangerous. Be extremely cautious. Looking at the piles of body parts floating in the void of the spirit realm, the Yin Vulture youth nodded in agreement. Master Yan Mo must have experienced an incredibly dangerous battle to enter this place. Otherwise, the scene wouldn't be so horrific. Elder Lei Peng, always arrogant, was immediately embarrassed by being lectured by 2 men less capable than him, and his expression turned cold. HMPH, such a simple truth, how could I not see it? Why do you need to remind me? Upon hearing this, the immortal mushroom mother and the Yin Vulture youth were both speechless, sighing inwardly that Lei Peng was incredibly difficult to get along with, almost unreasonable. At this moment, Elder Xian Kuang suddenly emerged from beneath the dark star and transformed into a streak of yellow light, flying towards the edge of the spirit realm. Lei Peng and his companions saw it clearly and were immediately overjoyed. They soared into the sky, their bodies transformed into mysterious light and quickly flew towards the spiritual realm nebula. A moment later, the colorful nebula melted away to form a 3-meter-wide passage. Lei Peng and his companions could not wait to fly in. After passing through the nebula, they reunited with the Xian Kuang patriarch. Lei Peng, the most impatient, immediately demanded, Xian Kong, I'm asking you, has Wanderer Xianqiang surrendered? Elder Xian Kuang's eyes narrowed, and he chuckled, without your intervention, we remain uneasy. That fellow Xianqiang is now lost in the Earth's crystal cave, oblivious to his impending doom. Lei Peng's eyes lit up at this, and he eagerly exclaimed, so this place truly holds a great opportunity, or perhaps a treasure. This place is a place where the good fortune of heaven and earth is seized. The mysteries hidden behind it far exceed your imagination. Follow me. Kill Wanderer Xianqiang first, and then we'll enjoy this incredible opportunity. Elder Xian Kuang's words thrilled Lei Peng and the other 2. Without a second thought, they followed Zion Kong, plummeting into the dark star and burrowing into the ground. As Lei Peng and the others excitedly entered the trap, Zhao Sheng suddenly emerged from the void, his cold gaze fixed on the dark star 100 miles away. After waiting for about 10 breaths, a giant, radiant rat suddenly broke through the ground and soared into the air. Zhao Sheng took a step forward, instantly reaching the rat's side. Upon seeing his master emerge, the ancestor Zion Kong within the rat immediately flung out the 7-star Ruai. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the edge of the nebula. 2 breaths later, the variegated nebula melted away, creating a passage through which Zhao Sheng and the other 2 slipped in. Just then, another massive hole ripped open in the ground of the dark star, and a ball of lightning shot toward the passage at incredible speed. But he was one step too late. As the passage dissipated, the ancestor Lei Peng barely stopped at the edge of the nebula, his face sullen as he stared at the dazzling starlight before him. 100 feet around him suddenly erupted in a dense swarm of lightning snakes, the light blindingly bright. Only then did the young Yinjiu, terrified, burst out of the hole and desperately fled. Behind him, a ferocious array of crystal corpses, accompanied by a swirl of crystal threads, frantically broke through the surface of the earth, thundering into the air, chasing the Yinji youth. Zhao Sheng revealed himself and slowly soared above the spiritual realm, his gaze coldly gazing at Lei Peng and the Yinji youth, as if they were 2 dead men. At this moment, the ancestor Zion Kong flew over with a flattering smile, while Yan Mo and Huo Feng also emerged from behind the meteorite, quickly flying close and joining Zion Kong to stand behind Zhao Sheng. Fact proves that no one in the world wants to die. Zhao Sheng followed suit, and Lei Peng and the Yinji youth were forced to bow their heads in the face of death, actively letting go of their minds, ultimately being planted with the inner demon soul-locking curse. Hate, hurry up and get out. Hey, Zion Kong, you're going too far. It's your turn. Why am I the one going down again? Upon hearing this, the gloomy young man nearly exploded with rage. He leaped to his feet, pointing at the old man Zion Kong and unleashing a barrage of curses, his large, black strawberry-like nose twitching, red and threatening to bleed. The old man Zion Kong's eyes rolled at this, and he immediately scurried over to Zhao Sheng, who was closing his eyes and breathing. With a look of grievance on his face, he complained, "My lord, you heard it all, didn't you? Hate doesn't want to go. He's clearly trying to rebel." Zhao Sheng opened his eyes and glanced around. Meanwhile, Lei Peng stood proudly at the edge of the meteorite, his arms folded, observing the action with a cold gaze. The old man Yanmo, having lost his physical body and severely damaged his nascent soul form, was now closed to heal, unable to attend to anything else. The gloomy young man's eyes were bloodshot, his large nose red, clearly furious. Seeing his master looking over, the Yinjiu youth shuddered. A vast, boundless river emerged from nothingness behind him. Zhao Sheng glanced past him, gazing at the distant elder Lei Peng. He coldly said, "Lei Peng, you go." HMPH, Lei Peng snorted, about to seize the opportunity to lash out, but the next moment his face contorted in a venomous expression. "Master, please don't worry. I'll go." Even as proud as Lei Peng was, he quickly succumbed to the inner demon's curse. A moment later, a passage opened through the variegated nebula. Reluctantly, Lei Peng transformed into a streak of dark blue lightning, soaring into the spiritual realm and plummeting towards the dark star, 1,000-mile diameter. In a flash, he was buried beneath the dark star. The Yinjiu youth, Zion Kong, and Yanmo also slowly passed through the nebula, soaring above the dark star, awaiting the battle. Boom! Moments later, a thick lightning spear shattered the earth, sending the black-robed Thunder Peng fleeing in panic. In a fraction of a second, a terrifying beast over 90 feet long, covered in crystal armor and thorny horns on its shield, suddenly tore through the ground, emitting a terrifying, murderous aura. A dark cloud billowed into the sky. Behind this void-thorn monster, a swarm of exotic beasts and demonic corpses emerged, including tyrannical bull dragons, strange wind giant crows, dark demonic pythons, and others, interspersed with menacing humanoid crystal corpses. Kill, the Yin vulture youth, filled with rage, saw the crystal corpses appear and roared. The vast river behind him instantly surged with torrential waves. As the waves surged, a dense mass of shimmering water swords materialized from the surrounding void, a rain of water swords slashing down upon the void-thorn monster like a torrential downpour, their sharpness unstoppable. Bang, bang, bang. The water sword slashed through the thorn monster's crystal armor, instantly plunging through it and creating countless fist-sized holes. The next moment, streams of turbid water erupted from the holes, carrying with them a large amount of crystalline flesh and blood. However, the void thorn monster seemed unaffected. Its shield-shaped head, as large as a small mountain, suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, followed by a beam of amber light as thick as a man's arms, which shot straight at the young yin vulture. The young yin vulture flashed and retreated 100 feet like lightning. The beam of light missed its target by a full 3 feet, piercing the depths of the void. Kill. The water swords condensed again, but this time, a 3-inch long blue flying sword was mixed in with a sword drain. The blue flying sword was the Hete Patriarch's life-saving magic weapon. If he were not forced into a desperate situation, he would not use his life-saving magic weapon. The flying sword soared 10 feet, carrying a dense web of water swords like a mountain of unrivaled swords, suppressing the void thorn monster. Compared to Hetai's reckless attack, Lei Peng's fighting style was undoubtedly far more sophisticated. With a gentle flap of his wings, Lei Peng transformed into a streak of dark blue lightning, instantly streaking through the 1,000-foot void. His innate thunder hammer violently struck out, sending a mountain of lightning balls cascading down, often blasting a humanoid crystal corpse into dust. A streak of dark blue lightning raced back and forth among the crystal corpses, often annihilating them after a few rounds. The ancestor Yanmo was the most cunning. Severely wounded, he dared not engage the crystal corpses head-on. Instead, he summoned a dark black knife, circling and sniping, looking for opportunities to strike back. Yanmo, a late-stage nascent soul grandmaster, was like a sick tiger at this moment. The more wounded he was, the more ruthless his attacks became. Sometimes, without warning, a flash of blade light would lash out from the darkness at an incredible angle, instantly slicing even a gigantic demon corpse 100 feet long in two. Yet, Zhao Sheng could still tell at a glance that Yanmo was deliberately concealing his weakness, not using his full strength. The most incompetent of the 4 Yuanying cultivators was undoubtedly the ancestor Xian Kong. Relying on his unique innate magical powers, he evaded with exceptional cunning, simultaneously wielding his 2 rat-tooth blades, slashing horizontally and vertically. Often, only 2 golden blades streaked across the void, but a closer look revealed the crystal corpses alive and well, not even a hair falling off. However, Xian Kong wasn't completely ineffective. He successfully lured away a large number of crystal corpses, effectively opening up a large area for the other 3 to fight. Zizzy. A stinging green light, as thick as a thigh, pierced the void, striking Yanmo's black golden shield with lightning speed, piercing through it and removing a piece of flesh from his arm. Boom. 5 razor-sharp claws suddenly clawed at the elder Xian Kong, their claws surging with a surging bright yellow evil energy, causing the void to tremble. The surrounding 10-mile radius instantly became stagnant and heavy as a mountain. The elder Xian Kong's face changed drastically, and with a strange cry, he spun around, transforming into a streak of golden light and darting out from between his claws. Puff. A vast gray-green poisonous fog spread out, enveloping the elusive Yinji youth. From the depths of the fog, a strange, 3-headed, 6-tailed venomous insect suddenly burst forth, instantly swooping down behind the Yinji youth, its scorpion-like tail stinger piercing with lightning speed. The 4 Yuanyings held out for a full half-cup of tea under the siege of the crystal corpses. Seeing the 4 in imminent danger, Zhao Sheng gave the order to retreat. Upon hearing the order, the 4 men, as if granted amnesty, instantly transformed into a mysterious light and swiftly fled towards the nebula passage. Zhao Sheng also found it strange. The crystal corpses had clearly reached the Stargate, yet they hesitated strangely, not daring to cross the portal, as if in fear of something. No, it was the void devil fungus controlling the crystal corpses that was carrying, as if the variegated nebula were an invisible boundary that would be annihilated if the devil fungus dared to cross. After the hunting operation, Zhao Sheng gave Lei Peng and his 4 companions 10 days to recuperate. Once the 10 days were up, the 4 nascent soul ancestors took another antibacterial pill and re-entered the spiritual realm, beginning a new round of hunting. Chapter 442, Fierce Power. The outer void lay in a dark, deathly silence, and the passage of time passed unnoticed. After 6 rounds of hunting wars, they had to temporarily cease. This was because all 4 nascent souls were severely injured, their crystallization significantly deteriorated, and they could no longer hold out. Had Zhao Sheng not intervened in the last 2 rounds, the Yinji youth and the Yama ancestor would likely have been seriously injured and perished. Standing on a raised stone platform atop a dark gray meteorite outside the seven-star spiritual realm, Zhao Sheng surveyed the entire realm. Within the nearly 10,000 square kilometers of the spiritual realm, countless corpse fragments silently hovered in the void, drifting endlessly. Trapped by the gravity of the two great stars, wave after wave of corpse fragments fell back to the planet's surface, where they were entangled by the dense swarm of crystal corpses and slowly dragged underground. The number of crystal corpses had been greatly reduced during the recent hunting wars, with almost all of the humanoid crystal corpses destroyed. However, the remaining crystal corpses were each increasingly powerful, and many included demon corpses as large as mountains. As the battle wore on, Lei Peng and his three companions became increasingly cunning, often working without putting in enough effort. Zhao Sheng knew they hated him, but he also knew not to push them too hard, so he mercifully gave them time to recuperate. The nebula emanated a dazzling array of light, illuminating the surrounding void for thousands of miles, though the brightness was already more than double that of their initial arrival. Ever since the last battle, Zhao Sheng had faintly sensed a subtle, invisible ripple emerging from the depths of the spiritual realm. This ripple was ethereal and faint, yet it seemed to emanate from the very fabric of space and time. During one phase shift, Zhao Sheng was shocked to discover a slight deviation, shifting 3 feet to the right. He subsequently experimented with this nearly 100 times, finding that the stronger the ripple, the greater the deviation. Thinking this, Zhao Sheng suddenly frowned, and abruptly vanished from the stone platform. 30 miles above the dark star, a figure stumbled through the void, nearly collided with the stumps nearby. Zhao Sheng straightened his body and scanned his surroundings with his mind. He was suddenly shocked. This time, he had deviated by 16 feet, 7 feet, and 3 inches. The next second, he activated phase shift again, but the deviation was even greater. Then, Zhao Sheng teleported out of the 7-star spiritual realm and flew towards the more distant meteorite cluster. After flying about 1,000 miles, he tried to activate phase shift. 120 miles away, Zhao Sheng emerged from the void. With a sweep of his mind, he felt relieved. This time, the teleportation was accurate. This should be correct. It's indeed affected by the fluctuations of time and space, Zhao Sheng pondered and slowly flew back to the original meteorite. At that moment, Xianquang sauntered over, his customary smile plastered on his face. Master, this isn't a solution. We're running out of elixirs and high-grade spirit stones. How about we retreat to Xia Lingshan first, wait until we've recovered and stock up, and then come back? Yan Mo told you to say that. It seems his nascent soul form is nearing collapse. Zhao Sheng's words froze Xianquang's expression. But the man was too thick-skinned. He immediately slapped himself lightly, his face filled with sorrow. Master, you are wise. Yan Mo did make a promise to me. I only dared to speak up. But we can't hold out any longer. I hope you will have mercy. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, but he didn't speak immediately, knowing Xianquang's words were true. He had finally secured 4 nascent soul subordinates. The loss of anyone would be heartbreaking. However, some things were best kept to himself, unspoken. How long Lei Peng and his 4 companions could withstand the crystallization's erosion remained uncertain. After all, the antibacterial pill can only temporarily suppress the activity of bacterial cells, but cannot kill them. In the end, the 4 of them will inevitably die, unless a fundamental cure is found in time. Xianquang was very anxious when he saw his master pondering in silence, and thought, it is said that a fellow Taoist would rather die than die alone. In order to save my life, I'm sorry first, Master, I have a suggestion, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Zhao Sheng heard it and said, oh, tell me. Xianquang chuckled and secretly sent a message to him. Xia Lingshan still has 8 Yuanings over there, why not find a way to drag a few of them in? When the time comes, the inner demon will lock the soul in curse, and no one will be able to escape. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he was very excited. But when he thought of the heart demon's soul-locking curse, he hesitated. How could he completely control a nascent soul of the same level? The heart demon great curse was powerful, but it had great side effects. Every time he cast a great curse, it was equivalent to adding a heart demon to himself. When they reached the absolute passage of the spiritual transformation realm, all the heart demons would attack at the same time. No matter how powerful one was, there was a high probability that the heart demons would devour their souls and die. If Zhao Sheng had not believed that he had great luck in the Xianzhu realm. As the son of luck, It would be much easier for him to survive the spiritual transformation thunder tribulation than for others. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Sheng dared to separate out 4 heart demons in one fell swoop. If he separated out a 6th, 7th, or even more, even the most powerful luck would not be able to withstand it. Zhao Sheng was not afraid of the heart demons devouring his soul, but he felt that it was not worth it. His situation in this life was very good, and he was about to break through to the spiritual transformation realm in one go. How could he waste such a good situation for such a small matter? Zhao Sheng didn't want to take any major risks until absolutely necessary. 5 inner demons were already his limit. With this in mind, Zhao Sheng turned his gaze westward. 30 miles to the west, atop a meteorite, the ancestor Yanmo sat cross-legged atop a large rock, a top-grade spirit stone the size of an egg in his mouth. Circles of mysterious light emanated from his head into the surrounding void, resembling black ripples. The relentless battles had left the once dominant Grandmaster mortally wounded. Only Yanmo knew that his nascent soul body had shrunk to a mere 7 inches, his Grandmaster status precarious. Even more horrifying was that a third of his nascent soul had nearly crystallized, and his spiritual consciousness had also drastically weakened, barely able to sustain the body. The thought of death filled Yanmo with overwhelming fear. At that moment, he felt a sudden sense of presence, sensing a distant gaze fixed upon him. Without even opening his eyes, Yanmo knew who the gaze belonged to. Thinking of his miserable end, Yanmo was filled with resentment, but he dared not show it outwardly, fearing that he would be tortured by the curse again. I hope you will accept your fate honestly, otherwise it will be a waste of an inner demon. Zhao Sheng retracted his gaze, ordered Zhao to retreat, and then observed the 7-star spiritual realm again. In the void outside the domain, the concept of time is much more vague than that inside the realm. About 7 or 8 days later, the time and space fluctuations emitted by the 7-star spiritual realm had become very strong, so strong that even Zhao Hete and others could clearly sense it. The 4 people were awakened by the fluctuations one after another, and looked at the spirit realm with expressions of surprise and doubt. After about another day, the time and space fluctuations reached a certain limit. In just a blink of an eye, the magnificent 7-star spiritual realm disappeared silently and abruptly from its original location in front of Zhao Sheng and others. Zhao Sheng and the other 4 were fortunate to witness an unprecedented time and space shift. It disappeared. Ancestor Zhao eyes widened, and he pointed at the empty void ahead, stammering. Not unexpected, Zhao Sheng was quite indifferent to this. This incredible thing had actually been foreshadowed long ago. But remember that the 7-star spirit mirror could move, and by inference, the great shift of time and space was not too far-fetched. No wonder. Since the spirit realm has disappeared, let's leave as well, and take the opportunity to heal our injuries, Ancestor Lei Peng suggested. Zhao Sheng's eyes swept across the void and suddenly asked, "Fellow Taoist Tuo, what do you think?" As soon as the words fell, ripples appeared in the void, and the resolute Taoist Tuo Feng lifted a layer of white light curtain and walked out calmly. Haha. Thank you, fellow Taoist Qiang, for your understanding. Otherwise, I would have fought hard in turns. After so many days of observing and testing the spirit realm formation, I have barely gained some experience, which I can use to report back to my friend. As he spoke, Taoist Tuo Feng took out an apricot yellow jade pupil slip from his sleeve and handed it to Zhao Sheng. It turned out that from the very beginning, Taoist Tuo Feng was asked by Zhao Sheng to observe this 7-star spirit realm, in order to try to see if he could gain insight into the slightest clue of the spiritual realm's formation. After reading the contents of the jade slip, Zhao Sheng's expression was as calm as water, and others could not understand his thoughts at all. After thinking for a moment, he flipped his hand, and the 7-star ruai fell into his palm. Seeing this object appear, the expressions of Lei Peng, Yanmo, Hitai, and Xiankong changed drastically. Only Taoist Tuo Feng had a fanatical look in his eyes. The sky and the earth are boundless, the 7 stars point the way, later. 6 beams of light followed the guidance of the starlight and hurriedly rushed to the depths of the meteorite sea. The Shangsu meteorite sea is vast and vast. From the outside to the inside, it is divided into the Wuling realm, the Zuanling realm, the Heian realm and the most dangerous and mysterious Hundong realm. The black abyss lies deep within the meteorite sea, shrouded in eternal darkness, a starless twilight. The environment is extremely complex, volatile, and chaotic, making it so dangerous that even a nascent soul would struggle to remain there for long. However, This chaotic and complex black abyss is rich in celestial essences. The spiritual energy within the realm is incredibly dense, exceeding, on average, that of a third-tier spiritual vein's core spiritual orifice. Since ancient times, this region has been home to numerous rare and high-level celestial treasures, and numerous unknown artifacts have also been born here. Zhao Sheng, accompanied by his 5 nascent souls, flew 2 million miles and then further into the black abyss, trekking for over 4 months before finally finding the 7-star spirit realm. During this time, the 7-star spirit realm shifted again. The main reason for the long journey was, of course, the spirit realm's disappearance, wasting considerable time. Secondly, the black abyss's chaotic nature led to numerous unexpected incidents along the way, necessitating several detours. Finally, recuperation also took considerable time. When Zhao Sheng and his 6 companions approached the spirit realm over 300 miles, they encountered a brutal void battle. No one could have anticipated that the outer nebula would temporarily vanish after the 7-star spirit realm relocated. Hiding behind the meteorite, the group gazed ahead, witnessing a dense swarm of void demon rays forming 2 torrents, fearlessly charging into the spirit realm. Simultaneously, a gigantic crystal tree towered 1,000 feet tall, its canopy resembling a cloud. Millions of crystal strands stretched for hundreds of miles, its overwhelming pressure overwhelming the vast void. Below, the translucent crystal trunk, as thick as a pillar supporting the heavens, shone with brilliant white light. Enormous, ferocious crystallized demon corpses crawled out from the trunk, soaring into the air one after another, meeting the torrent of demon rays with equal ferocity. Countless demon rays fell, and countless crystal corpses were shattered to dust. Void demon rays possess an innate talent called ray light. This ray light resembles the rainbow light of an earthquake, but it's actually an ultra-high-frequency void vibration, fundamentally belonging to the Dao of wind. A single void demon ray's combat power is extremely low, but once gathered in a swarm, the demon ray army is a nightmare no one wants to face. This is because void demon rays possess the innate ability of resonance. When over 10,000 void demon rays unleash their ray light together, the power is 3 times greater than the full strength attack of a normal nascent soul. When the number exceeds 1 million, even a true lord of the divine transformation would retreat 1,000 miles. Facing a demon ray army approaching 1 million, the giant crystal tree unleashed a terrifying aura, billions of crystal threads swirling through the sky, lashing the void with fury. Led by a massive crimson-black demon ray king, as massive as a mountain. These millions of demon rays unleashed their ray light magical power. In an instant, boundless light emerged from thin air, like a vast, dazzling tide, surging towards the crystal fungus tree. However, billions of crystal threads instantly merged into nearly 100 massive crystal pythons, each as thick as 10 men's arms. They lashed out at the sweeping wave of light and lashed out fiercely. Boom! An indescribable, violent tremor erupted from the center of the battlefield 300 miles away, instantly spreading to the depths of the boundless void. The dazzling wave of light suddenly extinguished, and most of the crystal pythons abruptly turned into pulverized clumps. Witnessing this earth-shattering collision, Lei Peng and the others were deeply shocked. Zhao Sheng was shocked to realize that everything that had happened before was merely a minor incident. Previously, the main body of the void devil fungus had not yet fully awakened, relying only on a few instincts to deal with external disturbances. Now, facing the threat of death, this ancestral species truly revealed its unbridled power. It was Zhao Sheng's own fault for being blinded by his perception barrier. The void devil fungus was, after all, a realm-level spiritual medicine. The mere word realm spoke volumes about its power. Moreover, this devil's fungus is an ancestral species, and its strength is even more unique. Back then, even a return to void semi-immortal accidentally fell into its clutches, which shows how powerful it is. Previously, he had been a little careless and had actually greatly underestimated this ancestral species. Fortunately, the devil ray served as cannon fodder, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but feel terrified. Looking ahead, the large and small meteorites were either reduced to dust or shattered. Ancestor Xian Kong quietly swallowed his saliva and cautiously suggested, "My lord, I think we should retreat a few hundred miles." "Good idea." Everyone nodded in agreement involuntarily. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng waved his hand to make a retreat gesture, then led the way and flew quietly to the rear. After retreating for more than 800 miles, the surrounding environment became dark again, and finally no light from the battlefield could be seen. Zhao Sheng and 6 others quickly found an irregular meteorite, dug out a cave, crawled into it, and resealed the cave entrance with stones. After waiting for 2 days, Zhao Sheng secretly moved back to the vicinity of the battlefield and found that the war had already ended. At this time, the nebula maze of the 7-star spirit realm was restored. Chapter 443 Nemesis appears. If this continues, you and I will both die. Deep in the cave, Elder Lei Peng violently spat out a mouthful of blood-red crystal slag. He raised his head and looked expressionlessly at Yan Mo and the young Yin Jiu beside him, secretly transmitting a message. HMPH, we've been infected with a crystallization disease. Sooner or later, we'll die. Better to die later than sooner, Yan Mo replied coldly, his withered, dark brown face betraying no emotion. By this point, his eyeballs had completely crystallized, falling from their sockets. The sunken sockets were covered in a dense layer of crystal clusters. We've racked our brains for days, but haven't found a way to curb the crystallization erosion. Except, the antibacterial pill, the young Yin Jiu, Hitai, spoke in a dejected tone, his mind filled with dejection. Elder Lei Peng's eyes were fierce, and he immediately transmitted a message. That man doesn't care whether we live or die, instead he's constantly urging us to die. At this rate, we're doomed. There are so many divine doctors in both worlds, and I doubt we can find one who can treat us. But that man will not let us go until he's dead. You're just wishful thinking. My lord has the amazing ability to teleport. How can a bunch of you kill him with just a few of you? The sudden burst of telepathic communication startled Lei Peng, Yan Mo, and Hitai, then filled with joy. Xian Kong, you were your lackey, weren't you? What's wrong? Are you not pretending anymore? A streak of golden light pierced the darkness, landing beside Yan Mo and the other two, revealing Elder Xian Kong. Xian Kong's hands, feet, and face were also covered in sparse clusters of crystals, but his physical condition was clearly much better than the others. He looked at the 3 people with disdain and said sarcastically, as long as my lord is alive, I will remain loyal. How can I pretend? Humph, so you want to tell on me? Patriarch Lei Peng's eagle eyes were full of murderous intent, staring at Patriarch Xian Kuang, who is not far away. Hey, your thoughts are not only known to me, but also to my lord. However, has my lord paid any attention to you from beginning to end? Patriarch Xian Kong said with disdain. I advise all of you to give up. It's better to focus on the real business. The sooner we destroy that void devil fungus, the sooner we will be free. Maybe there is a chance of survival. Humph, you saw with your own eyes how powerful that thing was. How can we kill it with our own strength? I'm afraid that even if we die, we can't hurt the devil fungus at all. Patriarch Hatay's face was extremely ugly, and it was obvious that he had no hope for the future. We're all going to die, so why not? Yan Mo's voice suddenly cut off mid-sentence. At that moment, Zhao Sheng slowly emerged from the darkness, approaching the group. With a cold, indifferent command, he suddenly vanished from their presence. Seeing this, Yan Mo, Lei Peng, and the others stared at each other, speechless. In the 7-star spiritual realm, the central bright star shone as brightly as ever, radiating a sun-like radiance, illuminating the entire 7-star spiritual realm. Zhao Sheng and the other 6, shrouded in magical light, hovered in the air, overlooking the realm below. Within the realm, a dense mass of dismembered corpses floated in the air. Numerous bizarre crystallized demon corpses littered the landscape. But their sheer quantity and quality were far inferior to the remains of the void demon rays. Countless demon ray carcasses piled up like mountains in the void, their shed blood gathering into lakes of blood that slowly drifted toward the central dark star. The previous army of devil rays had now vanished in despair, not a single one remaining. Meanwhile, the meteorites within 1,000 miles of the outer reaches of the spirit realm were completely destroyed, forming a thick interstellar dust belt stretching thousands of miles across. Zhao Sheng gazed down at the dark star from afar, his brow furrowed. The dark star now resembled a rotten apple covered in fuzz. Dense strands of crystal filaments pierced the surface, extending deep into the void. These filaments, like living creatures, constantly shuttled back and forth through the void, connecting them. After stringing together a large number of corpses, the crystals returned to the dark star, bearing their harvest. The dark star's surface was constantly churning, devouring countless corpses every moment. Furthermore, the corpses were being digested at an extremely rapid rate, rapidly transforming into spiritual energy crystals. At this moment, the ancestor Xian Kuang flew to Zhao Sheng's side and excitedly transmitted his voice. Master, Look at that bright star. There's something wrong. Zhao Sheng nodded, but remained silent. In reality, he had already noticed something was amiss with the bright star. The 300 miles surrounding the bright star were also littered with corpses, yet the shrouded crystal thread seemed oblivious to them, seemingly afraid to cross the 300-mile boundary, as if deeply afraid of the bright star. This unusual phenomenon astonished Zhao Sheng. Master, in my opinion, there must be something on that bright star that the devil fungus fears, otherwise the crystal threads wouldn't have avoided it so far. Xian Kong, you're truly full of ulterior motives. Taoist fellow Xianqiuan can't see such an obvious fact himself? Do you need to remind me? At this moment, Taoist Ao Fang flew closer, his face full of disdain and his words laced with sarcasm. Xian Kong, unwilling to offend Ao Fang, simply ignored his words and waited respectfully for the master to speak. Zhao Sheng gazed down at the seven-star spiritual realm, silent for a long time. After a long moment, he suddenly said, "Wait a little longer." Zhao Sheng's words were followed by a long, patient wait. These days had been agonizing for Lei Peng, Yan Mo, and the others. Despite their best efforts, all was in vain, and they could only watch helplessly as their bodies crystallized bit by bit. Yan Mo's crystallization was the most severe, and he was the most anxious. He repeatedly offered to risk his life exploring the bright star, but was denied permission. Zhao Sheng forbade anyone from entering the spiritual realm until all the crystal filaments had retracted back into the dark star. Disturbing the devil fungus would cause who knows what kind of trouble it would cause. They waited for a while longer. One day, the crystal filaments finally retreated beneath the surface of the dark star. The void within the seven-star spiritual realm was once again empty and silent, its corpses swept away. Only then did Zhao Sheng finally relent. 7 stars hang upside down. The portal opens. As blood fell onto the nebula, it melted away in the blink of an eye, creating a 3-meter-wide passage. Seeing the portal open, Yan Mo and Lei Peng instantly transformed into 2 streams of light, surging into the spiritual realm's void, heading straight for the bright star. 2 breaths later, the streams of light plunged into the bright star, quickly disappearing below the surface. Outside the spiritual realm, Zhao Sheng stared expressionlessly at the desolate and silent planetary surface, silently awaiting the outcome of the 2 men's expedition. Compared to him, Xian Kong, Hete, and Ao Fang were visibly more nervous. All hope for a cure for the crystallization disease rested on Guangmingxing. After waiting for a long time, with no sign of Lei Peng and Yan Mo returning, Xian Kong grew impatient and secretly telepathically sent a message to Zhao Sheng. "Master, why don't you send a subordinate in to investigate?" "Wait a moment," Zhao Sheng replied coldly. The heart demon hadn't returned, indicating that Lei Peng and Yan Mo were still alive. "Master, aren't you afraid?" A cold snort, brimming with murderous determination, instantly frightened Xian Kong of his cautious thoughts. Fortunately, the wait wasn't long. A few moments later, 2 beams of light suddenly burst forth from Guangmingxing's surface. They streaked across the void, reaching the edge of the nebula in an instant. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and with a flash of his body, he suddenly appeared before the 2 beams of light. Upon seeing this, Lei Peng and Yan Mo immediately suppressed their escape lights. Lei Peng quickly pulled a shadow bead from his sleeve and gently tossed it into the air, telegraphing, "Master, I have fulfilled my mission." Zhao Sheng reached out and seized the bead, infusing it with magical energy. Instantly, the bead shone brightly, projecting a vivid 3-dimensional image into the void. The image depicted the 2 men's exploration of Guangming Star. From the outset, their descent was remarkably smooth, encountering no danger along the way. However, Zhao Sheng soon discovered that, despite the thick crystal sand covering Guangming Star's surface, the crystals in the soil became increasingly scarce as they descended deeper. By the time they reached a depth of 100 miles, not a single crystal grain could be seen in the surrounding soil and rock. The subsequent scene was dull until the 2 men landed in an underground cavern. Upon seeing the 100-foot-long jade disc and 81 white jade pillars, Zhao Sheng's pupils shrank, and a sudden realization dawned on him. There was actually a cross-dimensional teleportation array beneath the Guangming Star. The second half of the scene depicted the 2 men exploring the cross-dimensional array, with nothing else to discover. After watching, Zhao Sheng put away his photo beads and asked, "Besides this, what else have you discovered?" Lei Peng observed his expression and, seeing that he seemed unsurprised by the existence of the array, immediately began to speculate. Just then, Yan Mo pulled a piece of gray ore from his sleeve and said hoarsely, "There's also the stone, Huh? Zhao Sheng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing it. A moment later, Zhao Sheng and the other 6 arrived at a cave deep within the core of Guangming Star. The cave spanned approximately 10 miles, its floor paved with a layer of clear, smooth, milky white jade. In its center stood a massive jade disc, 100 feet tall, radiating a brilliant white light. Surrounding it were 81 white jade pillars of varying heights, arranged according to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. The tops of the jade pillars were empty, not even a 7-star ruai inlaid upon them. At this moment, an invisible barrier enveloped the interdimensional formation. As Zhao Sheng's spiritual thoughts touched the barrier, they were immediately repelled by an inexplicable force, nearly resulting in a minor setback. After carefully examining the formation, Zhao Sheng's brows slowly furrowed. The jade disc was fine, at least the surface showed no visible damage. However, 7 of the 81 white jade pillars had cracked and slitted, suggesting damage. Taoist Huo Feng examined it most closely and was the most captivated by the formation. As he watched, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "Interdimensional teleportation array! This is clearly the legendary interdimensional teleportation array." Elder Yanmo chuckled inwardly at this. He had long since learned about the interdimensional teleportation array from the old thief Yuan Kaiwang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked everything to come here, only to end up in such a dismal situation. Besides him, everyone else had been completely in the dark, completely unaware of the true nature of the 7-star spiritual realm. No, wait, Yanmo suddenly realized something, his nascent soul body trembling, instantly emitting a dazzling black light. After observing the formation for a long time, Zhao Sheng temporarily abandoned his plan to attack it and returned to his business. He first instructed the 4 Yama members to search for the dark green ore. He also instructed Taoist Ao Fang to continue researching the interdimensional teleportation array, striving to break the invisible barrier as soon as possible. Just as the 4 Yama members left the cave and began searching for ore among the bright stars, Zhao Sheng sat down in a corner, waved his hand, and threw out the myriad symbols disc, setting up a 3-light jade void formation to prevent outsiders from disturbing him. After this, he retrieved the dark green ore from his Nakung seal and began analyzing its properties. The unknown ore was only the size of a fist, irregular in shape. Its surface was mostly gray stone, but within it were scattered, sparse, transparent grains resembling glass. To the naked eye, the ore appeared ordinary, unremarkable. However, under the influence of divine consciousness, the gray ore suddenly emanated a dark green glow. Touching the ore, Zhao Sheng felt a faint stinging sensation in his palm, like a minor burn. He was astonished. His physical strength rivaled that of a physical cultivator of his level. The fact that the glow emanating from this unknown ore could harm him was unbelievable. An ordinary mortal would likely be corroded by the dark green light before even entering 10 feet of the ore, reduced to a pool of corpse-like fluid. Even a key refiner or even a foundation establisher would likely be unable to withstand the glare of the dark green glow. Recalling the report from the Yama ancestor, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered. With a flick of his hand, a square metal box composed of black tangent appeared in his palm. Unsealing the talisman and opening the lid, Zhao Sheng revealed clusters of crystals as thick as a thumb. He dropped the ore into the box, his mind radiating with all its might, enveloping the entire box as he observed the situation within with rapt attention. Soon, a smile crept into his lips. The crystal clusters within the tangent box began to dissolve bit by bit, transforming into a vast amount of spiritual energy that merged into the surrounding void. Half an hour later, the crystal clusters within the box vanished completely, leaving not a trace behind. Zhao Sheng had probably never imagined that the nemesis of the demon fungus would be an unknown or no, more accurately, a transparent crystal embedded within the ore. The transparent crystals bore a striking resemblance to the demon fungus crystals in both texture and appearance, but the faint green glow they emitted was clearly extremely lethal to demon fungus. Zhao Sheng snatched a crystal from the ore, held it in his hand, and examined it, muttering to himself, "What secrets lie within this?" 2 hours later, Yanmo, Lei Peng, and the other 3 returned to the cave. The gray ore they had handed over only piled up half a man's height, weighing less than 100 pounds. But as he watched the blinding green glow rising toward the ceiling, Zhao Sheng calmly retreated a few feet, yet his skin still felt a distinct tingling sensation, like a needle prick. After applying a layer of mana shield outside his body, he was startled. The tingling sensation in his skin didn't subside at all. It wasn't until he applied 9 layers of mana shield that the tingling completely subsided. Zhao Sheng also discovered that the intensity of the green glow wasn't proportional to the crystal's mass, but rather increased exponentially. Honestly, Zhao Sheng was truly astonished. What was the origin of these transparent crystals? They possessed such mysterious properties. Chapter 444, The Injury of Time Pressure. So comfortable, haha. We are saved, we don't have to die, hey, there is really a way out. If you survive this disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. Zhao Sheng didn't need to remind them at all. Yan Mo, Lei Peng, Xian Kong, Huo Feng, and He Tai, the 5 Yuanying, all flew into the 3-meter range of the ore pile. Their bodies were bathed in the radiation of the phantom light, and expressions of ecstasy appeared on their faces. Not long after, Yan Mo and the other 4 sat down cross-legged around the ore pile, eager to practice Qigong to heal their injuries. Zhao Sheng stood outside the range of the phantom light, his spiritual thoughts covering the 5 people, observing the changes in their bodies. At first, the dense crystals all over their skin shrank in size little by little and vaporized. At the same time, they released streams of extremely pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Gradually, a large amount of pure spiritual energy continued to rise and spread out like clouds and mist. A huge funnel-shaped spiritual energy vortex slowly formed around the 5 people, from 1 zang, 2 zang, 3 zang, to a huge 100 zang. Half an hour later, a spiritual energy hurricane blew in the cave, and bursts of rumbling whistling sounds were heard from time to time. At this moment, the 5 Yama beings all emerged from their nascent souls. Each nascent soul body, each majestic and imposing, shone with dazzling brilliance. They hovered in the center of the vortex, bobbing and weaving. Crystal clusters and grains fell from their bodies, quickly transforming into a flood of spiritual energy, merging into the surrounding vortex. Simultaneously, the 5 Yama beings' auras gradually rose, their mana fluctuating with increasing intensity. Zhao Sheng silently observed the changes in their auras, continuously recording the experimental data. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days, Taoist Huo Feng was the first to awaken. Overwhelmed with excitement, he was about to roar to the heavens, but he forcibly suppressed the urge. Whoosh! Taoist Huo Feng soared out of the range of the dim light and landed beside Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng stared at him intently, repeatedly asking, "Fellow Taoist Huo, how is your health now? Has the crystallization disease healed? Are there any remaining symptoms? Also, be sure to tell me your true feelings in detail." Upon hearing this, Taoist Huo Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "I have scanned it repeatedly with my divine sense. The crystals in my flesh and nascent soul body should have been dissolved, and the crystallization disease is likely to be cured. After this disaster, my meridians, danshan, and internal organs have been severely damaged, and my flesh and blood have been corroded. My cultivation has dropped significantly, from the 6th level of the nascent soul to the 5th level. In addition, at this point, Taoist Huo Feng looked bitter, spread his hands, and said helplessly, in addition, my lifespan has also been greatly reduced. I'm afraid it has been reduced by at least 60 years. After listening to this, Zhao Sheng nodded thoughtfully and comforted him. Crystallization disease is a fatal disease, but now it has been cured. This is tantamount to great fortune and luck. Fellow Taoist Huo should be happy, Alice, that's all I can think of." After Taoist Huo Feng sighed, his expression suddenly became extremely excited. As soon as Zhao Sheng finished his questioning, he immediately devoted himself to the cross-border teleportation array. Zhao Sheng felt ashamed of himself when he saw the obsession with the research. This person was worthy of the name of a array maniac. Half a month later, Xiankong and Lei Peng woke up one after another, and they were all excited and ecstatic. Zhao Sheng did the same thing and asked them a lot of questions in detail. As expected, their bodies were also severely damaged, their cultivation dropped sharply, and their lifespans were greatly reduced. After the two had confessed everything, Zhao Sheng let them go and told them to continue searching for Bixia Yaojing. The transparent crystal in the gray ore was originally nameless, but because of its self-luminous property, Zhao Sheng named this unknown mysterious crystal Bixia Yaojing. 12 days later, Patriarch Hete recovered and awoke, but his condition was even worse. His cultivation had plummeted from the middle nascent soul stage to the 3rd, leaving him with only a little over 200 years left to live. However, Hete wasn't the worst off. The worst off took a full 2 months to regain consciousness. Yan Mo plummeted from the 7th nascent soul stage to barely the 4th. As for his lifespan, Seeing the intense despair emanating from Yanmo, it was best not to ask. A top-tier grandmaster was effectively ruined after this ordeal. His remaining days were merely a struggle to survive. It was all a twist of fate. Who could have imagined that the void devil fungus would be so devastating to the corpse mushroom clan? It truly was a nemesis. 3 months later, the spatial and temporal fluctuations of the spirit realm once again reached their peak. At a certain moment, the 7-star spirit realm vanished from its original location, teleporting away. Zhao Sheng, trapped in the Guangming Star Earth's inner caverns, was completely oblivious to the entire spiritual realm's shift. It was as if the space-time shift had occurred in the blink of an eye. 3 breaths later, a golden beam of light suddenly broke through the surface and soared into the void. At this moment, streams of light flew from the 4 directions of the spiritual realm, converging towards the beam. The beams of light faded, and the nascent soul's domain instantly compressed into a golden force field, protecting Zhao Sheng's entire body. In an instant, the 4 nascent souls, Lei Peng, Xian Kong, He Tai, and Yanmo, had flown before him. Each of them showed varying degrees of shock. Even without their needing to explain, Zhao Sheng, gazing into the void, was instantly filled with a look of astonishment. At the edge of the spiritual realm, the nebula had vanished, replaced by a dense mass of meteorites. The sudden arrival of the spiritual realm had disrupted the trajectory of countless meteorites, causing them to fly haphazardly and collide violently. There was no sound in the void, so all that could be seen was a series of dazzling bursts of light from the edge of the spiritual realm, momentarily illuminating the surrounding darkness. A large amount of meteorite fragments and dust rolled outward and deeper into the dark void, with only a small amount of meteorite fragments falling into the 7-star spiritual realm. Look, there are so many mysterious heroes from outer space. Xianquan pointed outside and shouted excitedly. In fact, there was no need for him to remind them, as Zhao Sheng and others had already seen the brilliant lights emanating from the dazzling group of eyes. Upon seeing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly turned into a stream of light and shot towards the edge of the spiritual realm. Upon seeing this, Lei Peng and others also expanded their domains of law, turned into light, and followed closely behind. At the edge of the spiritual realm, wisps of Xianwei Zuining were like swimming fish, shuttling and wandering in the void. Zhao Sheng flew through the meteorite dust and flew to the edge of the spiritual realm. His divine consciousness exploded, and instantly expanded to cover the surrounding space of 150 miles. All the lights within this range were captured by his divine consciousness, and they all gathered here. Zhao Sheng took out a blank top-grade spiritual stone and sealed the lights one by one. Yanmo, Lei Peng and the other 4 also tried their best to capture Xianwei Zuining. In just a moment, Xianwei Zuining could no longer maintain its form and collapsed into a sea of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This vast amount of spiritual energy, drawn to the 7-star spirit realm, suddenly triggered a miraculous backflow. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly understood why the 7-star spirit realm's spiritual energy concentration was so alarmingly high. Afterward, Zhao Sheng counted his harvest. Including the offerings from Yanmo and the other 3, he had collected a total of 23 strands of celestial mysterious essence, of which only 9 contained traces of the law. However, 7 strands exceeded 1 centimeter in length, and the longest reached 2 centimeters and 7 millimeters, nearly reaching the inch realm. Seeing the envy on Yanmo and the other 3's faces, Zhao Sheng pondered for a moment and accepted the traces of the law in the celestial mysterious essence exceeding 1 centimeter. He then divided the remaining 10 strands equally among the 5. Yes, Taoist Huo Feng, despite having contributed nothing, still received 2 strands. Although Yanmo and the others were filled with resentment, they dared not betray a trace of dissatisfaction. After this incident, Zhao Sheng generously gave them a month to recuperate. A month later, once the Nebula Mystery Realm has recovered, the hunting war will begin again. However, before the war begins, much preparation remains to be done. However, the most pressing priority is the Bright Star Earth Core Cave. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. He formed a seal with his hands, and streams of magical light shot out, landing on a sea of cyan flame several feet away. At that moment, 9 transparent crystal beads the size of longan trees bobbed within the cyan sea of fire. Thousands of mysterious light patterns faintly emerged within the beads, and a treasure barrier slowly took shape. These transparent crystal beads, also known as ghost crystal pills, are crafted from Biksha ghost crystals. Their properties are quite similar to those of sword pills, making them a special type of external elixir. Zhao Sheng's purpose in refining the ghost crystal pills is self-evident. A moment later, the Xiankong patriarch suddenly flew out from the stone wall and expertly landed in the northwest corner of the cave. He opened his sleeves, and a pile of finely shattered gray stones fell from them, landing in the ore pile. The ore pile wasn't large, barely half a square meter in area and only about a foot high, weighing perhaps 100 pounds. Yet, this ore represented the culmination of 20 days of diligent searching. Furthermore, the ghost crystal ore the four had been able to find had become increasingly scarce, seemingly nearing depletion. Elder Xiankong gazed absent-mindedly at the gray ore on the ground, knowing his good times were drawing to a close. He glanced up at the adult refining the treasure, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Elder Xiankong quietly flew to the east side of the cave, cast out a cushion, and sat cross-legged, silently cultivating his energy to restore his mana. Soon, a flash of lightning shot through the cavernous ceiling. As it descended into the air, the light shifted, revealing Elder Lei Peng. Lei Peng's face was sullen, his eagle eyes gleaming with anger, and he exuded an apathetic aura. He flashed to the northwest corner and casually dropped several egg-sized chunks of ghost crystal ore. Then, he found a place without saying a word, and also began to practice Qigong and regulate his breathing. Later, Yanmo and Hitai also returned one after another. 3 days later, the Yao Jingdan sacrifice was completed. On the same day, 5 streams of light rose from the bright star and flew towards the dark star thousands of miles away. As a stream of light drilled into the ground under the dark star, the other 4 streams of light scattered and waited in formation. A moment later, the ancestor Xiankong broke through the ground with a look of joy on his face and rushed into the sky. Immediately afterwards, one after another hideous crystal corpses rushed out from the ground and chased after them. However, this time, the number of crystal corpses was reduced by 60% compared to the beginning, and most of their bodies were incomplete. The 5 directions 5 elements formation, start. Following Zhao Sheng's command, the 5 Yuanyings all flew to their positions, and their respective Yuanying domains were fully deployed. 5 brilliant clouds of light suddenly appeared in the void, and the clouds of light blended with each other, forming in the blink of an eye a magnificent cloud of light with a diameter of over 100 miles, with red, white, yellow, black and blue flowing in 5 colors. The crystal corpses rushed into the 5-colored light cloud, and most of them disappeared from then on. After 2 hours, the 5-colored light cloud suddenly shattered into pieces, and 5 streams of light rushed out of the light cloud, rushing in all directions. After a period of repair, the 5 directions 5 elements array was spread out in the void again, and one crystal corpse after another rushed into the 5-colored light cloud like a brainless person, and a new round of hunting war broke out again. In this way, Zhao Sheng targeted the weakness of the void devil fungus's low intelligence and weakened its peripheral strength again and again. Even a plethora of crystal corpses couldn't withstand such depletion. After over 100 rounds of hunting, when the last crystal corpse, the Tyrannosaurus, was reduced to a pile of wreckage, the void devil fungus was finally left alone. It's worth noting that this devil fungus had clearly suffered significant damage since its previous battle with the void devil ray, causing its instincts to slow to a crawl. Yanmo and his 4 companions repeatedly infiltrated the crystal cave to lure monsters, and upon their return, they repeatedly remarked that the void devil fungus's aura had weakened significantly since its initial arrival. Time slipped by unnoticed. A closer look revealed that the 7-star spirit realm had shifted 5 times in a row. 3 of these times, it landed within the mysterious spirit realm, and the remaining 2 within the black abyss realm. Zhao Sheng and his companions had also collected 5 mysterious elves from the sky, a truly fruitful harvest. However, after the 5th shift, Hitai was the first to notice something unusual. Because after the transfer, his nascent soul body suddenly cracked with countless tiny cracks, and his own soul was also strangely covered with cracks. After learning about this, Zhao Sheng gave Hitai a bottle of soul-nourishing pills and sent him to heal on his own. Then, he asked the others, and they found that the nascent souls and souls of Yanmo and the other 3 were all normal, without any damage. Strange, why is only Hitai in trouble? The old ancestor Xiankong stood aside and muttered secretly. At this time, Zhao Sheng looked at Yanmo, Lei Peng and the other 4 and asked, "Have you ever heard of such a thing?" "No, never heard of it." Xiankong and Lei Peng were the first to shake their heads, indicating they didn't know. Elder Yanmo and Taoist Ao Feng were lost in thought, as if recalling something. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept over their faces, but he didn't rush them. He actually had several theories about Tete's strange injuries, one of which, recorded in an ancient tome, held the strongest probability. After waiting for a moment, Taoist Ao Feng slowly raised his head and looked at Zhao Sheng, his tone uncertain. I once read an ancient secret in the notes of my sect's founder. If my suspicions are correct, fellow Taoist Tete's spiritual injury is likely caused by the pressure of time and space. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed at this. Taoist Ao Feng's explanation coincided with one of his theories. Elder Yanmo suddenly realized, time and space pressure? Yes, that's probably the reason. How can shifting time and space be without a price? Even with the protection of our formation, our souls and nascent souls are inevitably affected by time pressure. Too many shifts will inevitably cause problems. Zhao Sheng nodded slightly after hearing this. Chapter 445 Seal. Across the universe, time and space shifts generally follow the same principle. First, one returns from the real world to the virtual world. Then, leveraging the phenomenon of the real world's time flow slowing to a near standstill while in the virtual world, one crosses vast distances and ultimately returns to the real world. On the surface, the time and space shift in the seven-star spiritual realm occurred in an instant. However, Zhao Sheng and the others had no way of knowing how long they had spent in the virtual world. It's possible that a century in the virtual world was but a fleeting moment in the real world. This vast difference in the time flow between the two realms creates a side effect known as temporal pressure. Hitai's spirit likely couldn't withstand the change in temporal pressure, leading to the sudden injury. While Zhao Sheng and the others appear to be fine now, they will soon experience the same symptoms as Hitai after one or two more shifts. The netherworld is mysterious and unfathomable, and only those who have reached the return to the void stage can glimpse its truth. Those below the return to the void stage, even those at the peak of the spiritualization stage, can only sense the existence of the virtual world but cannot travel within it. Why is the ascension formation in the Xianzhu realm only accessible to true lords of the divine transformation? The main reasons lie in two factors: time pressure and space-time storms. True lords of the divine transformation possess a resilient spirit, able to withstand the fluctuating time pressures of ascension, while their nascent souls are completely unable to withstand them. Since this spiritual damage is caused by time pressure, then we, Lord, please make a decision. Ancestor Xianquan paused mid-sentence when he suddenly bowed and addressed Zhao Sheng for his instructions. Zhao Sheng glanced at the others and instantly made a decision. In the seven-star spiritual realm, the surface of the dark star lay desolate and silent, its pockmarked ground covered with a thick layer of crystal sand. Scattered pale bones could be vaguely seen among the gravel, and glimmering will-o'-the-wisp fires occasionally erupted from the craters, swirling and fading. At this moment, 6 beams of light shuttled back and forth above the dark star, occasionally interweaving and passing. Zhao Sheng swiftly swept across the surface, occasionally waving his hands and throwing down triangular formation banners, which landed with impeccable precision on the key points of the formation. Xian Kong, Li Peng, Yanmo, and Hete did the same. Taoist Ao Feng hovered above the dark star, directing the others to move around the key points and arrange the formation. After a cup of tea, all 1,108 banners had been inserted into the key points of the formation, and the 1,000 Rings Demon imprisoning God-locking formation was complete. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Xianqian. I am in charge of the 1,000 Rings formation, and there will be no mistakes. If there are any errors, I will give you my head and serve it as a snack. Taoist Ao Feng fondly fumbled with a 10,000 symbols formation plate, and with a rare pat on his chest, he issued a military order to Zhao Sheng. Then I'll leave it to fellow Taoist Huo. Zhao Sheng nodded, then turned to look at the 4 Yuanyings and gave a deep command, move out. With that, he transformed into a long rainbow and plummeted downwards, landing on the dark star's surface in an instant and disappearing in a flash. Seeing this, Yanmo and the others transformed into streams of light and fled into the dark star's underground. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. As Zhao Sheng descended, he noticed that the number of agate-like crystals in the soil and rock decreased significantly wherever he passed, and their size shrank by half. Conversely, the concentration of spiritual energy underground increased abnormally. Just past 400 miles, the spiritual energy was so dense that it was practically liquefied. It was so dense that one didn't even need to practice cultivation techniques. An endless supply of spiritual energy poured into the body. If a key refining realm cultivator were to find themselves there, their dantian would burst within a moment from the overwhelming spiritual energy. As the saying goes, when something is unusual, there must be something wrong. Zhao Sheng's mind clicked, and he secretly noted this unusual phenomenon. Puff. After diving over 500 miles, Zhao Sheng's feet suddenly felt empty, landing in an underground crystal cavern. The surrounding gravity suddenly increased dozens of times. The radiant flames of the Dharma domain surged, then instantly compressed into a golden force field 3 feet wide. Looking around, the once magnificent and eerie crystal cavern had been drastically altered. The ceiling and walls had largely melted, revealing mottled gray-yellow earth and stone. The once towering crystal pillars had collapsed and dissolved, leaving only fragments protruding 2 or 3 feet above the lake. The most dramatic change, however, was the 1,000-foot-high crystal peak. It had vanished, replaced by a lake of spiritual fluid that flooded the entire cavern. Spiritual clouds filled the sky above the crystal cavern, and spiritual energy liquefied into a flood of spiritual rain, a vast, crackling down like a torrential downpour. Bean-sized raindrops plunged into the lake, creating countless splashes. Zhao Sheng's gaze fixed on the water, and he saw clusters of crystal threads flowing, swimming, and swaying beneath the spirit lake, like sea anemones or densely packed shimmering nematodes. Buzz! At this moment, the Bhiksha crystal bead worn around Zhao Sheng's waist suddenly hummed, emitting layers of green light, cleansing and refining the dense spiritual rain. Buzz! Amidst this continuous humming, Yama, Lei Peng, and the other 4 nascent souls emerged from the stone wall, shrouded in circles of green light, and flew behind Zhao Sheng. "Can you sense it?" Zhao Sheng said calmly, gazing at the spirit lake below. "It's weakened. Its aura is at least 80% weaker than it was 2 years ago," Lei Peng Patriarch said, his face beaming with joy. Ancestor Zion Kuang's eyes widened, and he bellowed with a bright look. "Our strategy of exterminating the crystal corpse was truly the right one. Without it, that monster is like a toothless tiger. Perfect timing for striking it dead. Master, let's act quickly," Zhao Sheng, hearing this, said without turning back. "This thing still has great uses. I want it alive." Alive? The moment these words left his mouth, the 4 Yama demons seemed to understand. "All of you, listen up. Form your formation." As soon as the words left their mouths, the 4 Yama demons' expressions grew serious, and they instantly flew off in all 4 directions. Boom! 5 brilliant clouds of light filled the cave, breaking through the dense spiritual clouds. They blended together, forming a vast, swirling mass of red, white, yellow, black, and blue light. This mass dispersed the spiritual clouds above the cave, and at the same time, the torrential rain abruptly ceased. Led by Zhao Sheng, the divine consciousness of the 5 nascent souls connected, coalescing into a majestic and powerful wave of divine consciousness. From the depths of the cloud of light, a towering, gigantic figure emerged faintly. Its majestic appearance was evident, a 5-colored halo hovering behind its head, emanating an unparalleled aura of overwhelming power. At that moment, the crystal threads in the spiritual lake below froze. Then, as if startled, countless threads burst forth from the water, fiercely charging towards the cloud of light. Simultaneously, a vast and powerful spiritual wave awoke from the depths of the lake, instantly initiating a mighty and ferocious spiritual storm that surged skyward and swept across the cloud of light. A sizzling sound. As the countless crystal threads touched the cloud of light, it erupted in a vast expanse of cyan flames, incinerating the vast clumps of crystal. Simultaneously, countless blinding flashes of lightning, a surging golden wind, and a massive black palm 100 feet tall erupted from the cloud of light, similarly annihilating vast swathes of crystal threads. Boom! With a resounding bang, 2 incredibly powerful spiritual waves collided, sending a violent tremor through the cavern and the void, shattering the heavenly spiritual clouds in the aftermath of the storm. After the powerful mental shock, waves surged through Zhao Sheng's soul sea, causing his mind to slump for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. The giant, towering spirit within the cloud of light slightly dispersed, but quickly stabilized. At this moment, the surface of Spirit Lake suddenly dipped, and a massive vortex formed. From its center, a translucent crystal tree, as thick as 3 people could hold together, suddenly rose. Its crown was composed of shimmering crystal threads. Within the tree's core, 5 human-shaped crystals faintly appeared. These 5 human-shaped crystals gathered in a circle, and in their center, a 3-foot-tall miniature crystal tree took root in the void. Its canopy, like a canopy, held 6 crystal red fruits, undoubtedly the Yuanshan fruit. As the giant crystal tree emerged, the shrouded crystal threads found a backbone, rapidly merging into one another, forming in a flash thousands of thigh-thick crystal pythons. Like thousands of whips, the crystal pythons, carrying the force of winds and thunder, fiercely lashed out at the 5-colored light cloud. Boom! The 5-colored light cloud dispersed, sinking deeply, leaving countless long gullies on its surface. But the next second, a swirling 5-colored light filled the spiritual cloud, instantly filling the gullies with spiritual light, and in an instant, the 5-colored light cloud returned to normal. Zzzz. The pure world Brahma flame surged 1,000-fold, transforming into a ball of 100-foot-long azure flame that swirled everywhere, incinerating the crystal python threads wherever it passed. Hundreds of lightning spears shot out from the depths of the light cloud, piercing each crystal python with pinpoint accuracy. As the lightning exploded, a vast amount of crystal python fragments fell into the spirit lake, where they were incinerated by the lightning fire. Swish! Gigantic golden blades of light slashed back and forth through the air, slicing over 100 crystal pythons into thousands of pieces, sending them plummeting into the spirit lake below. In just a few breaths, the swarm of crystal pythons plummeted at a tangible rate. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng united his 4 nascent souls, using a formation to temporarily unite the vast majority of their spiritual energy, forcing them to withstand the demon fungus's mental assault. The void demon fungus possessed immense spiritual power, but due to its inherently low intelligence, it was unable to fully exploit its potential, resulting in a significant waste of its immense spiritual power. Crack, crack, crack. Moments later, the giant crystal tree was engulfed by the 5-colored cloud of light. Its massive trunk, continuously assaulted by true fire, thunderbolts, golden blades, and magical weapons, rapidly became thinner and shorter, with visible cracks covering it. During this period, the demon fungus's aura rapidly weakened, and its spiritual fluctuations also continued to decline. Clearly, the strength of the void demon fungus was directly proportional to the size of its cells. Seeing victory imminent, Yanmo and the others were all energized, immediately increasing their attack intensity, eager to achieve victory in one fell swoop. Half a cup of tea later, Zhao Sheng saw that the giant crystal tree had been nearly completely destroyed, with a 3-foot crystal tree at its core now faintly visible. Stop, he immediately sent a voice message to the 4. With this command, Yanmo and the other 3 involuntarily restrained their magical power and halted their attacks. They gazed at the 6 soul fruits hanging from the crystal tree, their faces simultaneously filled with an expression of immense greed, their eyes blazing with intense heat. Although they didn't know what the soul fruit was, it possessed a natural essence of the Dao, its mist emanating wisps of mystical light. It was like the interweaving of Dao and principle. Zhao Sheng extended his hand, and 6 streams of magical light shot out, enveloping the 6 soul fruits. They instantly flew back, disappearing into his sleeves in a flash, and vanished in a flash. Only after the soul fruits vanished did the 4 nascent soul ancestors, Yanmo, Xiankong, Hitai, and Lei Peng, suddenly awaken. For a moment, their faces were filled with melancholy, their hearts empty, as if they had missed their greatest opportunity. Xiankong, being the most greedy of all, couldn't resist asking, feigning curiosity, "Master, I wonder what kind of treasures those 6 fruits are, HMPH. Don't ask questions you shouldn't." Zhao Sheng glanced back at him, his eyes cold and indifferent. This look frightened the Zhao patriarch so much that his entire body trembled violently. He quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy, "Lord, please forgive me. I shouldn't have been so curious. I deserve to die, I deserve to die." "Get up," Zhao Sheng coldly declared, "if you do this again, I'll let you taste the effects of my inner demon devouring your soul." Upon hearing this, the Zhao patriarch's spirit was instantly surging. He shook his head and waved his hands, shouting, "I won't do it again. I absolutely won't do it again." Seeing this, the 3 Yanmas were horrified and couldn't help but feel a sense of grief. But who had they been to kill before? Now, their lives were in the hands of others. It was truly a case of retribution. Zhao Sheng paid no mind to the psychological trauma left by the Yanmas. After collecting the Yuanshan fruit, he retrieved 9 Bhiksha crystal beads from his Nakung seal. With a flick of his hand, the 9 crystal beads soared into the air, spreading out in all directions, forming a 9-square circle of light that descended upon the 3-foot crystal tree. Zhao Sheng formed a series of magical seals with his hands, releasing streams of mysterious magical light that landed on the 9 crystal beads. At this moment, a vast expanse of clear light rose from the 9 crystal beads, quickly converging into a spherical sphere of light that enveloped the 3-foot crystal tree. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, all 9 crystal beads landed on the crystal tree, embedding themselves into its trunk. The clear light also attached itself to it, instantly sealing the 3-foot crystal tree. Instantly, the devil fungus's spiritual fluctuations were forcibly suppressed, rapidly fading until it fell into deep dormancy. At this moment, the spiritual liquid lake suddenly became incredibly calm, and vast clouds of spiritual energy suddenly rose from the surface. This inner cavern suddenly became shrouded in mist. A vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to emanate continuously. Simultaneously, a large amount of spiritual liquid, under the influence of gravity, rapidly compressed and solidified, transforming into pieces of pure spiritual stone that slowly settled to the bottom of the lake. Huh? Upon witnessing the scene, Yanmo and the other 3 sat cross-legged, concentrating their cultivation techniques with all their might. Instantly, a brilliant light emanated from all their orifices, and countless vortexes of spiritual energy materialized. Immediately, these vortices collided and merged, transforming into a vast vortex of spiritual energy that surrounded the 4 yuan yings, whistling and absorbing the surrounding vast quantities of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This vast amount of spiritual energy liquefied into a vast rain of spiritual energy, which Yanmo and the others then inhaled like a long rainbow, ultimately transforming into a vast amount of mana. While the 4 yuan yings struggled to recover their cultivation, Zhao Sheng, carrying the sealed fungus tree, descended to the deepest part of the cave. After traversing the dilapidated cross-boundary formation, he quickly found a suitable location. Zhao Sheng reached the southwest edge of the cave, raised his hand, and released a stream of magical energy, instantly blasting a 2-zang deep crater in the ground. Gently tossing the fungus tree into the crater, he then waved his hand, unleashing a stream of phoenix fire banners. In a moment, a massive fire phoenix formation took shape. Buzz! Zhao Sheng took out the 100-flame cauldron from the Nakang seal and threw it into the formation. Suddenly, a huge 3-tailed fire phoenix showed its true form above the formation, and grabbed the 100-flame cauldron in one bite, instantly merging it into its body. The next moment, the 100-flame cauldron disappeared into the air along with the fire phoenix, and the phoenix profound fire banner and the big hole also disappeared at the same time, leaving only the empty and flat ground in their place. As the spiritual energy from the depths of the Earth's core surged outward, the crystals deep in the Earth's strata actually shrank slowly under the impact of the spiritual energy, and transformed into more spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The core of the devil's fungus was sealed for only a moment, and spiritual energy vortexes gradually rose from the surface of the dark star. The vortexes extended into the void and continued to expand. The immeasurable spiritual energy from heaven and earth continued to spread to the void outside the domain, spreading. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Shocking Treasure. The silver-white jade wall, 100 feet tall, was riddled with fine cracks, yet it still shone with a brilliant white light. Waves of uncontrollable space-time fluctuations emanated from the jade disk, causing Zhao Sheng, standing nearby, to feel slightly uneasy. A premonition of danger welled up within him. Zhao Sheng endured a discomfort and circled the jade disk. The 81 white jade pillars, varying in height, some collapsed, others intact. However, 2/3 of the pillars were bare at the top. The remaining ones were crowned with 7-star ruai, identical to the one Zhao Sheng held. As his divine consciousness spread like water, 26 of the 7-star ruai gently detached from the pillars, flew down, and after circling around him, were quickly stored within a specialized Nakang seal. Master, Master! Please come and see. We've made a fortune. At this moment, the Xianquan patriarch suddenly spoke through his divine consciousness, his voice piercing his ears with an excited tone. Zhao Sheng's expression shifted. He looked up toward the east side of the cavern, then suddenly vanished in a flash of light. In a flash of light, he had traversed 1,000 feet and arrived beside Xianquan. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept across the ground, his pupils narrowing slightly as he saw a vast expanse of earth and rock lifted, revealing a deep pit. The center of the pit was ablaze with a brilliant light, a veritable riot of color, a radiance of precious gems rising to the sky. Clear sky shadow pearl, wind and thunder god iron, demon eye stone, sky climbing wood heart, wind soil, mysterious yellow jade. Looking around, Zhao Sheng recognized at least 17 or 18 rare treasures. 3 or 4 looked vaguely familiar, though he couldn't name them. Beyond these treasures, many more were considered unknown and exotic, at least to Zhao Sheng himself. I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune. Ancestor Xian Kuang excitedly wrung his hands, his rat-like eyes blazing with an intense, fervent glow, his face bare of greed. He was about to give in to his greed when a sudden gaze drifted over from the side. Ancestor Xian Kuang shuddered, instantly regaining consciousness, overcome with fear and trepidation. Zhao Sheng withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. Even in his 7 lifetimes, he had never witnessed such a magnificent sight. The sheer number of treasures piled within the deep pit rivaled the treasury of half the entire southern Skyzhou clan. There were also rare treasures like wind and thunder divine iron, sky climbing wood heart, and wind soil, rivaling celestial treasures. There were also several earth-level treasures like mysterious sky marrow and mustard sky stone. Besides these rare and earthly treasures, the deep pit was littered with over a dozen dimly shimmering magical weapons, including a 3-inch-long platinum knife, a dragon eye-like purple sword pill, a black pagoda, a 10,000 skull altar, a crimson treasure banner, a pure green wooden boat, and so on. The fact that these magical weapons appeared in the Dark Star Caverns naturally required the creation of numerous nascent soul ancestors. In other words, these magical weapons were of at least mid-grade quality, though it wasn't uncommon to find them of top or even ultimate quality. At this moment, Zhao Sheng's gaze suddenly focused, and his divine consciousness suddenly plunged into the pit. Lifting a banner and a pagoda from the bottom of the pit and finally landing in his hands. The banner was a crimson 6-pointed star, embroidered with 3 overlapping suns. From the outside inward, the suns shone with golden, violet, and pure black, emanating a surging fiery energy so intense that it distorted the surrounding void. The pagoda was a 9-story black pagoda, made of an unknown material. It felt like wood to the touch, but at first glance, it resembled a black hole, pitch black and deep, devouring even the gaze, as if constantly absorbing all surrounding light, visible and invisible. Compared to the other dimmed magical weapons, the 3 suns crimson banner and the lightless black pagoda still exuded a majestic aura, their spirituality undiminished. They were truly one in a million ancient treasures. At this moment, the precious light and powerful vibrations emanating from the deep pit startled Yanmo, Lei Peng, and He Tai, who were practicing their inner cultivation. They all stopped their cultivation and flew towards the pit. Upon reaching the edge of the pit and peering inside, Yanmo and the other 2 gasped, their eyes instantly burning with greed. Even if a true Lord of Transformation had arrived, they would have lost their composure. Zhao Sheng frowned, waved his sleeves, and gathered the 2 ancient treasures. Then, his divine consciousness enveloped the pit, and the numerous treasures within were instantly swept up by his divine power, flying out of the pit. Rays of divine light swept across, and in the blink of an eye, all the treasures vanished before their eyes, stored away in Zhao Sheng's Nakun Yin. Seeing this, Yanmo and the other 3 felt a sense of loss, filled with resentment, but dared not show it. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go and search the surroundings to see if there are any other treasure pits? Zhao Sheng's rebuke suddenly woke the 4 Yan Mosquitos from their dreams. They silently grumbled, but without hesitation, they quickly flew in all directions, frantically searching. The void devil fungus proved truly powerful. After the first treasure pit was discovered, a second and a third followed. After a long day's work, they had found 4 treasure pits in total. However, aside from the first and second pits, the treasures in the remaining 2 pits had largely become useless, perhaps due to the passage of time. Even the magic weapons were no exception. It could be said that in addition to the effect of time, the void devil fungus also played a role, as it had digested most of the treasures. However, there were still treasures hidden in the waste pile. Zhao Sheng found 3 intact and rare treasures and an ancient treasure in the 3rd pit. Then, in the final pit, they surprisingly unearthed 2 unknown artifacts and an apricot yellow ring. The second, most important treasure pit contained over 25 kinds of rare and precious materials, most of which were extracted from powerful beasts, such as a pair of space wings from a sky-splitting dragon, the throat bone from a demonic ray king, and a jade spine over 20 feet long. Besides the beast materials, 9 mid to high-grade magical weapons were also collected by Zhao Sheng. As Yanmo and the other 3 watched as one rare treasure after another was snatched away, their eyes flushed with envy, their hearts swirling with jealousy. They wished they could immediately slay the one who deserved to be hacked to pieces and take their place. However, they could only watch helplessly, unable to muster even the slightest courage to act. Alice, what a pity, Zhao Sheng sighed, casually tossing down one jade slip after another. The jade slips beneath his feet now piled up into a small mountain half a man's height. Too much time had passed, and the demonic fungus had largely dissipated the jade slip's spiritual energy, completely dissipating the information it contained. While searching the slip, Zhao Sheng casually instructed, "Go gather the spirit stones from the ground. Also, summon fellow Taoist Huo. I'll leave this mission to you, Xian Kong. Don't worry, sir. I'll be back soon." Xian Kong quickly complied, then soared into the air, plunging into the earth and stone of the dome and disappearing in a flash. Yanmo, Lei Peng, and Hitai exchanged a glance before silently dispersing and gathering the spirit stones from the ground. By then, the entire cave floor was covered in a thick carpet of spirit stones. Some were unusually large, half a man's height, or even a full man's. They contained vast quantities of pure spiritual energy, and at first glance, they were all high-grade spirit stones of the highest quality. Of particular note is that every large, top-grade spirit stone, over a foot in diameter, contains a rare spirit crystal at its core, rivaling the quality of top-grade spirit stones. The larger the spirit stone, the larger the top-grade spirit crystal at its core. The more Yanmo and his 4 companions collected, the more astonished and jealous they became. What a monstrous and astonishing treasure trove! Recalling everything they had seen and heard, they could not imagine any treasure comparable to this, outside of myth and legend. It could be said that the total value of this devil fungus treasure trove would drive a true lord of transformation mad, even enough to buy out a major monastic order. Even if they couldn't, using it to hire assassins could destroy any of the most elite monastic orders. This Taoist Huo Feng, upon descending into the caverns, was instantly struck by the mountain of spirit stones. His composure instantly lost, and he instinctively let out a curse. Elder Xian Kong, who had come with him, was even more horrified, stunned and drooling. It would be the same for anyone else who, throughout history, has ever seen a peak of spirit stone so tall as 100 feet, weighing over 10,000 jin, and of even the highest quality. Not to mention the small mountain of top-grade spirit crystals next to it, 2 feet high, covering 3 feet, and emanating a vast spiritual pressure like an ocean. I never expected I'd be dwarfed by a giant. Taoist Huo Feng scurried to Zhao Sheng's side, gazing at the 2 spirit stone peaks before him, his words incoherent with excitement. Haha, even fellow Taoist Huo is astonished? It's a pity that while the spirit stones before us are excellent, anyone else who takes and uses them, besides us, will surely perish. Zhao Sheng laughed heartily, his expression nonchalant, as if he didn't take the mountain of spirit stones seriously. Taoist Huo Feng, a master of formations, must have been incredibly intelligent. Upon hearing this, he suddenly understood something and hurriedly said, "Could it be that these spirit stones contain devil bacteria cells?" Zhao Sheng praised, "Indeed. Talking to smart people is really worry-free. Fellow Taoist Huo really gets it right away." Upon hearing this, Patriarch Xian Kuang's eyes rolled around and he smiled flatteringly. "Master, in that case, why don't you let a few of your subordinates share the burden with you? Once our cultivation is improved, we'll be able to serve you even better in the future." Zhao Sheng smiled faintly and said, "Except for the top-grade spirit crystals, which cannot be touched. You can get 2 zang of that spirit stone mountain, and Yanmo and the others will each get 1 zang. Remember, the 1 zang I'm talking about is not the volume, but the height." Xian Kong was overjoyed after hearing this and quickly bowed. "Thank you, Master, for your reward. In the future, I will definitely go through fire and water for you, and never turn back." Seeing this, Yanmo, Lei Peng, and Hitai had no choice but to bow and shout in unison, "Thank you, Master, for your reward." A moment later, Zhao Sheng collected the extra Nakang seals from the 5 people, barely managing to collect the 2 spirit stone mountains. Just then, Taoist Huo Feng approached him and handed him a gray bag. Zhao Sheng took it and peered into it with his divine sense, revealing a storage bag rarely seen in either world. Inside was a crystal ball, the size of a head, translucent. In its center grew a small, inch-tall crystal silk tree, emitting remarkably clear spiritual energy. This little creature tried to sneak away, but was caught red-handed by the Thousand Rings formation. Listening to Huo Feng's explanation, Zhao Sheng suddenly understood. The void devil fungus wasn't completely stubborn, it was quite cunning in the face of mortal danger. Unfortunately, no matter how cunning it was, it couldn't match the renowned human race. Fellow Taoist Huo, follow me. Zhao Sheng put away the storage bag and led Taoist Huo Feng to the interworld teleportation array. Looking at the shattered state of the interworld formation, Taoist Huo Feng felt a pang of heartache. Fellow Taoist Huo, in your opinion, is it possible to repair this formation? Zhao Sheng asked seriously, pointing to the collapsed white jade pillar. Taoist Huo Feng shook his head without hesitation, saying, no, at least with my abilities, it's completely impossible to repair this formation. Even repairing it to even 1% is impossible. Zhao Sheng nodded. He hadn't held out much hope to begin with. After all, the level of knowledge required for a cross-world teleportation formation was far higher than that of the average Hangsha world. Only a master of formations at the level of the spirit realm could construct such a high-level formation. Zhao Sheng had observed the Ascension formation many times before, and in his opinion, the Ascension formation should be of a higher rank than the cross-world teleportation formation, but the difference wasn't too great. Fellow Taoist Huo, please examine this formation carefully. Isn't it strikingly similar to the cross-border formation on Guangmingxing? After observing it for a moment, Taoist Aofeng nodded with delight, exclaiming excitedly, the positioning of the jade disc and the formation pillars, the arrangement and direction of the formation patterns, and the fluctuations of space and time, the two formations are over 90% similar. Only a few key points are completely different. Taoist Aofeng's words were just as he had expected. Zhao Sheng immediately pressed the issue. In your opinion, fellow Taoist Huo, with a reference of this formation, can the two of us, working together, repair the other teleportation formation? Well, Taoist Aofeng was stunned. He pondered, using his divine sense to observe the remaining formation before him. After a moment's deliberation, he suddenly looked at Zhao Sheng and said uncertainly, there's hope for repair, but the success rate is no more than 20%. After all, the cross-world teleportation array is far beyond our level of array skills. Even if we attempt to repair it, we can only follow a diagram, like a blind man groping in the dark. Zhao Sheng wasn't disappointed. Instead, he agreed, I certainly understand fellow Taoist Huo's concerns. We can probably only attempt to repair the array pillars in front of us, but we have no way to repair the core array foundation in the virtual world. For super-level formations like the cross-world teleportation array and the ascension array, the formation foundation in the real world is just the tip of the iceberg. The core formation foundation has long been deployed in the virtual world. It can be said that even if the formation foundation in the real world is destroyed 1,000,000 times, as long as the formation foundation in the virtual world is intact, any formation master from the spiritual world can easily repair the formation and restore it to operation. But for Zhao Sheng and Taoist Huo Feng, even repairing the surface of the formation is an insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, the teleportation array located underground on Guangming Star is almost intact and can still be repaired. Chapter 447 Zumi Ring. The Divine Ruins Meteor Sea is vast and boundless. Deep within the Black Abyss, densely packed meteorites of all sizes collide violently, constantly creating and destroying countless meteorites. One day, in the southwestern region of the Black Abyss, an empty area spanning nearly 10,000 miles suddenly and unintentionally materialized. An invisible and immense force instantly expelled the surrounding meteorite swarms. Boom! The void was silent and still, but thousands of meteorites collided chaotically. Immediately, dazzling clouds of light exploded one after another, expanding into the void at the speed of light, instantly piercing the eternal darkness. A closer look revealed that all the exploding clouds of light were aligned along the empty area, forming a faint, sparse band of light. For a moment, the edge of the seven-star spiritual realm seemed to be shrouded in a halo of light. Yanmo to the east, Hitai to the west, Xiankong to the south, Leipeng to the north, watching the meteorites explode one after another and the celestial profound Ying emerge from the cloud of light, Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up, and he immediately transmitted a message to the four nascent souls. Before he had even finished speaking, 4 streams of light shot towards the edge of the spirit realm. Zhao Sheng, in turn, transformed into a mysterious light, instantly soaring into the sky above the spirit realm. In an instant, A golden light crisscrossed the vast void, wandering everywhere. Wherever it passed, wisps of light vanished into thin air. In just a dozen breaths, the celestial profound Ying, unable to maintain their form, collapsed one after another, transforming into a vast amount of celestial spiritual energy, merging into the void. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng paused his escape light with a hint of regret, then soared down, finally hovering above the bright star. At this moment, 4 streams of light returned from all directions, revealing the figures of Yanmo, Xian Kong, and the others. Unlike the composed Lei Peng and Xian Kong, the gloomy face of Hate Patriarch was now pale and bloodless, his aura noticeably weakened. Yanmo Patriarch had possessed a corpse king, so while outwardly he appeared normal, the emanating spiritual energy was unusually weak, hinting at a sense of weakness. Zhao Sheng glanced at the 2 men calmly, knowing they were in poor condition, their spirits severely damaged by the time-space shift. Hate Patriarch was particularly affected, as his previous injuries had not yet healed, and new ones had been incurred. These injuries compounded the damage, nearly causing his nascent soul body to collapse. Yanmo and the other 3 expertly handed over the celestial energies they had gathered. Zhao Sheng, as was customary, also allocated a portion of these energies to the 4. Seeing the group about to return to Guangming Star, Patriarch Hate finally lost his patience and hurriedly pleaded with Zhao Sheng, "Master, I can no longer bear the pressure of time and space. Please show mercy. During the next time-space shift, allow me to escape outside the spiritual realm." Patriarch Xian Kong, upon hearing this, quickly chimed in, "Master, Hate is right. This time, even fellow Taoist Yanmo has experienced spiritual distress. After the next shift, perhaps fellow Taoist Li Peng and I will also suffer the same fate. Please reconsider, Master, please reconsider, please reconsider." Seeing this, Yanmo and Li Peng spoke almost simultaneously. Zhao Sheng's gaze swept over the 4 people's faces, then he said calmly, "I understand this matter. I will make arrangements for how to proceed. Descend." With that, Zhao Sheng flicked his sleeves and descended towards Guangming Star. Yanmo and the other 3 exchanged glances and immediately followed suit. The starry cavern. A golden light suddenly emanated from the dome, instantly descending from the sky to land beside the interdimensional teleportation array. The light faded, and Zhao Sheng strode over to Taoist Tuo Feng's side, asking with concern, "Fellow Taoist Tuo, how's the barrier breaking going?" In front of Taoist Tuo Feng, the myriad symbols plate rested on the surface of the spherical barrier. A radiance soared 3 feet high, and countless strange symbols swirled and vanished within the light, as if calculating something. Taoist Tuo Feng's expression was solemn, his eyes blazing as he watched the symbols shift within the glow. He repeatedly snapped his fingers, and a flash of spiritual light emanated from his fingertips, creating countless finger shadows at a rapid speed. "Almost there, almost there. We've already cracked 80% of it. Within 3 days at most, the barrier will be broken." Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered as he listened to Tuo Feng's mutterings. He turned and left, leaving him alone. At that moment, Yanmo, Lei Peng, and the other 4 entered the cave, flew behind Zhao Sheng, and obeyed his orders. Zhao Sheng promptly assigned tasks to the 4. "Yanmo, Hitai, you 2 should heal your wounds first. I'll give you 2 half a month. After half a month, you will immediately join the task of collecting the Biksha Yaojing, as ordered. Xian Kong, you continue your previous mission. The Dark Star is now yours, don't worry, my lord. I will not miss a single treasure. Yes, go, I bid you farewell." Lei Peng, is the Wind and Thunder Shield ready? It's still a few steps short of perfection, but it can already exert 80% of its power. Very good. Until the Nebula Maze is restored, you will be responsible for patrolling the outer reaches of the spirit realm. If any enemy invades, kill them if you can, and stop them if you can. If you can't, report to me immediately. Go, as ordered. In a short moment, Zhao Sheng had assigned the 4 tasks. After the 4 had departed, Zhao Sheng soared into the air and landed in the northeast corner of the cave, where a cave had been carved into the stone wall. Boom! Zhao Sheng flew into the cave, and the stone door slammed shut. Suddenly, a golden, red, and black barrier materialized, enveloping the entire stone door. Deep within the cave, Zhao Sheng stepped into a spacious stone training chamber and sat down on the crystal cushion in the center. With a whoosh, a ball of golden true fire and a ball of pure science spiritual flame were hurled into the air. The next moment, Zhao Sheng flicked his sleeve, and a crimson flaming banner and a 9-story black pagoda shot out, landing in the golden crow true fire and the purifying world burning flame, respectively, where they drifted up and down. Then, Zhao Sheng's brows suddenly radiated 2 wisps of divine consciousness, connecting with the 2 celestial true fires. Driven by these divine thoughts, the true fires instantly surged and began to refine the 2 ancient treasures bit by bit. After this, Zhao Sheng pulled an apricot yellow ring from his bosom and carefully toyed with it. This ring was truly peculiar. It couldn't be stored in a Nakang seal or in the storage. Every time he tried to place the ring inside, Zhao Sheng would faintly sense a faint fluctuation in space-time, and a repulsive force would naturally arise between the ring and the Nakang seal. Zhao Sheng concluded that this apricot yellow ring was also a special artifact, similar to a storage bag. However, what troubled him was that when he tried to refine it, his magic power was ineffective against it. Moreover, when his spiritual consciousness probed into the ring's interior, it strangely became lost. Could spiritual consciousness be lost? Previously, Zhao Sheng hadn't believed it. Until he entered a chaotic, vast maze. This chaotic maze within the ring resembled the legendary special faults. The special faults within the maze seemed like vast stars, their number immeasurable. Zhao Sheng's spiritual consciousness would quickly become disoriented upon entering, then be drawn directly into a special fault, ultimately abruptly severing contact. Over the past 2 months, he'd tried nearly 1,000 times, but every divine consciousness he released never returned. The repeated failures and the frequent damage to his divine consciousness had even caused some damage to his soul. Yet, the more damage he suffered, the more Zhao Sheng became intrigued by the ring. This object bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Sumeru ring. Also a special artifact, the Sumeru ring was countless orders of magnitude superior to the storage bag and the Nakang seal. Legend has it that the Sumeru ring could contain a cavernous heaven as small as a mustard seed, a fact quite similar to the Nahe shell Zhao Sheng had acquired in his 5th life. However, the Nahe shell was only 100 feet wide, barely comparable to the most inferior Sumeru ring. According to information transmitted back to the Shiansu realm by successive ascended true lords, the legendary top-tier Sumeru rings could contain an entire world as vast as the Gangs. Zhao Sheng had never considered this apricot yellow ring to be the ultimate Sumeru ring, but while it was certainly better than the best, it was still better than the worst. As long as it wasn't the lowest of the low, he was content. He remembered that in his previous life, when he first entered the 7-star spiritual realm, he had encountered a bald, strange individual who claimed to be a returning void semi-immortal. If nothing unexpected happened, this ring must have been that bald individual's possession. The thought that the ring might contain the entire wealth of a returning void semi-immortal instantly filled Zhao Sheng with motivation. Even if his soul was damaged, he would persevere in finding the true entrance to the Zumi dimension. His consciousness repeatedly entered this special maze, only to be lost again and again, losing contact. As time passed, Zhao Sheng's face gradually paled, and veins bulged on his forehead. A muffled groan was followed by the 3-yang fiery flag, which suddenly pierced through the golden crow's true fire and plummeted to the ground. The crystal jade flagpole silently pierced the solid stone surface. The next moment, the rocks within a 10-foot radius suddenly softened and turned red, melting into a pool of fiery magma. The crimson fire flag floated above the magma, emitting a faint red glow. Zhao Sheng's gaze fixed, his mind connecting with the ancient treasure once again. The 3-yang fiery banner soared lightly into the air, flying towards him. With a flick of his sleeve, his vast sleeve suddenly radiated an immense suction force, instantly tucking the ancient treasure deep within. At that moment, the 9-abyss pagoda also evaded the blazing Brahma flames and darted back, also being tucked into his sleeve. Immediately, a long, white gold rainbow soared to the ceiling of the stone chamber, and the 1,000-flame cauldron flashed into existence, hovering steadily overhead, slowly spinning and radiating a tremendous pressure. Whoosh! The next moment, the golden crow true fire and the pure world Brahma flame suddenly transformed into 2 balls of flame, immersing themselves in the 1,000-flame cauldron in a flash, vanishing. With a wave of his mind, the 1,000-flame cauldron emitted a humming sound, swirling and shedding circles of flame that filled the room. The flames were a dazzling array of colors, a blend of extreme cold and scorching heat. Zhao Sheng slipped an apricot yellow ring onto his thumb, then removed an Nakang seal from his waist and tossed it out. Natural treasures materialized, each encased in a ring of flames, and began to be refined by the spiritual fire. He then removed 2 elixir bottles and poured out 2 high-grade elixirs, 1 red and 1 green. The red one was a 4th-grade Lotus God elixir, highly effective for restoring damaged souls. The green one, also known as the Yuanling elixir, was crafted from a nascent soul-level demon elixir as its main ingredient, and was considered an unparalleled elixir for increasing mana. Faced with these 2 rare and precious elixirs, Zhao Sheng swallowed them both without hesitation. In a flash of light, 2 supremely fine spirit stones, each containing 2 strands of celestial mystical essence, landed in Zhao Sheng's hands. Closing his eyes, he entered a state of trance, his dantian surging with mana. In a flash, lotus-shaped divine lights rose from the Beihuaku point on his head, dancing gracefully and radiating soft, clear light that permeated his limbs and bones. At the same time, the phantom of a giant beast with 6 wings and 2 heads suddenly materialized from the void behind him, quickly falling into the automatically unfolding nascent soul realm. After struggling for a moment, it dissolved and disintegrated. With a roaring sound like a tidal wave, the stone chamber gradually resounded. Zhao Sheng's entire body shone with divine light, and vast swathes of mana and profound light emanated from him, filling the stone chamber and penetrating through layers of earth and stone to reach further and deeper. Taoist Tuo Feng's eyes flickered as he gazed at the vast swath of profound light pouring down from a distant stone wall. He slowly withdrew his gaze, his mind focused on the myriad symbols formation plate. Time slowly slipped by, and Zhao Sheng's cultivation soared at a speed unimaginable to the world. From ancient times to the present, even among the countless true lords of the 2 realms, few have cultivated in such an extravagant manner as Zhao Sheng. No, it shouldn't be called extravagance, it should be described as wasteful. Ordinary nascent soul ancestors often search for years to occasionally obtain a single strand of celestial mysterious essence. Mysterious essence is so rare that even nascent soul ancestors treasure it like a treasure, never using it lightly. Only when they reach a critical juncture do they cherish and absorb a single strand, using it with extraordinary care to aid their breakthrough. This level of mysterious essence is so high, let alone elixirs like the Lotus God Pill and the Yuanling Pill, which are among the highest quality 4th-tier elixirs. In reality, the vast majority of nascent soul ancestors simply cannot refine 4th-tier elixirs. Only a grandmaster of the Dao of alchemy can achieve this feat. Zhao Sheng, a monstrous old man who has lived for 7 lifetimes, not only masters the art of elixirs, talismans, formations, and instruments, but has also achieved grandmaster status in all of them. Not only does he produce and sell his own products, but he also possesses an immense wealth, allowing him to cultivate in such a wasteful manner. The results of his cultivation, needless to say, are incredibly rapid. In just over 2 months, he had reached the late stages of the 5th nascent soul stage, nearing completion and beginning his sprint towards the 6th stage. 3 days passed in a flash, and the cave's gates swung open with a bang. A beam of light shot out, landing instantly beside Taoist Tuo Feng. Zhao Sheng's face flushed as he strode forward, carefully examining the interdimensional teleportation array before him. A smile of satisfaction instantly spread across his face. The barrier enveloping the array had indeed vanished. Fellow Taoist Tuo, thank you for your hard work. Your successful breaking of the barrier is a great achievement. With that, Zhao Sheng pulled a delicate golden sphere from his sleeve and placed it into Taoist Tuo Feng's hand. The sphere, barely the size of a fist, gradually shrank in size from the outside to the inside, becoming hollowed out. Each layer was engraved with countless tiny, red gold runes. A faint golden pupil emerged from the innermost recesses of the sphere. As Taoist Tuo Feng's gaze rested on the golden sphere, he was overcome by layers of golden light, seemingly illusory. Endless runes suddenly entered his mind, forming a vivid golden eye that reflected his soul. Infinite treasure phlegm, Taoist Tuo Feng cried out in shock, his right hand tightly gripping the exquisite golden sphere, veins throbbing on the back of his hand. Tuo Feng had been a disciple of the Taoist sect at the age of 3, and had grown up hearing the legendary stories of the patriarchs of the past. 6,000 years ago, the Taoist sect's ancestors had suddenly disappeared in the divine ruins, and his life-saving magic weapon was this infinite treasure phlegm. Coincidentally, Zhao was also a master of formations and Taoist Tuo Feng's great-great-grandmaster. Zhao Sheng saw this and said in surprise, "Hey, fellow Taoist Tuo recognizes this magic weapon." "Yes, I would recognize it even if it turned into ashes. To be honest with fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, this item is inherited from our lineage. It has been missing for 6,000 years, and it has finally been recovered today. It can be said to be God's will. After saying this, Taoist Tuo Feng was filled with emotion. Chapter 448, Heaven Replenishing Liquid. I originally thought this item belonged to a formation technique. So I gave it to fellow Taoist Tuo, hoping it would help repair the formation. Who could have imagined it would return to its rightful owner? Such is heaven's will. Zhao Sheng hadn't expected such a coincidence to exist. But this move was a perfect opportunity. Seeing Taoist Tuo Feng's excited expression, Zhao Sheng couldn't help but nod secretly. Fellow Taoist Xiangqiang, I'm not good with words. I can't express my gratitude for your gift of this treasure. I will devote myself wholeheartedly to your service from now on. Taoist Tuo Feng's words were elegant, but the underlying meaning was clear. He would work hard in the future. Zhao Sheng smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Tuo, you're too polite. If I can repair this interdimensional teleportation array with your help, I'd be completely satisfied. Tuo Feng tightly grasped the exquisite golden ball and said with emotion, repairing this interdimensional teleportation array is also my lifelong wish. From now on, I will do my utmost. With that, Zhao Sheng and he exchanged a smile, their words speaking volumes. A day later, a streak of golden light soared from the dark star, hurtling towards the bright star, 2,000 miles away. After a dozen breaths, it plummeted like a meteor into the land of Bright Star, vanishing in a flash. Fellow Taoist Tuo, what do you think of this? In the Earth's core cavern, Zhao Sheng plummeted from the dome, landing beside Taoist Tuo Feng. He hurriedly retrieved two fist-sized crystal photo-taking balls and handed one to him. With a burst of magical power, the image sphere in Taoist Tuo Feng's hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling glow. A vast expanse of pure light emanated, revealing in an instant a remarkably realistic, detailed three-dimensional image of the ruined interstellar formation deep within the dark star. Taoist Tuo Feng glanced at it and immediately channeled his divine consciousness into the image sphere, manipulating it to continuously enlarge and reduce the image before him. After a moment, he zeroed in on one of the white jade pillars and began comparing it with the interstellar teleportation formation before him, gradually comparing it. Later, Taoist Tuo Feng even personally captured a fragment of the image and superimposed it with the real white jade pillar to observe the differences between the two formations. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng was doing the same thing nearby. As they compared the formation patterns, the two engaged in a heated debate. Your guess is wrong. The array patterns from number 3 to 6 in Area B clearly belong to the space category, and their function is to stabilize space. That's totally wrong. They definitely belong to the suppression pattern category, and their function should be to suppress excessive fluctuations in time and space. No, look at this array pattern. The runes here are definitely a variant of the ancient dragon seal, which means solid and thorough. And here. Haha, it's still fellow Taoist Xiangqiang who has so many ideas. You actually copied the array pillars 1 to 1. Your weapon refining skills are truly extraordinary, fellow Taoist Tuo, you are too kind. It's just that they are exactly the same on the surface. It's just a trivial skill and not worth mentioning. By the way, I brought a broken pillar with me, which is just right for experimenting. Broken pillar? Alice, why didn't I think of it? In that case, Brother Xiangqiang might as well dismantle the large array opposite and try the method of taking money from one pocket to repair another. I have had this thought before. But speaking of it, fellow Taoist Tuo will laugh at me. I tried several times, but ended up being defeated by the restrictions of the formation and almost suffered serious damage. I see. The cross-boundary teleportation formation has its own protective restrictions. Since we are not at the nascent soul stage, it is natural that we cannot do anything about the restrictions of the upper realm. Let's not talk about this. What do you think of this replica? The formation pattern is clear and full of charm. It just doesn't look as harmonious and natural as the original, as if there is something wrong. Fellow Taoist Tuo is worthy of being a master of formations. He saw the floor at a glance. I am ashamed that I don't know much about time and space. This replica is far from being as perfectly embedded in the space as the original, and the degree of harmony is not even 1% of the original. Fellow Taoist Xiangqiang, don't be too harsh. This is just the beginning. How can we repair such a legendary super formation casually? The Zhangyi formation column is the least damaged. Why don't we try it first? Fellow Taoist Tuo's ideas coincide with mine. Look at what this is. 10,000 waves phantom gold, mustard sky stone, 10,000 year stone marrow, wind soil. This is wonderful. With so many high-level natural treasures, I am even more confident in repairing the interboundary formation. More than 2 months passed in a flash, and the 7-star spiritual realm's relocation was imminent. Zhao Sheng was busier than ever, so busy that even his time for cultivation was greatly reduced. Yanmo and Hitai spent over a month searching the Guangming star from top to bottom, but they couldn't find a single Biksha Yaojing. The results were disappointing, with only less than 100 kilograms of gray ore collected, which greatly disappointed Zhao Sheng. Ancestor Xianquan also had limited results. Even after searching the entire Dark Star, the treasures he found totaled less than a third of what he had found in the first treasure pit. However, Xianquan was very clever and took the initiative to help his master. Even Zhao Sheng hadn't expected that Ancestor Xianquan was a master of weapon refining, his skills comparable to his own. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng simply handed most of the smelting of precious materials to him, and from then on, the progress of treasure refining increased dramatically. As time passed, the spatial temporal fluctuations within the 7-star spirit realm grew stronger and clearer. However, this incident unexpectedly aided the repair work. The violent turbulence of spatial temporal fluctuations also affected the inter-realm teleportation array, revealing more of its secrets. Brother Xiangqiong, have you refined the replica? The previous one is now completely useless, just in time. Fellow Taoist Tuo, you must use it with care. The crucial mustard stone is running low. Yes, I know. I've roughly deduced a repair plan for the Zhengyi array pillar. The success rate is around 70%. Unfortunately, our abilities are limited, and we can't continue the deduction. 70% is already high enough. Although Zhengyi has only one crack, it's the first one to be repaired. We decided to start with the easy and then move on to the difficult. We have plenty of time, so just take your time, Zhao Sheng said. Another 7 or 8 days passed. In the cave's refining room, a shimmering flame swirled. A ball of milky white jade pulp bloomed in the center of a 5-colored fire lotus, red, white, green, black, and gold, emitting a pure, watery glow. As the fire lotus smelted the jade pulp, wisps of golden smoke gradually rose. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged not far away, his eyes blazing. He swept his sleeve across a row of jade bottles before him. From each of these bottles flew a variety of celestial treasures, landing in the jade pulp and rapidly melting into it. Among them were pure science spiritual fluids, white powders, and even various forms of intangible yet tangible spiritual auras. As these countless celestial treasures continued to melt, the jade pulp gradually shifted from milky white to a shimmering rainbow of colors, then returned to its original state, ultimately returning to flawless jade white. Collect! After a long pause, Zhao Sheng suddenly shouted, and the remaining jade pulp, now the size of an egg, abruptly detached from the fire lotus and shot toward him. At that moment, a crystal-clear jade bowl soared into the air, successfully intercepting the incoming jade fluid. Zhao Sheng reached out and snatched the bowl, then gazed at the fluid for a moment. Only after watching it slowly transform from white to transparent did a satisfied smile spread across his face. A moment later, Zhao Sheng emerged from the cave and approached the interdimensional teleportation array. He approached Taoist Tuofeng and held a jade bowl out before him. Upon seeing the spiritual fluid within, Taoist Tuofeng was overjoyed. Fellow Taoist, you've actually succeeded in refining it. With this heaven-repairing fluid, I wonder how much more effort we'll have to spare. It seems there's hope for repairing the formation. The so-called heaven-repairing fluid was actually a novel contraption tinkered with by Zhao Sheng and Huofeng, a novelty never before seen in either realm. Zhao Sheng had never told Taoist Tuofeng that much of his inspiration for refining the heaven-repairing fluid stemmed from the Ascension formation. Don't forget, Zhao Zunjing, in order to repair the Ascension array, summoned the most formidable formation masters of the Xianzhu realm and painstakingly researched the task for centuries. Over these centuries, countless formation masters have accumulated a vast amount of repair experience, orders of magnitude superior to that of Zhao Sheng and the others. The heaven-repairing fluid is one such achievement, but far from the only one. Brother Xiangqiong, now it's your turn, Taoist Aofeng said solemnly, returning the jade bowl. Holding the jade bowl, he walked to the Zhengyi formation pillar and slowly closed his eyes. Instantly, his divine consciousness flowed out like water, flowing over the surface of the pillar, completely coating it. His mind was silent, his spirit vanished into the distance. From the boundless, ethereal darkness, invisible waves slowly reflected in the clear, tranquil lake of his heart, gradually becoming more vivid and lifelike. Zhao Sheng's mind was like a paintbrush, guided by a mysterious inspiration, painting the picture in his mind, stroke by stroke. In reality, the jade liquid in the jade bowl seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, and strands of transparent spiritual night floated upward, slowly landing in the 3-inch-long crack at the top of the formation pillar. Taoist Huo Feng held his breath, his heart leaping into his throat as he watched. The next moment, the heaven-repairing liquid naturally melted into the crack, then stream after stream. Everything seemed harmonious and natural, as if perfectly in tune with this world. 2 breaths later, the crack in the Zhengai formation pillar had disappeared, leaving its original location smooth and natural, indistinguishable from the surrounding area. Taoist Huo Feng was most pleased to find that the nearly 100 previously broken formation patterns had been reconnected without provoking any backlash. The repair process appeared to be remarkably smooth, exceeding everyone's expectations. Zhao Sheng took 2 steps back, opened his eyes, and carefully examined the formation pillar before him. Seeing a faint white glow suddenly emanate from the surface of the white jade pillar, he was overjoyed. This repair had been even more successful than he had imagined. The glow emanating from the Zhengai pillar was now identical to those of the intact white jade pillars. Congratulations, Brother Xiangqian. Your first repair was a success, Taoist Ao Feng said with a smile and a bow. Zhao Sheng, also smiling, said modestly, not at all. Whether it succeeds or not will only be determined when the formation is restarted. It's too early now. At this moment, Zhao and Hete, hiding in the distance, flew forward and shouted in unison, "Congratulations, Master, for your successful efforts. You will surely achieve your goals in the future. Well, we've just taken the first step on our long journey. Let's encourage each other." Zhao Sheng felt a rare surge of joy. He even found the demon-like Yama ancestor more pleasing to his eyes. Only half a day after repairing the Zhengai pillar, the intensity of the space-time fluctuations in the 7-star spirit realm rapidly approached its peak. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng, Yanmo, Lei Peng, and the other 5 retreated from the spiritual realm. The 6 arrived atop a meteorite 100 miles away. In the blink of an eye, the vast 7-star spiritual realm abruptly vanished before their eyes, leaving only a vast expanse of nearly 10,000 miles. The heavens and earth are boundless, the 7 stars guide the way, mummy. A moment later, Zhao Sheng pressed his hands together, muttering something. Suddenly, a ray of starlight shot out from the 7-star ruai in the air before him, extending deep into the meteorite formations. Move, with a command, the 6 deployed their nascent soul domains and transformed into streaks of light, darting towards the depths of the meteorite sea. In the blink of an eye, they merged into the darkness and vanished. In the Divine Ruins meteorite sea, the closer one approaches the deepest chaotic realm, the more chaotic and dangerous the void becomes, and the more desolate and silent it becomes. 2 million miles deep into the black abyss, the surrounding void was pitch black. Meteorites, one after another, seemed to be embedded in absolute darkness. However, the reality was quite the opposite. They moved at unimaginable speeds, their trajectories utterly chaotic. They could shatter into pieces at any moment, fragmenting into even smaller meteorites. In the black abyss, large meteorites were not a formidable threat. The most terrifying and dangerous were the fragments no bigger than a fist, or even as small as a grain of sand. Zhao, 30 degrees to the upper left, get out of the way, a sudden warning echoed in his ears, and the ancestor Zhao felt a sudden, sinister premonition. He instinctively lunged forward. As his body left the spot, he felt a dull pain in his soul. His previously invisible and intangible spiritual realm had been abruptly pierced through. A long, straight hole instantly appeared in Zhao spiritual field, along with a finger-sized stone. But in the next instant, the stone, traveling at a speed 1,000 times faster than the speed of sound, was beyond the range of divine consciousness and vanished in a flash. Master, right Jia position, 11 degrees, Yanmo, watch your heads, meteor dust is coming from the southeast, all of you take cover, Hitai, be careful. Ow, Taoist Huo Feng couldn't dodge, and a piece of ice pierced through his magic domain and slammed into the precious shield in front of him, exploding into a vast expanse of cold light. The immense impact drastically slowed him, sending his mana surging. At that moment, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted 10 feet away from Zhao Sheng, and a white bone shield instantly flew backwards from the light. The shield's surface was cracked in many places, and embedded in its thickest point was a round, black stone seed half a finger long. A low-grade defensive magic weapon couldn't even withstand a mere stone seed. If ordinary cultivators hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have imagined how dangerous and terrifying the Black Abyss realm was. Even a nascent soul-level ancestor wouldn't dare stay in this haunted place for long. In less than a month, Zhao Sheng and his 6 companions had dodged countless dangers, now gradually approaching the most dangerous Chaos Cavern realm. Except for Zhao Sheng, the other 5 Yanmo were almost exhausted, unable to bear the burden. Chapter 449, Subduing Demons and Evils. Zhao Sheng summoned the bone treasure shield back to his side with a single thought. He reached out and plucked the dark stone seed from its apron. The moment the stone seed landed in his hand, it felt a sharp sinking sensation. Zhao Sheng thought, slightly surprised, this thing is actually 3 times heavier than the same volume of innate Zheng gold. No wonder it can break the shield with a single strike. He took another look, still unrecognizable. Zhao Sheng casually placed the stone seed into his Nakang seal and paid no more attention. The universe, the boundless void, holds so many unknowns. Even the legendary true immortals wouldn't claim to know everything beneath the heavens. Compared to true immortal, Zhao Sheng was a mere native, unseen in the world, so his limited knowledge was understandable. After flying for approximately 2,000 miles, the ancestor Xian Kong, his entire body flashing with golden light, suddenly gasped and transmitted, "Master, we've been flying for so long. Let's find a place to rest." Zhao Sheng's mind swept over the others and saw that the auras of the 5's Dharma domains had dimmed significantly. He then transmitted, "All right, Hete, Yanmo," and the other 5 instantly perked up upon hearing this. They slowed their speed and all looked over. At this moment, Ancestor Hete beamed, transmitting, "Master, just now, over 30 miles to my right, there was a meteorite nearly 10 miles in size hovering. Why don't we go there to rest for a while? Lead the way," Zhao Sheng decisively ordered. The Black Abyss region was a chaotic and dangerous environment, dominated by meteorite dust and micrometeorites. Meteorites over a mile in size were extremely rare, and the appearance of each one represented a safe zone. Led by Ancestor Hete, the 6 beams of light turned and quickly flew towards the large meteorite. Soon, a massive, pitted, gray-black meteorite, resembling a squash ball, appeared in the minds of the 6. 6 beams of light descended upon the meteorite, sending up a cloud of dust. Ancestor Xian Kuang's eyes rolled, and with a flick of his sleeve, a streak of golden light sank into the earth. In a few moments, a tunnel several dozen feet deep was opened. Ancestor Xian Kuang was about to carve out a temporary cave for them when his expression suddenly changed. A streak of golden light suddenly shot out from the tunnel. At that moment, the tip of the golden blade within the golden light was stained with a viscous, dark purple liquid that resembled the blood of some creature. "Not good. Run!" Ancestor Xian Kong, horrified, shouted a warning to Zhao Sheng and the other 4. By then, Zhao Sheng and the other 4 had also noticed the bloodstain on the golden blade and were already on guard. Before they could react, the meteorite beneath them suddenly trembled, instantly unleashing a terrifying, vast, ocean-like pressure. Boom boom boom. Zhao Sheng and his 6 companions needed no warning as they instantly unleashed their magical domains, each transforming into a mysterious light that soared into the sky, fleeing ever deeper into the void. However, barely 100 feet into the air, the 6 beams of light erupted from the surface of the meteorite, a boundless surge of white light. In an instant, it not only swamped the meteorite, but also erupted in a black light that resembled a blazing blaze, enveloping an area 10 miles in radius. Wherever the white light permeated, an unimaginable stickiness suddenly emerged in the void, turning the previously ethereal void into a thick, viscous, swamp-like mass. At that moment, Zhao Sheng felt as if his body were mired in glue, his entire body bound by some invisible force. Not only did his speed plummet, but even his magical power was greatly sluggish. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng's heart trembled, a sense of foreboding. With a thought, a long, platinum gold rainbow instantly shot out from the sea of Qi in his danshan. The light swirled, and the 1,000-flame cauldron soared overhead. The next moment, the 1,000-flame cauldron shook, erupting with a vast expanse of gray light. This annihilating gray light spread across the void, instantly extinguishing the invisible stickiness of the surrounding air. The 5 Yama figures felt their bodies relax, and in ecstasy, they quickly unleashed their magical powers, instantly dissolving into a flash of light and escaping. Help! At this moment, Patriarch Hete's voice abruptly cut off. What? Zhao Sheng, already over 30 miles away, finally paled in shock. Hete had vanished from his mind's reach with almost no warning. No, it wasn't without warning. Before Hete's disappearance, there had been a sudden, massive, yet fleeting fluctuation in the nearby void. If Hete hadn't vanished so suddenly, he would have almost thought it was some kind of illusion. Suddenly, Zhao Sheng's hair stood on end, a premonition of utter danger washed over him, as if he were facing a life-or-death crisis. Instantly, he instinctively activated his phase shift skill, instantly vanishing from his position. Almost instantly, the void he was in suddenly split open, a deep, dark line 3 meters long. Instantly, a long, broad tongue covered in dark green mucus emerged from the line, licking its surroundings in an instant, only to miss. 100 miles from the meteorite, Zhao Sheng emerged from the void, only to be met by a bolt of lightning. 5 or 6 miles behind the lightning, a giant golden rat was in hot pursuit, with Yanmo and Huo Fen trailing behind. Seeing Zhao Sheng appear before him, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the Leipeng patriarch, but it quickly dissipated and settled behind his master. In a split second, Xian Kong, Yanmo, and Ao Feng all paused, staring at the meteorite 100 miles away, engulfed in white light, their shock barely easing. Xian Kong, what the hell did you just poke? And that bastard Hete nearly got us all killed. Damn it, Yanmo suddenly erupted in anger. As his words left his mouth, a deep, resounding frog croak echoed through the void, a sound that carried a haunting aura, sending ripples through the soul seas of the 5 nascent soul ancestors. Their bodies trembled, their minds lurching into trance. Zhao Sheng, possessing the strongest spiritual awareness, was the first to recover from the shock. Next in line were Lei Peng, Yanmo, and Taoist Ao Feng. However, Xian Kong remained frozen, his eyes dimmed, and he remained lingering. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng unleashed a mental thorn, striking Xian Kong between the eyebrows. Xian Kong shuddered, finally coming to his senses. But the next moment, his expression distorted utterly, and he cried out in terror, "It's the devouring heavenly demon clam! It must be the devouring heavenly demon! Let's run!" With that, he fled in panic. Suddenly, a resounding frog croaking erupted. Fortunately, Zhao Sheng and the others were prepared. And this time they weren't startled by the croaking. Then, as they watched, the meteorite, shrouded in white light, suddenly became filled with dense, 3-foot-long, pitch-black light. In the next instant, thousands of black lines flickered several times before simultaneously opening, revealing blood-red, vertical pupils. At the same time, a massive crack suddenly appeared on the lower edge of the meteorite, and from within it slowly emerged a thick, broad, dark green tongue. Now, in the deeper void behind the meteorite, Zhao Sheng vaguely sensed a dark giant 100 times larger than the meteorite itself. Go! Zhao Sheng's expression suddenly changed upon seeing this. With a roar, he instantly transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distant sky. Yanmo and his companions also fled without a word. The sky-swallowing demon clam is one of the most formidable monsters in the Divine Ruins meteorite sea. If one accidentally falls into its mouth, anyone without the strength of the divine transformation realm will surely die. Fortunately, the sky-swallowing demon clam Zhao Sheng encountered was in a dormant state and had not yet fully awakened after being stimulated. Therefore, its reactions were very slow. If he had been unlucky enough to encounter a hungry sky-swallowing demon clam roaming the Divine Ruins, Hete would not be the only one to suffer. Only God knows how many of Zhao Sheng and his 4 companions would survive. A moment later, Zhao Sheng and his companions stopped in a void 2,000 miles away. Xian Kong's face was full of regret, and he said with lingering fear, "Damn it, it's all Hete's fault. He actually brought us to the mouth of the sky-swallowing demon clam. If I hadn't run fast, I would have ended up with the same fate as that guy." Taoist Ao Feng had a firm expression, and suddenly said in a deep voice, "Don't complain. You, Xian Kong, know the dangers of the Black Abyss. Besides, Hete has been killed without a complete body, so please be polite. We actually encountered a sky-swallowing clam here, which means that this place is very close to the Chaos Cave realm. Could it be that the 7-star spirit realm has moved into the Chaos Cave realm? If so, it would be terrible. The Chaos Cave realm is not a place that Yuanings like us can set foot in." As soon as the ancestor Yanmo said this, the expressions of Lei Peng and the other 2 changed slightly, and they couldn't help but look towards Zhao Sheng. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng pondered. What Yanmo said is not entirely unfounded. If that's the case, then we shouldn't enter the Chaos Cave realm, right? At most it'll just waste a few months. Safety comes first, and our lives are paramount, Elder Zion Kwang agreed, his face beaming. Later, the 5 men found another meteorite, dug out a temporary cave, and rested within it for 2 days. After 2 days, the 5 braved the dangers and resumed their pursuit. Fortunately, the rest of the journey went smoothly, encountering only minor troubles that Yanmo and his 4 companions easily resolved without Zhao Sheng's intervention. After about another 7 or 8 days, and after flying nearly 40,000 miles through the void, the 5 men finally reached the edge of the 7-star spirit realm. This time, the spirit realm fell deep within a boundless cloud of meteorite dust. Upon arriving, Zhao Sheng and his companions witnessed the spectacular spectacle of the dust cloud sweeping across the spirit realm, only to be swallowed by a dazzling nebula. It took the 5 of them a moment to clear a path through the dust cloud and reach the edge of the nebula. Using the 7-star Ruai to open the portal to the spiritual realm, Zhao Sheng and his companions hurriedly flew inside. Gazing at the vast, deadly silence of the spiritual realm, Yanmo, Xiang Kong, and the other 4 relaxed, a look of fatigue crossing their faces. Finally, safe. The dark star's inner cavern. After Zhao Sheng dismissed Yanmo and the other 2, he walked alone to the edge of the cavern, forming hand seals and radiating rays of magical light. A moment later, a barrier suddenly rose from the ground, and the fist-sized 100-flame cauldron violently broke through the ground and soared into the air. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and his divine consciousness poured out like water. Then, the devil's fungus tree rose from the bottom of the pit. Its crystalline trunk was embedded with 9 azure cloud pearls, emitting layers of invisible, dark green light that enveloped the crystal tree. Sitting cross-legged, a dazzling divine light emanated from his brows. Streams of incredibly powerful divine thoughts, like chains, descended upon the devil fungus tree, invading it like a living being. Simultaneously, his divine thoughts emanated from tens of thousands of Tai spiritual scripts, forming one demon-subduing spell after another, which he inflicted upon the crystal tree's interior. Sealed by the Bhiksha pearl, the devil fungus's instinctive consciousness was at its weakest. Despite this, it relied on its mere instincts to stubbornly and resolutely resist all divine thoughts and spells. Though the devil fungus refused to budge, Zhao Sheng remained calm and composed, continuing to compose more demon-subduing spells. The devil fungus's resistance was doomed to failure, a process of perseverance like water wearing away a stone. Zhao Sheng possessed immense patience, and he had plenty of time to waste. Remember, the Southern Heaven Zhao clan possessed a renowned great true lord of demon-subduing, renowned throughout the celestial pillar realm. This demon-subduing spell was a secret technique personally taught by Zhao Zuanjing. This mantra is actually named after the name of a true lord. Imagine how powerful and mysterious it is. Time flies, and nearly 2 months have passed unnoticed. In those 2 months, Taoist Huo Feng personally visited him 3 times, each time to discuss repair plans for the Bingding Formation pillars. With the experience of repairing the Zhengji Formation pillars, the 2 of them deliberated for a long time and finally came up with a repair plan. The 7-star spirit realm was about to shift. Zhao Sheng sealed the devil fungus tree again, then flew to Guangming Star and began refining more heaven-repairing liquid. 3 days passed in a flash. When the spirit realm shifted again, Zhao Sheng emerged from his cave, his jade bowl filled with a pool of clear, translucent jade liquid. Rumor has it that a kind of ancient immortal seal script circulates in the Taisa spiritual realm. Its shape is like a dragon, with twists and turns, complex and unpredictable. Its meaning is subtle and profound, and one seal script can give rise to countless symbols. At this point, Taoist Huo Feng pointed to a crack and said excitedly, "Brother Kaiongshan, why don't you use your divine sense to explore it? There is a faint spiritual light shining from within this place." Deep in the light, does a complex symbol emerge, like a divine dragon. Zhao Sheng followed his instructions and released a ray of divine sense, delving into the crack. Soon, a look of enlightenment appeared on his face, and he nodded. What fellow Taoist Huo is right. It does resemble an ancient immortal seal script. However, I think this symbol is quite similar to the ancient dragon seal. I am afraid they share the same origin. Taoist Huo Feng smiled slightly. Brother Xiangqiong, you are knowledgeable and insightful, and I admire you very much. Now, the key to repairing this crack lies in this ancient immortal seal script. Its symbol has been broken in many places. I hope Brother Xianqian can connect it. Zhao Sheng pondered for a long moment before slowly nodding and saying, let's do the same thing as before. Let's refine a few replicas first and practice with them. Haha, everything is up to you, fellow Taoist. Tuo Feng agreed with a smile. 2 years later, 2 months after the 7-star spirit realm's fourth shift, the Bingding formation pillars were successfully repaired. Over a decade later, the spirit realm shifted over 40 times. Zhao Sheng and his 4 companions spent half of those shifts accompanying the spirit realm, while the rest had to risk tracking the location themselves, encountering countless dangers along the way. Several times over the years, Zhao Sheng abandoned the spirit realm due to its treacherous environment. Over the course of more than a decade, Lei Peng, Xian Kong, and Yan Mo were critically injured multiple times, but were ultimately saved by Zhao Sheng's miraculous healing hands. As for Taoist Tuo Feng, due to his special protection, he was rarely seriously injured. It's worth noting that after years of spellcasting, the devil fungus tree's resistance has become increasingly weak. Occasional spells have even managed to break through its mental defenses and become ingrained into its instinctive consciousness. In the past 6 months, Zhao Sheng has successfully repaired the 3rd pillar, numbered Wujia, following those of Zhengji, Bingding, and Ding. Now, only 4 pillars remain in the interdimensional teleportation formation requiring repair. However, Zhao Sheng has also exhausted all the spiritual materials needed to refine the heaven-repairing fluid. Chapter 450 Unknown Land. Half an hour ago, the spatial and temporal fluctuations within the 7-star spirit realm had become extremely intense, nearly reaching their peak. Following established protocol, Zhao Sheng instructed the 4 Yama warriors to guard the 4 corners of the spirit realm, awaiting the capture of the celestial mysterious elf. He ascended to the dome, quietly awaiting the shift in time and space. 10, 9, 8, as time passed, invisible ripples gradually spread across the surrounding void. Zhao Sheng silently counted down the numbers. As he finished one, his vision blurred. Looking again, he saw the surrounding void undergo a drastic transformation. Zhao Sheng's pupils constricted. The void had become utterly unfamiliar. Everywhere he looked, darkness and chaos filled the abyss, as if the universe had just begun to emerge. Deeper within the chaos lay an even deeper, voidless darkness. No, this is the chaotic cave realm? Zhao Sheng was utterly shocked by the strange sight before him. But before he could utter a single thought, he heard a sudden crack, and a sudden roar echoed from above the soul sea. A boom. Amidst the chaotic haze ahead, a boundless, dazzling wave of light swept across the void, causing the void to distort like a cosmic cataclysm. Unimaginable fluctuations in space and time rippled wildly in all directions, like a tectonic shift in the universe. Suddenly, the void cracked, revealing an incalculable pitch-black light. These were fissures in space, and the dark light spread madly outward, devouring everything around it at the speed of light. Not good, Zhao Sheng thought to himself as he watched countless cracks devour everything, spreading to encompass the surrounding void in an instant. He instinctively activated his life-saving skill, Phase Shift. But as his body vanished into nothingness, he suddenly remembered something, and regretted it instantly. Space and time rippled, and the next moment, Zhao Sheng stumbled out of the void. Feeling nothing was amiss with his body, he felt a sense of relief. But once Zhao Sheng had a clear view of the chaotic, hazy surroundings, his heart suddenly tightened. A golden light suddenly erupted from his entire body. Simultaneously, a golden sea of fire, 100 feet wide, coalesced from thin air, manifesting the nascent soul realm. At that moment, something abruptly changed. The previously tranquil, lifeless, chaotic void suddenly surged with a turbulent turmoil. Endless darkness surged from below, seemingly consuming everything. In that instant, Zhao Sheng's divine perspective captured a terrifying scene. From the dark abyss below, a vast vortex of space and time suddenly coalesced. An unimaginable, overwhelming pressure emanated from the vortex, paralyzing Zhao Sheng's entire body, rendering him unable to move. Zhao Sheng's face darkened as he witnessed this scene. This pressure emanated from the Nine Netherworld, a pressure he had experienced firsthand in his previous life, when he had secretly crossed into another world. The swift tempest of space and time left him no chance of escape. An unimaginably powerful suction emanated from the vortex of time and space, completely confining his body. Even his magical power was trapped, unable to circulate at all. In a split second, Zhao Sheng plummeted like a stone into the depths of the vortex. Wisps of golden light shone faintly from the depths, then rapidly expanded, only to vanish abruptly in the blink of an eye. Zhao Sheng felt as if he had fallen into the abyss of a raging sea. All around him was pitch-black chaos, his consciousness firmly trapped, unable to radiate outward. Simultaneously, waves of force powerful enough to rip apart time and space surged from all directions, their destructive power far beyond his ability to withstand. In a matter of moments, Zhao Sheng was torn apart by countless forces of time and space, soon covered in wounds, his own magical domain shattered and nearly collapsed. After a moment of dizziness, Zhao Sheng could no longer hold on and finally lost all consciousness. An unknown amount of time passed before he finally regained consciousness, emerging from the excruciating pain. He shook his swollen head, rolled over to sit up, and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had arrived in an unfamiliar world. Beneath his feet stood what seemed to be an immensely long pillar, its end in sight, nearly 100 feet in diameter. Its surface was a dark golden hue, covered in layers of dark golden scales, fine and hard, each the size of a palm, stretching to the horizon. Beyond the dark golden pillar, 1,000 feet away, a scene of hazy chaos reigned. Swirling space-time storms roared and raged around, yet they could not penetrate the 1,000-foot radius of the pillar, as if held captive by an invisible barrier. "Where is this?" Zhao Sheng summoned his magical power and stood up. Meanwhile, wounds, large and small, across his body, healed at a visible rate. The spiritual energy here was incredibly rich, several times richer than that of the seven-star spiritual realm. Strangely, despite its richness, the spiritual energy showed no signs of liquefaction. Zhao Sheng looked inward, finding no serious injuries. His Danshan Qi Si and nascent soul body were intact, and he felt relieved. Glancing at the strange and terrifying scene around him, he felt a rare tinge of trepidation. But soon, Zhao Sheng silently recited the Yuan Chu Shiju, instantly calming himself completely. Besides the unusually rich spiritual energy in this area, there was also an unknown force. Under its influence, the range of his divine sense was greatly reduced, extending only 100 to 80 feet at most. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and a golden sword light instantly shot out from his fingertips, striking the dark golden ground. "Huh?" Zhao Sheng exclaimed in surprise. The sword light extinguished, but the ground remained intact, without a trace of damage. "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, a 3-inch long jade-white flying sword, blazing with long flames, instantly slashed into the ground again with the force of destroying mountains and seas. Collapse, collapse. The flying sword, struck by the immense force, flew back into the sky. The ground, meanwhile, was merely bathed in a golden glow that vanished after a fleeting moment. Remarkably, the ground remained intact, not even a single golden scale broken. Zhao Sheng's expression changed. The strength of this strange golden pillar was beyond imagination. He knelt down, then with a flick of his right hand, the jade-white flying sword fell from the sky into his grasp. He then inserted the tip of the sword into the gap between the scales. His right muscles bulged, and he channeled his magical power, instantly imbuing the flying sword with a force exceeding 1,000,000 jin. Bang! The sword's light erupted, and a tremendous force capable of moving mountains erupted. However, the small, dark gold scale remained as if welded to the ground, unmoving. The golden light emanating from its surface grew increasingly dazzling, finally rising over 10 feet high. Zhao Sheng's face suddenly lit up with ecstasy as he gazed at the golden light before him. He had a fleeting glimpse of a familiar, complex symbol condensing within the golden light. It was the great Dao's true mantra, solidity. The golden light contained not only the Dao mantra solid, but also numerous Dao mantras of the same rank. However, due to the unique nature of Dao mantras, Zhao Sheng forgot them after glancing at them, leaving only a faint trace deep within his soul. A moment later, Zhao Sheng was astonished to discover that his spiritual power was being depleted at an alarming rate, nearly half of it having been consumed in just a few moments. He hastily withdrew his flying sword, and the ground flashed with golden light, returning to its original state. Sheathing his flying sword, he then unleashed the 1,000-flame cauldron for protection. Zhao Sheng gazed at the endless, dark golden pillar, filled with wonder. Although he still didn't know where this place was, or whether there was any danger, the sight of the solid mantra reassured him. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a sudden, light drift 1,000 feet ahead. Without his keen eyesight, he would have barely noticed it. Is there a mysterious elf here too? Zhao Sheng's figure floated up and slowly flew over. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a burst of magical light, enveloping the mysterious elf and pulling it toward him. After observing it for a moment, he discovered that the object was no different from anything outside, yet it held traces of an unknown principle. Even with his keen eyesight, he couldn't discern which great Deo principle this trace of principle originated from. It could sense the supreme Deo of life, death, illusion, and extinction, truly incredibly complex. Zhao Sheng's expression froze for a moment, then he took out a blank, top-grade spirit stone and carefully sealed it. After placing the sealing spirit stone back into the Nakung seal, Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered as he surveyed the surroundings. He felt that this place must harbor danger, far from the tranquility it now presented. Zhao Sheng's expression grew solemn as he waved his hand, releasing a series of high-level talismans. Simultaneously, a layer of dark purple armor appeared on his body, a top-grade magical weapon with wind and thunder attributes, known as the Purple Thunder Armor. After completing this, he breathed a sigh of relief, placing the thousand-flame cauldron above his head while quickly checking his belongings. But then, his expression suddenly changed. Something was missing. The 9 Netherworld pagoda he had obtained earlier had mysteriously vanished. Who had taken it? Zhao Sheng's face shifted between gloom and content, and he didn't linger any longer. After silently applying various defensive techniques, he gathered his aura and soared into the air, silently following the golden pillar forward. This lasted 2 days and 2 nights, and Zhao Sheng estimated he had traveled at least tens of thousands of miles. Yet, beyond the pillar remained the same unwavering darkness, chaos, and haze, storms of time and space swirling and fading. The pillar's space was a dead, desolate place. No living creatures or unusual objects were visible along the way. Only the boundless expanse of the vast golden pillar. During his flight, Zhao Sheng noticed that his spiritual power was depleting at an alarming rate, often depleting by 80% after just 2 or 3 hours of flight. Even while meditating and regulating his breathing, his spiritual energy continued to slip away, draining even faster. It was only because he had refined so many elixirs, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold out for much longer. 10 days later, Zhao Sheng stood suspended in midair, gazing at the endless golden pillar road. He frowned and shook his head. Although he hadn't encountered any danger so far, now was not the time to relax. The safer and more secure he seemed to be, the more anomalous things were. Zhao Sheng occasionally wondered if he had taken the wrong direction from the start. But as more and more celestial beings appeared along the way, he slowly solidified his choice. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Sheng landed on the ground. Then, with a wave of his hand, he threw out a series of formation flags. As they landed, they automatically formed a formation barrier, concealing his form and presence. After this, he sat cross-legged and took a 3 returning divine pill. Instantly, a faint golden light emanated from his brow, and waves like a tsunami echoed from his danshan. Zhao Sheng had already prepared for the worst. If he was truly trapped here and unable to escape, he would break free, enter the ethereal realm, and risk his life. Here, there was no day or night, time seemed to have stood still. Several months later, a golden shooting star streaked along the giant pillar, and the surroundings remained in a chaotic, deathly silence. The dark golden pillar below stretched endlessly forward, seemingly endless. Even so, Zhao Sheng refused to believe he could reach the end. As the saying goes, there is always a way out. A few days later, things took a turn for the better. At the end of his sight, a transparent curtain of light suddenly appeared above the giant pillar. Behind it, everything was hazy and indistinct. This transparent curtain stretched straight into the void, stretching endlessly in all directions. Zhao Sheng paused, then slowly flew beneath the curtain and landed. It seemed that this long journey had finally ended. This was the end of the road. Zhao Sheng carefully examined the curtain of light before him, but did not dare to touch it. After observing for a moment, he gently released a wisp of divine consciousness, extending it toward the light curtain. However, the moment it touched the curtain, it was instantly devoured. Before he could react, something abruptly changed. Without warning, the sky-high light curtain suddenly shone brightly, instantly enveloping Zhao Sheng's entire body in an infinite radiance. Zhao Sheng felt a sharp pain in his head, and once again lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he saw the boundless, vast sky, with clouds stretching endlessly and spiritually. Deep within the heavens, brilliant galaxies suddenly emerged, stretching across the heavens, emanating an ancient aura of timelessness and unchanging immutability. This was a vast, boundless world. The sun shone across the sky was infinitely high and vast, and Zhao Sheng now found himself amidst a mountain range. The mountains before him towered and stretched endlessly. Any peak reached the clouds, and some peaks were incredibly majestic, seemingly larger, taller, and more ancient than Xianzhu Mountain. Looking out, towering trees towered between the steep mountains. Ancient trees, so tall they could be hugged by dozens of men, were everywhere. Clouds and mist lingered in the valleys and forests, creating a shimmering rainbow of light. This land was immeasurably ancient, its spiritual energy rich beyond imagination. Zhao Sheng considered himself knowledgeable, yet he had never seen, or even heard of, such a legendary place. Gazing at the exotic flowers, fruits, and medicinal trees everywhere, so many strange and bizarre varieties he had never seen before, an absurd thought suddenly struck Zhao Sheng. Could this be the legendary immortal realm? The thought shook Zhao Sheng's heart, and he instantly soared into the air, hovering thousands of feet above. At that moment, as if sensing something, he suddenly glanced down at the ground, only to see a vast, boundless vortex slowly dissipating. Half a day later, Zhao Sheng leaned against a stone wall, his eyes fixed on the ground not far away. There grew a pure jade-white spiritual herb. Atop its translucent stem, a pure white lotus blossomed. A multicolored spiritual cloud condensed above the lotus. This spiritual lotus was imbued with spirituality. A faint glow lingered between its stems and leaves, and wisps of water vapor rose, occasionally reflecting a multicolored light. The scene was like a dream. Five-colored ice lotus. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, recognizing the origin of this spiritual herb. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.